Chapter 639. Female Literature. Okay, then let's go to the heart aperture. Su Yan told Xue Xingchuan about this. Xue Xingchuan was clearly surprised. After all, even he didn't know about this, so how did Su Yan know? After all, this was the first time Su Yan had stepped into this place. However, everyone had their own secrets. He knew this very well, so he didn't delve into it. He just said, okay, since that's the case, let's go to the heart aperture. When they first entered this small world, they wanted to destroy the heart aperture, which was the core of this small world, so that the small world of extreme ice couldn't operate normally. Unfortunately, they only managed to destroy 2 life gates. The power of this place was far beyond their expectations. However, now that they knew that the heart aperture might be the only way out, they had to take a gamble. We have to hurry. Xue Xingchuan carried Su Yan and moved forward at a terrifying speed. Su Yan was naturally fast, and after unfolding the demon dragon wings, he was even faster. However, compared to a venerable like Xue Xingchuan, he was still too slow. Su Yan only felt that there was a terrifying power constantly whistling around him. The two of them came to the heart aperture again. At this time, the heart aperture had changed greatly. The most obvious change was that outside the new bridge, there were countless sword qi. These sword qi densely packed together formed a large net, which was daunting. It was obvious that the evil sword Cold Jade had just started to set it up. There's no other way. We can only force our way through. Kid, lend me your saint sword. After Xue Xingchuan finished speaking, Su Yan had already taken out the Scorching Sun Sword. Xue Xingchuan took the Scorching Sun Sword and shook it lightly. A beam of red light shot up into the sky. He nodded and said, "Good, it's a good sword. Although it's only a basic saint sword, it's already started to nourish its own charm. In the future, it might even improve." He continued, "Kid, you taught me a move, so it's impolite not to reciprocate. I'll teach you a move as well. This move is an inheritance of the ancient Buddha sword sect. It's even more powerful than the Taihang sword faction's sword." After Xue Xingchuan finished speaking, Su Yan's eyes opened wide. Buddha sword sect. Xue Xingchuan had actually obtained the inheritance of the Buddha sword sect. When Xue Xingchuan saw Su Yan's shocked expression, he thought that Su Yan was shocked by the name of the Buddha sword sect. He said straightforwardly, "I was only able to obtain the legacy of a senior who lived here by chance. It's a pity that this senior is already dead. Otherwise, we wouldn't be like this." The Scorching Sun sword began to hum again. That was because the Buddha sword qi had been activated. Scorching sword qi began to soar into the sky. This powerful and terrifying power was simply shocking. Although the demonic technique Su Yan gave to Xue was very powerful, the power displayed by Xue Xingchuan was actually not inferior to that demonic technique. Of course, this was because he was holding a holy sword in his hand. The Scorching Sun sword was clearly his own sword. But at this time, Su Yan felt that the Scorching Sun sword had already begun to fuse with this person. That blazing light was where his power lay. Buddha's 3 lives/old dreams. Xue Xingchuan shouted softly. Then, the long sword in his hand finally came crashing down. As the sword came crashing down, an intense light condensed. When it reached the Uzi, it actually transformed into the shadow of a Buddha. An illusory image appeared and then violently collided with the light screen. This powerful force was constantly vibrating at this moment. The light screen condensed by the sword qi finally began to be unable to withstand the force. Then Sister Monkey let out a buzzing sound. With this sword, the barrier blocking the heart aperture finally dissipated. "Senior, this time we don't need to destroy the gate of life. Instead, we need to go to the gate of death," Su Yan said. Of course, he didn't know this information. It was all told to him by extreme ice in his sea of consciousness. The so-called gate of life was the gate of life of the demon god's heart aperture. Once the gate of life was destroyed, the heart aperture would die. However, other than the gate of life, there was also the gate of death. That was the place where endless death qi gathered after the demon god extreme ice died. It was extremely terrifying. If one's own strength wasn't enough, and they were contaminated by the terrifying death qi, they would immediately fall into the abyss of death and hell. Even the soul wouldn't be able to transcend. However, as the saying goes, when things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. In such a place of death, there was a companion who could leave this world. That was the exit of the demon god's heart aperture. If they could smoothly pass through this exit, then the two of them might be able to escape death and leave this place. Shueshingchuan nodded and said, "Okay, since that's the case, then what are we hesitating for? Let's go quickly." Shueshingchuan didn't want to stay here for a moment. When he heard this news, he directly went to the place that Su Yan mentioned. As they moved forward, an extremely dense aura of death spread towards them. This death chi was filled with gloom and terror. It was as if a ghost claw had appeared in front of you. When this power appeared, Su Yan felt his entire body begin to tremble. Although the Uzi in his sea of consciousness had already told him that the death chi here was extremely dense, he didn't expect it to be this terrifying. Not only him, even Shueshingchuan was trembling slightly. This kind of power seemed to have already surpassed a certain critical point of the limit. Seeking life in the midst of death. These 4 words were indeed not empty words. The two of them walked extremely quickly. If they couldn't quickly pass through this place, they were afraid that the death chi would kill them. This was definitely not something to be laughed about. Su Yan's eyes were filled with an extremely solemn expression. At this moment, a series of footsteps suddenly came from ahead. Both Su Yan and Shueshingchuan were alarmed. For someone to appear at a time like this was truly inexplicably strange. Then, just who was this person who had appeared here? Could it be a special creature condensed from the death chi here? After all, when Su Yan was at the gate of life, the demon god's essence chi had condensed countless small fiends and even gave birth to a new extreme ice. It wouldn't be strange if a new creature condensed from demonic chi appeared here. "It's you? You're not dead?" Shueshingchuan suddenly asked gravely. The person who had appeared before them was actually Gung Gui. Back then, Gung Gui's mind had been controlled by the evil sword and turned into a sword slave. Then, he had been casually cut down by the Taihang sword faction's sect master. At the time, everyone had thought that he was dead without a doubt. Who would have thought that he would appear here? In other words, the Taishang sword faction's sect master hadn't killed him. It was truly surprising to see him here. However, at this moment, his eyes weren't as dull and lifeless as they were before. Although he was still a little confused, he had recovered his initial coldness. "Gung Gui, or should I call you a sword slave?" Shueshingchuan asked. A powerful aura emanated from Gung Gui's body. Gung Gui's cultivation had increased significantly in such a short period of time. Even Shueshingchuan wasn't confident that he could easily defeat him. More importantly, if they were to fight here, Dark would be courting death. The death chi here was very dense, but fortunately it was very calm, allowing them to pass through. However, if a battle were to break out, regardless of the outcome, once the death chi here was stirred up, it would be like a tornado, and a terrifying power would sweep through everything. At that time, all of them would die. "Just call me Gung Gui." Gung Gui suddenly spoke. It seemed that he had broken free from the control and was no longer a sword slave. "Don't worry, I won't attack here. After all, the reason I was able to recover was because of your Taihang sword faction sect master, so I owe you a favor," he said directly. However, Shueshingchuan chuckled and said, "Don't make it sound so nice. I don't think you dare to attack here." He saw through everything very clearly. Then he directly pointed it out. Gung Gui's expression didn't change. He only calmly said, "Whatever you say, but I know that you want to leave this place. Coincidentally, so do I." He said, "To be honest, I didn't expect you to know how to leave this place. If it wasn't for the fact that I was implanted with a sword soul and knew some things that I wouldn't have known, I definitely wouldn't have known about such a mysterious place." Shueshingchuan smiled but didn't say anything. At the end of the path of death is the path to leave this place. But there is an extremely powerful existence guarding it. According to my estimates, he is at least a Dao master. After Gung Gui said this, both Su Yan and Shueshingchuan frowned. Su Yan asked Gung Gui, who was in his sea of consciousness, "Did you already know about this?" Aisju rolled his eyes and said, "Ayaya, I did forget to tell you, but it doesn't really make a difference, does it? Because no matter what, you'll have to face this sooner or later. In that case, what's the difference between telling you earlier and sleeping later?" Su Yan sneered. Of course, he didn't believe this plan. Aisju must have a purpose for telling them this. Although he didn't know, Su Yan was alarmed. He trusted Aisju too much. Shueshingchuan said, "Dao Master? How terrifying, but what can we do? Even if I have to face a Tao master, I don't want to face that guy. Compared to the evil sword that killed a saint, a Tao master was insignificant. Chapter 640. Female Literature. Alright, in that case let's go. However, at this point we should let go of everything. His gaze swept over Su Yan and Shueshingchuan. He was right. At this point, if they still had misgivings about each other, there was no need for them to continue working together, because that would only lead to death. Shueshingchuan said, "Don't worry about that. I Shueshingchuan always keep my word. Haha, on the other hand, you people from the demonic sect have always had a bad reputation." Gungue did not say anything. Since the three of them had reached a consensus, they went straight ahead. The boundless darkness was like thick ink. The deeper they went, the deeper the darkness became. In the end, this terrifying power even began to oppress their bodies. Gungue and Shueshingchuan's expressions did not change, but two auras began to rise around them. These two auras turned into a curtain of light, blocking the pressure of the darkness. At this moment, Su Yan summoned the Dragonblood Icefire Dome. The indistinct dragon soul projection swayed gently, blocking all of the attacks. Of course, he was walking behind the two of them, so the pressure was not that great. At this moment, a gust of wind suddenly appeared. This violent wind came so suddenly that the three of them were caught off guard. By the time they noticed the wind, it had already appeared in front of them. "Not good, Su Yan, be careful and defend yourself. Don't let the darkness aura enter," Shueshingchuan warned, and then raised his strength to the limit. He suddenly struck out with his palm, blocking most of the power. At this moment, Gungue also struck out with his palm, and a dark power swept out and swallowed the darkness aura. The two experts had already blocked most of the power, and Su Yan only had a little bit of it left. However, Su Yan was still trembling from the terrifying aura. Su Yan was shocked. He finally understood the meaning of the phrase, bloody birth. This dark power had almost been blocked, but the remaining power was still directly invading his body. However, Su Yan turned the power in his body and forcibly suppressed this power. Just as Su Yan was about to suppress this power, he suddenly became alert in his heart. In his sea of consciousness, Aya's voice sounded, "Be careful." Su Yan was suddenly alarmed. In fact, there was no need for Aya to remind him. Su Yan had already reacted. At this moment he suddenly retreated, wanting to avoid this mysterious danger that suddenly appeared. However, it was already too late. A black palm appeared directly in front of his neck. Then, Su Yan felt his whole body turn sluggish, and even his breathing became difficult. Furthermore, the circulation in his body had been directly suppressed. "Who is it? Get out of my way." At this moment, Shueshingchuan finally realized that something was wrong. He suddenly turned around and slashed down with his sword. However, the figure just flashed and disappeared. Su Yan. He immediately realized that Su Yan had been taken away by this guy who had suddenly appeared. Shueshingchuan attacked again, wanting to bring Su Yan back. But at that moment, Gungue stretched out his hand and stopped him. "Are you crazy? You're just courting death if you attack now." The previous confrontation had already caused fluctuations in the dark Yuan Qi. "That guy is the darkness holy man. Do you think you can save that brat with just you? Moreover, since Darkness Tao Master has taken Su Yan away, this is the best opportunity for the two of us." Now that Darkness Tao Master had taken Su Yan away, this was the best time to leave. Shueshingchuan fell silent. At this moment Gungue spoke again. "Shueshingchuan, if you want to die, I will definitely not stop you. However, you better understand that if you die now, it will be meaningless. This opponent is not something you can imagine. It is wishful thinking for you to defeat him. Besides, that kid is just a burden to you." Gungue's words had made Shueshingchuan extremely silent. Logically speaking, Gungue's words were not wrong. Su Yan was only in the dragon realm. Although he could be said to be extremely talented, so what? Even an ordinary venerable could take his life, let alone a Tao master who was making a move at this time. "Shueshingchuan, if you want to die, then go ahead. I don't care so much." Gungue finished speaking and directly walked forward. "If Darkness Tao Master comes back, I'd like to see how you leave this place alone." At this moment, Shueshingchuan finally gritted his teeth and said, "Su Yan, kid, I'm really sorry. In the end, he gave up on Su Yan and directly left. This was because he knew that if he did not do so, only death would await him. At the end of the darkness, there was a mysterious space that was connected to the outside world. However, this place was also very dangerous. If one was not careful, they would be swallowed by the turbulence of space. However, with Geng Gui and Xue Xingquan's strength, it was not difficult to leave this place. The dark space was constantly turbulent, but the two of them were already very strong. At this moment, without Darkness Dao Master's protection, this place was no different from an ordinary path for them. The two of them easily left this place. The Heart Aperture's Gate of Death was the loophole of this world. As soon as they left, they immediately felt a gust of wind and powerful sword qi constantly sweeping through. At this moment, the two of them were simultaneously moved. At this moment, a wave of killing intent suddenly rushed towards them. The appearance of this killing intent made even experts like them feel shocked. Not good, it's Cold Jade Xiejian. She's going to kill us. Xue Xingquan and Geng Gui immediately understood that they had already left the small world of ice extinction and returned to the big world. However, at this moment, ice extinction directly sensed them and was about to kill them. At this moment, a voice sounded. Xiejian, this is my disciple. How can I allow you to kill as you please? Following this voice, an extremely powerful sword qi directly suppressed them. This sword qi could be said to be earth-shattering. It actually directly cut off the power of ice extinction. Sect Master. Xue Xingquan immediately knew that the person who made this move was the sect master of the Taiheng sword faction, Xue Xingquan. The Taiheng divine sword was like an immortal divine mountain. It directly rushed over and fiercely clashed with Cold Jade Xiejian. Xiejian, you should be intelligent. Your appearance has attracted the attention of everyone in this world. If you want to fight to the death with this old man is happy to accompany you, but you should think about the price. The sect master of the Taiheng sword faction, Zhang Zhe's voice was like thunder. At the same time, he did not show any mercy when he attacked, showing his unparalleled strength. After such an attack, Cold Jade Xiejian actually did not gain any advantage. At this moment, his eyes were extremely cold as he stared straight at Zhang Zhe. He had already sensed that there was some strange movement in an extremely distant place. To be able to make him feel it, this kind of power was obviously very strong, even terrifying. And to be able to reach this level, it was obviously another divine sword. He understood that Zhang Zhe was right. It was definitely not a good thing to fight to the death with Zhang Zhe now. Firstly, this person held the Taiheng divine sword in his hand and was very strong. If both sides fought, he could naturally win if he did not care about the price. However, it was completely meaningless. When other experts arrived, it would be a huge problem for him. His gaze fell on Xue Xingquan and Geng Gui, and finally turned to leave. These two people already had a special meaning to Cold Jade Xiejian. Naturally, Xiejian wanted to suppress them. However, they actually managed to escape. However, the most important thing now was to restabilize the small world. After being tormented by Su Yan and Xue Xingquan, the small world's power had weakened a lot. This time, Cold Jade Xiejian had killed about 5 venerables and then devoured them. The power obtained was just to make up for these losses. However, there were two sides to this matter. Although the small world's power was weakened, it was also easier for her to completely refine it. As for Xue Xingquan and Geng Gui, it would not be too late to deal with them after she finished condensing the small world. If she continued to fight with this old man, she was afraid that she would be delayed here. When the other divine swords arrived, she might even be held here. Although she did not think that these guys could do anything to her, it was definitely not a wise choice to be held here. What's more, there was still a fellow left in his small world of ice extinction. Although this little fellow's cultivation was weaker than the other two who had escaped, his importance to him was self-evident. In fact, he was even more important than the other two combined. Therefore, she simply left. Zhang Zhe looked at Cold Jade Xiejian's departing figure and finally sighed. To be honest, if Cold Jade Xiejian chose to fight to the death with him, it would be very difficult for him. This sword's power was truly terrifying. Zhang Zhe's expression was solemn. No one knew what he was thinking. Finally, his gaze fell on Geng Gui. Geng Gui immediately felt an incomparably heavy pressure. He was indeed arrogant, and this time, He had profited from a disaster in the small world of extreme ice and obtained great power. However, he was not arrogant enough to dare to challenge this person in front of him. This person was truly terrifying. The first elder of the ghost-killing hall had once said that within the Taihang sword faction, this person was the most terrifying person. The first elder had even compared Zhang Zhe to the Devil Sect's sect leader. If he wanted to kill him now, there would be no way for him to escape. Chapter 641. Female Literature. Senior, Gungui thanks Senior for saving my life. Gungui said respectfully. His words came from the bottom of his heart. Originally, he had been reduced to a puppet under the power of the evil sword Cold Jade, unable to break free. But the attack of the Taihang sword faction sect leader Zhang Zhe had shaken the sword intent that had enslaved him, giving him a chance to break free. There's no need to thank me. I'm only doing this for the sake of that old ghost from your ghost-killing hall, and for you to be able to escape. This is also your own ability. However, you'd better leave quickly, otherwise whether you live or die is not something I can care about. Zhang Zhe said as he made a grabbing motion. The powerful Xue Xingquan was pulled over by him. Senior Xue has already fallen. The Xue clan will rely on you in the future. We'll talk about other things later. Let's return to the sect. Zhang Zhe grabbed Xue Xingquan and left. He did not see Su Yan appear, but he already had some guesses. But at this time the evil sword had already left, and Xue Xingquan had been rescued. It was not wise to fight the evil sword for Su Yan. Moreover, other experts had intervened at this time. Although Su Yan's potential was huge, he was still a genius who had yet to grow up. A genius who had grown up was actually meaningless. Xue Xingquan was different. He was already a venerable and a very powerful one at that. Xue family's old ancestor Xue had already fallen inside. If there wasn't a powerful figure to keep watch, if there was no one without the support of the Wang family and the two venerables from the Feng family, they would definitely attack and nibble away at the Xue clan. For this person at this juncture, maintaining the stability of the sect was the most important thing. If the sect was not stable, he would have to worry about the sect's affairs. Things were different now, and the world was about to become chaotic. The birth of the evil sword Cold Jade was one of the signs. Chaos was about to arrive. There was a legend in the 9 provinces that every origin era, the world would fall into chaos. Although this was only a legend, true experts wouldn't think so. Although the Great War 10,000 years ago had already been forgotten by many people, it still made many people worried. Back then, the demon race had not been completely destroyed. They would make a comeback. Although the Taihang sword faction was one of the top 10 factions in the Jiuzhou continent, it was incomparably glorious. However, would the Taihang sword faction survive the onslaught of the demon race? No one knew. Moreover, in this chaotic world, the most important thing was strength. The sect master was well aware of this. Therefore, he had to raise his cultivation level as soon as possible. Being a Dao master could not give him any sense of security. His goal was to become a venerable sovereign, or even the illusory venerable sovereign. Not long after the 3 of them left, a powerful aura rushed over. This dark and deep aura was just like the night. Did he just leave? Divine sword, this old man must have you. Then, his gaze began to explore the surroundings. In the end, his gaze landed on a place extremely far away. Haha, since this old man has already grasped your aura, don't think you can leave so easily. After a cold laugh, he chased after the 3 of them. The powerful aura that evil sword Hanyu and the Taihang sword faction sect master Zhang Zhe had sensed came from this person. At this moment, Su Yan was in great pain. He felt like he was about to die. After a short moment of consideration, he was certain that this person was the Dark Venerable. However, he did not understand why the Dark Venerable would attack him. If he wanted to protect the exit, he should have defeated Xue Xingquan and Gungui. But why would he attack him? Dong! A sharp pain came and Su Yan fell to the ground. As soon as he landed, Su Yan began to pant madly. His spirit energy began to circulate. Previously, everything about Su Yan had been sealed. Even breathing was extremely difficult for him. This feeling was really not good. His life and death were controlled by someone else. He could not control his own life. He was like a weak chicken. Come out. At this moment, a muffled voice sounded out. Su Yan was stunned. He did not understand what the other party meant by this sentence that came out of nowhere. Are you still going to hide? If you don't come out, I'll kill your host. The cold and dull voice sounded again. At this moment, Ice Absolute in Su Yan's sea of consciousness suddenly laughed dryly. Haha, you're still the same. You're really unfriendly. But let me remind you, you can't kill Su Yan. At this moment, Ice Absolute appeared in Su Yan's sea of consciousness. These two fellows actually know each other. Su Yan's heart skipped a beat. When he saw this scene, he immediately knew that it was Bingju who had tricked him this time. No wonder he felt that things were a little strange from the beginning. After all, this guy had agreed too quickly from the beginning. However, he did not speak at this time. He just looked at the two guys and secretly began to condense his vitality. You called yourself the new Ice Absolute. I didn't expect you to have reached this stage. You actually relied on the strength of a mortal to give birth to a new self. Darkness Tao Master said disdainfully. Ice Absolute did not care. You inherited the dark energy of the demon god Ice Absolute. That's why you're so strong. But so what? You're now imprisoned by an evil sword and can only be a watchdog. You don't seem to be any better than me. Su Yan listened to their conversation and figured out the origin of Darkness Tao Master. Darkness Tao Master had also escaped from the body of the demon god. However, Ice Absolute, who had reached an agreement with him, was transformed from a wisp of essence. Darkness Tao Master, on the other hand, was transformed from a wisp of dark energy. The existence of a sacred master was indeed terrifying. The fiend celestial had clearly fallen, but his dark aura had turned him into a Tao sovereign. Alright, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. When the time comes, tell me, why can't I kill this kid? Darkness Tao Master looked at Ice Absolute and asked directly. Ice Absolute smiled and said, Darkness, I know that you've always wanted to escape from the control of the evil sword. You're like me, you want to become a new self. It's just that you can't do it now. But believe me, you'll never be able to do it on your own. But Su Yan can help us. Before Darkness Holy Man could speak, Bingju continued. Do you know that his body contains the inheritance of the great demonic dragon, the inheritance of the great heavenly demon lord, and the inheritance of the Stupa sect? Do you think these three inheritances are enough? Upon hearing this, the Darkness Holy Man froze. Although Su Yan could not see clearly due to the darkness, he knew that Darkness Tao Master's expression must have changed. At this time he still did not speak. He just looked on coldly. Darkness Tao Master's gaze fell on him. At this time the light in Darkness Tao Master's eyes flickered. It was obvious that he was using a special power. After a while, the gloomy light gradually dissipated. Impressive, really impressive. I didn't realize that this kid had such a terrifying aura before this. It's really puzzling. It's really unbelievable. The Darkness Holy Man trembled as he spoke. The great heavenly demon lord, the great demon dragon, and the pagoda saint are all my greatest enemies. Even if I were to face any one of them, I wouldn't have the slightest chance of winning. However, this kid actually has three great inheritances hidden in his body. God is really helping me. God is really helping me. Darkness Tao Master's voice became more and more hurried. It was obvious that he was greedy. At this time he only wanted to strip Su Yan of his power and take it for himself. If he could obtain these three great inheritances, he would definitely make a qualitative leap. At this time, he had already made his move and charged towards Su Yan. In the face of this terrifying power, he was unable to move. He could only watch helplessly as Darkness Tao Master suppressed him. At this time Bingju sneered. The power of darkness was like a tentacle that fell directly around Su Yan. Brat, give me your power, give me your inheritance. I want to devour your flesh and blood. I need your power. Bingju, he's mine. He's mine. Darkness Tao Master had obviously fallen into a state of madness. He was completely incoherent. His greed was so blatant that he did not hide it at all. He wanted to devour Su Yan directly. He wanted to strip Su Yan of his power. However, just as his power was about to touch Su Yan, an extremely terrifying power burst out. A blazing streamer flashed directly at this time. A mighty and majestic aura suddenly burst out, and a terrifying power rolled out. Darkness Tao Master's powerful dark power was directly torn apart at this time. In the face of such a powerful power, he was like a weak child. The golden light became even more dazzling. Darkness, Tao Master cried out in pain. Spare me, spare me. However, the golden light did not weaken. Instead, it became even more dazzling. In the end, it turned into a mysterious swastika symbol. This mysterious ancient symbol rotated gently like a millstone and rushed towards Darkness Tao Master's body. Darkness Tao Master howled crazily. In the end, he could not even make a sound. His whole body was trembling. In the end, the golden mark finally dissipated. However, when the mark dissipated, a little golden light had already penetrated his body. The entry of this light made the Darkness Tao Venerate sink into despair. Chapter 642. Female Literature. After a long time, the light finally dissipated. The wailing of Darkness Holy Man gradually subsided. At this time, Bingju sneered and said, "Hey, you old thing, I remember telling you not to act rashly. Why didn't you listen?" Bingju was very proud. Obviously, he had guessed that this would be the result. At this time, Su Yan's expression became more serious. He was even more afraid of Bingju. Even he himself did not know that this would be the result, but Bingju knew it. This was a terrible enemy. Although they were temporary allies, he was an extremely dangerous existence, just like Duanmu Longhu. If something went wrong, he might bite Yi Shiwen to death. At this time, Darkness Holy Man finally came to his senses and looked at Bingju angrily. "You damn guy, you must have known that this would be the result from the beginning, right?" He questioned sternly. His voice was so angry and mournful. It seemed that he could not wait to tear Bingju apart. Bingju said, "I have warned you not to act rashly against Su Yan, but you didn't listen. You are now a Tao Master, and I am as weak as a child in front of you. What do you think I should do?" Bingju's words were very innocent, as if there was nothing wrong with what he said. However, it was obvious that this guy did it on purpose. He already knew that this would be the result from the beginning, but he did not warn Yi Shiwen. That is the power of the Buddha, right? It is really great and sacred. Darkness, you can try again. I don't know if it will be the power of the great heavenly demon lord or the great demonic dragon that will suddenly erupt this time. Bingju did not care about the cold eyes of Darkness Holy Man and said sarcastically. Hearing this, the Darkness Tao ancestor did not fly into a rage again. Instead, his gaze landed on Su Yan. "Su Yan, you are Su Yan?" Su Yan said, "Yes." Darkness Holy Man let out an unpleasant laugh and said, "Very well, I think we need to have a good talk now." Su Yan stood up and replied, "All right, I'll listen. As for whether I agree or not, I'll decide after you're done." There was an extremely powerful Tao Master standing in front of him, but at this time he was not weak at all. He did not expect that the Buddha's heart would suddenly release a ray of light to protect him at this moment. However, it was clear that this radiance had intimidated this guy. After the Buddha's heart had been condensed, his cultivation base had advanced by leaps and bounds. At the same time, he was able to suppress the great demon dragon's heart. However, he had never thought that the Buddha's heart would be so powerful. However, now that he thought about it, since the Buddha's heart was the inheritance of the Buddha's gate, it naturally had countless uses. At the very least, he wouldn't watch his successor get killed for no reason. "Let's work together," Tao Master Darkness said directly. He looked at Su Yan and continued, "You don't have to worry that I'll attack you. Although I really want to devour you, you can rest assured that I won't attack you now. I think you should be able to sense it." Darkness Holy Man continued, "Just as Bingju said, I am now imprisoned by the evil sword Cold Jade. I can't break free at all, so I hope to borrow your strength." Su Yan said, "You are a Tao Master. If even you can't break free, how can I do it?" This was the most direct question. Even a powerful Tao Master couldn't break free. So Su Yan was only in the dragon realm. Moreover, he was in the four dragons realm. Compared to a Tao Master, his strength was like an ant. Darkness Holy Man said, "No, you can. Although you are not strong, you have three great inheritances. Whether it is the Buddha's inheritance, the great demonic dragon's inheritance, or the great heavenly demon lord's inheritance, they can all do it. You may not have enough concept, but you should know that these three existences are the most terrifying experts in human history. Even the demon gods of the infernal devil clan are wary of them. If you can summon their strength, you can definitely subdue this sword chi that is restraining me. Although Su Yan had always known that the strength of these people must be very powerful, he did not expect that this kind of terror had actually reached such a level. To be able to make the one in front of him say such words. After all, this was the extreme ice demon god, an existence equivalent to a holy master. Even so, why should I help you? Or in other words, if I help you, what benefits can I get? Su Yan said directly. Darkness holy man was immediately angered. Don't you want to leave this damned place? Do you want the evil sword Cold Jade to refine you into a slave? Both Bingju and I can see through you, but I can't. The evil sword society can't do that. In order to become a god, she will do anything. If you think she will let you go, then just wait and see. Su Yan remained silent. Of course he understood this point and he was worried about it. Although it could be said that each of these three great inheritances was very powerful, and just now, the power of Futu had already proved this. However, this was not inevitable. Furthermore, Xiejian's power was stronger than Darkness Holy Man's. Furthermore, Lin Fan's body only contained the inheritance and not the real three great masters. But now, both sides were negotiating. I am not afraid of death. Su Yan said these 4 words. Darkness Holy Man was flowing all over his body. It could be imagined that if he could make a move at this moment, he would definitely crush Su Yan to death. But in the end he held himself back. Because he had already suffered a loss, he could not attack so easily. Finally, he took a deep breath and said, Boy, this is the dark pearl of despair. This is the crystallization of the dark energy that I have gathered for so many years. As long as you refine it, you will no longer be afraid of darkness, unless you meet someone who is in a higher realm than me. Otherwise, no amount of darkness can bury your eyes or devour your heart, and you can use it to break through to a higher realm. Su Yan smiled and accepted the item, then said, In addition, you have to help me do 3 things. The Buddha's seal has entered your body. Once you agree, you can't go back on your words. Darkness Holy Man trembled. His original body was the demon god Extreme Ice Lawless. Back then, his original body roamed the world and destroyed countless lives. Although he was born from the dark essence of his original body, he was still a Dao master. Even Zhang Zhe, the leader of the Taihang sword faction, was only a Dao master at this time. He should be a supreme existence, but at this time he was being threatened by a boy. But there was nothing he could do. In the end he sighed and said directly, Okay, I promise you this. Tell me, what are the 3 things? Su Yan said, The first thing is very simple for you, and that is to tell me this guy's Achilles heel, which is his fatal weakness. Don't say that you don't know. Since both of you evolved from the body of the demon god, you must know each other well. Extreme Ice was really a gloomy guy. If he did not know his background, Su Yan would not be able to sleep and eat in peace. Although Duanmu Longhu also cooperated with him, Extreme Ice existed in his sea of consciousness. If he did not know his background, it would be extremely dangerous for him. Extreme Ice's expression changed. At this time, Darkness Holy Man said, Actually, this guy's thoughts are very simple. I think you should have guessed it. He just wants to seize your body. Don't be fooled by this guy's honest cooperation. In fact, he wants nothing more than to seize everything you have. At this moment, Bingju was filled with rage. His gaze landed on Darkness Holy Man. The Darkness Holy Man was right. From the moment he met Su Yan and stole his other spirit from him, he wanted to turn the tables. No, it should be said that he wanted to set things right and become the real Su Yan. After all, Su Yan's body was too tempting. He had the inheritance of the great demon dragon, and his body was already flowing with the blood of the great demon dragon. He had the inheritance of the Buddha, and the heart of the Buddha in his body was beating, allowing him to stay away from corruption forever. He also had the finger bone of the great heavenly demon lord. Once it exploded, its power was terrifying. Su Yan was still in the dragon realm. Once he stepped into the honorable realm, Extreme Ice felt that Su Yan could even compete with Darkness Holy Man. What if Su Yan could live longer and go further? At that time, just how powerful would his strength be? It would not be difficult for him to become a sacred sage. If he could directly seize Su Yan's body, it would be equivalent to having everything. Although Darkness Holy Man was strong now, so what? As long as he had enough time, he would be able to surpass him in an instant. If he had no ambition, he would not have helped Su Yan for free. What about finding a new body? What about becoming the real extreme ice? That was all fake. What he wanted the most was to become Su Yan. Su Yan's mouth twitched and then he sneered. It was just as he had guessed. His gaze landed on Bingju. He was now considering whether or not he should kill this so-called other self. After all, the existence of this qualified person made him unable to eat or sleep in peace. At this time, Darkness Holy Man said, "Kill this guy. With me around, this guy is unnecessary. Killing him can reduce the danger." Chapter 643. Female Literature. I can help you kill this guy. Don't worry, such a simple thing will not be included in the 3 requirements. Venerable Heian added insult to injury and waited for Su Yan to speak. Su Yan narrowed his eyes, not knowing what to think. Bingju said directly, "No, you can't kill me. You should know how important I am to you. He only inherited the dark essence, but I have the wisdom of a demon god. I am another you. Also, with my current strength, I can't pose any threat to you, so don't listen to him." Bingju was indeed a little flustered now. He could see that if Su Yan agreed, the darkness demon god would really attack. After all, this guy had wanted to kill him for a long time. The reason why he didn't attack before was because he hoped that Bingju could help him escape the control of the evil sword Cold Jade. But now that Su Yan was here, Bingju had lost his value to the Darkness Holy Man. Therefore, the Darkness Holy Man really wanted to kill Bingju. It was just that Bingju and Su Yan were connected in a sense. The Darkness Holy Man was previously implanted with the Buddha's mark. Therefore, without Su Yan's consent, the Darkness Holy Man could not attack Bingju. In short, Bingju's life was now in Su Yan's hands. The Darkness Holy Man's words were very reasonable. Bingju was now a burden to Su Yan, or a dormant virus. The safest way to deal with such a virus was to eliminate it before it broke out. If Su Yan insisted on attacking at this time, the Darkness Holy Man did not think that he would have any hope. But at this time Su Yan said, "Forget it, let him continue to live. If he wants to devour me and replace me in the future, it will depend on his own ability." Bingju and Venerable Heian did not expect Su Yan to say such a thing at this time. The Darkness Holy Man said directly, "Are you crazy? For the current you, this guy is in extreme danger. Only by eliminating him will it be the best thing for you." However, Su Yan looked at him and said, "Darkness Holy Man, if I'm not wrong, you're not complete either. In other words, both of you are formed from the essence of the demon god. If you kill him, you can devour this essence and increase your strength in a short time. Am I right?" The Dark Holy Man was immediately at a loss for words. He did not expect that Su Yan would be able to see through this. Su Yan continued, "For the current me, you are an even more dangerous existence. So let's not talk about this nonsense. We are actually grasshoppers on the same rope now. Why don't we form a temporary alliance?" "All right, I agree," Aisju said. However, after he finished speaking, his voice weakened a bit because at this moment, he was actually the one with the least foundation, which meant that he was the absolute weakest. The Darkness Holy Man thought for a while and said, "All right." Thus, a temporary alliance was formed. Su Yan said, "Now that we have formed an alliance, we should think about how to escape the control of the evil sword Cold Jade." The Darkness Holy Man said, "This place was secretly formed by the essence of my original body after I died. Even Cold Jade will not be able to find me easily. However, she has now gotten rid of that strong person and will soon focus all her attention on this place. Thus we have to be quick." Aisju said, "Darkness's essence is imprisoned by Aisju's supreme sword chi. If we can get rid of this sword chi, then darkness will be able to take us away. Of course we have to be quick. Your friend and that guy from the Devil's Sect abandoned you and left the small world of Aisju without any sense of brotherhood. This has already attracted her attention. All right, there's no time to lose. Let's go immediately," Su Yan said directly. At this moment time was of the essence. Under the lead of the Darkness Holy Man, they soon arrived at the so-called Land of Origin. "Darkness Holy Man, your ice field is actually a drop of essence blood. The essence blood of a demon god. A demon god was in existence on the same level as a holy sage. The power of his essence blood was extremely terrifying." At this moment, He directly released a powerful force and a terrifying light was released from it. This kind of mysterious and powerful power was simply frightening. And above the blood essence, there was a small sword intent standing upright. Although the sword intent was very small, it had the aura of a monarch. The two of us can't get close to this sword intent, so we'll have to rely on you next. Su Yan did not waste any time and directly walked towards the blood of the demon god. Although it did not seem very far and was only a dozen meters away, when Su Yan stepped in, he found that he seemed to have entered a world of infinite darkness. However, at this moment the power of the dark bead of despair was released. The boundless darkness could no longer cause Su Yan any trouble. Su Yan thought that the darkness holy man was indeed an old schemer. It seemed that he had already calculated this step. This dark bead of despair should have been given to him. With the existence of the dark bead of despair, this path was not a problem. Su Yan quickly arrived at the front. Since this sword intent could suppress the terrifying blood of the demon god, its power was naturally indescribably strong. At this moment, Su Yan's entire being was filled with solemnity. The Buddha's infinite technique immediately appeared, and a golden radiance surrounded the surroundings. Under the golden light, the darkness holy man and Bingju could not see clearly what was happening. Bingju knew many things about him, such as the inheritance of the Buddha's sect, the blood of the great demon dragon, and the finger bone of the great heavenly demon lord. However, he did not seem to know about the regal sword soul. This was what Su Yan was relying on. Therefore, when he used his power, he directly used the Buddha's infinite technique to isolate the surroundings. Then the regal sword soul slowly appeared. After the regal sword soul appeared, it began to refine the sword intent. This sword will was simply too powerful. Even the revered sword soul could only melt this power bit by bit like dripping water penetrating a rock. However, at this moment the sword intent suddenly began to ripple. At this moment Su Yan already felt that something was wrong. It seemed that a power was appearing. It was at this moment that a light figure appeared within the ripples. The appearance of this light shadow made Su Yan take a step back. This was because her face appeared in this light shadow. That's right, it was not someone else, but evil sword Han Yu. The darkness holy man had planned for so many years and then set up this place. He thought that even Han Yu would not be able to enter this place easily. Obviously, the darkness holy man had underestimated Han Yu's power. Han Yu's power was far beyond his expectations. Such power was simply terrifying. At this moment Su Yan's eyes flashed with panic. He knew that danger had arrived. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Evil sword Han Yu's voice entered Su Yan's mind. This made Su Yan extremely fearful. He, the darkness holy man, and the others had planned so hard to avoid her. However, at this moment, she told him that she had been waiting for him for a long time. What was this? All their efforts and plans had gone down the drain at this moment. What an interesting sword soul. It can devour my sword intent. I have never felt such power before. Evil sword Han Yu's voice sounded again. Her voice was actually very pleasant to the ears. However, when it fell into Su Yan's ears, it made Su Yan aghast. It was as if a demon was dancing in his heart. Every note pierced his soul. At this moment her voice sounded again. From now on you the sword slave and the sword soul are mine. Han Yu's voice sounded again. Then, a ripple appeared from the sword intent. She wanted to steal Su Yan's regal sword soul. How could Su Yan allow her to do as she wished? The regal sword soul was Su Yan's foundation. In Su Yan's heart, even the Buddha's inheritance, the great demonic dragon's inheritance, and the great demonic heaven master's inheritance were not as important as him. How could he let the regal sword soul be taken away? At this moment he wanted to take back the regal sword soul. However, at this moment, he was shocked to find that there was a force blocking him. He could no longer control the regal sword soul. Cold sweat dripped from Su Yan's forehead. He was really confused at this moment. After all, the regal sword codex was his foundation. He was able to travel to this world because of the regal sword soul. To put it bluntly, the regal sword codex was his true foundation. If the regal sword soul was taken away, it would be the most painful punishment for him. What was worse was that what he was worried about had finally happened. Whether it was the demonic dragon's heart, the Buddha's heart, or the great heavenly demon master's finger bone, there was no movement at all. They did not appear to help Su Yan at all. Damn it! At this moment, Su Yan's heart was filled with anger. He was now in a hopeless situation. The regal sword soul began to wail. The regal sword soul's essence was very strong, but he was still too weak. He was no match for the evil sword cold jade. No, I can't lose the regal sword soul. Su Yan gritted his teeth and finally made a difficult decision. His gaze fell on the evil sword cold jade. Then he roared in anger and madness. So what if you have killed a saint? I will never surrender, and the regal sword soul will not be taken away by you. Do you want it? Humph, I will never give it to you. In that case, let's die together. Chapter 644. Female Literature. At this moment, Su Yan was really forced into a desperate situation. His own strength was so insignificant in such a confrontation, and at this time, the power of the three great inheritances was indifferent to it. However, he still had one last trick up his sleeve. It was an absolute taboo that he had never dared to use. The evil sword was indeed very powerful. However, it was not that he did not have the means to resist it. It was just that this means was too terrifying, and he had never dared to use it lightly. Divine Sword. He had a divine sword. In the red parting sword case, there was a peerless divine sword sealed within. He did not know which powerful existence had forged the red parting sword case, but it was able to suppress the peerless divine sword. Originally, Su Yan did not dare to touch the divine sword before he became a venerable one. No, before he became a holy venerable one. He did not dare to touch the divine sword because it was too dangerous. However, he was now forced into a dead end. If the revered sword soul was taken away, it was equivalent to taking away his life, or even something more important than his life. At this juncture, he was desperate. Haven't you always wanted to come out? Then come out and kill this thing in front of me. Su Yan roared. In the next moment, the red parting sword case appeared. The moment the red parting sword case appeared, the red parting sword case filled the entire dark space. Then Su Yan did not hesitate and opened the red parting sword case. When the red parting sword case opened, it was as if a boundless demon had been released. An extremely terrifying aura suddenly erupted, and that terrifying aura seemed to be able to suppress everything in this world. Under such a terrifying radiance, everything began to tremble. The terrifying power continued to surge, and a thick aura appeared. In an instant, Su Yan felt as if he was standing in a sea of blood and a mountain of corpses. The corpses were the corpses of gods, and the sea of blood was the blood of demons. At this moment, the boundless darkness that Darkness Holy Lord had spent countless years to gather was swept away in an instant. In the face of such power, what was a mere darkness? In the violent power, a long sword slowly appeared. Evil Sword Cold Jade let out a sharp cry. God punish her. She kept retreating, not even bothering with the revered sword soul. Su Yan took advantage of this opportunity to retrieve the revered sword soul. Just as he was about to do all this, he was sent flying. At this time, Darkness Holy Man, who was waiting outside, suddenly turned ashen. The aura of his entire body became sluggish. How could this be? How could this be? What exactly happened? Why is this happening? He had already become incomparably weak. At the same time, he had also become incomparably shocked. Evil Sword Cold Jade, she actually found this place. His entire person had become extremely lifeless. At this time, Bingju exclaimed, "Impossible, how is this possible? Didn't you put in a lot of effort to set up this place?" Now that the Evil Sword Cold Jade has appeared, Su Yan is dead. We're finished, we're finished. Extreme Ice was also in great pain. No matter what his motives were, Su Yan was extremely important to them. However, at this time Su Yan was dead. If Su Yan died at this time, everything would be for naught. Even Bingju himself would be greatly affected. This was because a part of the essence chi in his body belonged to Su Yan. No, this kid is not dead yet. I can feel an extremely terrifying power erupting from inside. Let's go quickly leave this place. The further the better. At this time he was almost in a state of madness. The power inside was so terrifying that he didn't even dare to extend his divine sense into it to investigate. This was because if he was not careful, his divine thought would be directly destroyed. Now he only knew one thing, and that was to run for his life. The Godslayer sword appeared. The long sword stood proudly, facing the Evil Sword Cold Jade. These two divine swords were like unparalleled enemies, directly facing each other. At this time the cold jade's aura also rose. As the two auras rose, a terrifying power directly tore through everything. The dark space that Darkness Holy Man had condensed was a joke, and was directly shattered. The terrifying sword chi directly exploded, and even began to shake the small world of Ice Extreme. The cold jade's eyes flashed with a look of unwillingness. Fighting with God Slayer in this small world was definitely an extremely stupid thing to do. As one of the top divine swords, the evil sword Cold Jade naturally knew God Slayer very well. She killed the sage and then cultivated into a human form. With her own ambition, she vainly wanted to become a true god. However, the sword in front of her was even more terrifying. God Slayer, God Slayer, God Slayer. This kind of sword was the most terrifying existence. What were the so-called 10 great divine swords in front of this long sword? She had never expected that there would be such a terrifying thing on Su Yan's body. Now that God Slayer had been released, there was probably nothing in this world that could stop it. Even she could not stop it now. At this time the small world of Ice Extreme was directly opened, and the small world was directly connected to the real world. She had no choice but to do so because once a battle started here, the small world of Ice Extreme would definitely not be able to withstand such terrifying power. The violent power constantly trembled, causing the entire small world of Ice Extreme to shake. After being destroyed by Su Yan and Shuexingchuan, the small world of Ice Extreme had become somewhat weak. At this point it was definitely not able to withstand such terrifying power. If a battle really started here, then everything would be completely destroyed. The evil sword Cold Jade directly rose into the sky, and the Godslayer sword slowly appeared. The two divine swords directly appeared in the real world. At this moment all the cultivators in the 9 states, as long as their cultivation had reached the level of Tao Master, could feel the terrifying power fluctuations of these few people. At this moment they all felt extremely oppressed. They even felt as if there was a peerless divine sword hanging over their necks. Such an aura shocked them, and even made them feel hopeless. In the distant sky, the old man who was thinking about this place stopped at this moment. In fact, he was not far from where the two divine swords were, but at this time, he did not dare to take another step forward. Too scary, too scary. What happened? Is this the end of the era? Is the end of the era coming? Originally, he came to snatch the divine swords, but now that he saw the divine swords in front of him, he did not dare to take even half a step forward. His whole body was trembling and in the end he left without looking back. In the Taihang sword faction, Zhang Zhe had just returned with Shuexingchuan, but in the next moment, his whole body trembled, and a trace of shock and even fear appeared in his eyes. Shuexingchuan took in this scene. Although Shuexingchuan thought highly of himself, he sincerely admired this sect master. But at this moment he actually saw the sect master in fear. What exactly had happened to make this person reveal such an expression? Sect master, what happened? Although he was powerful, he was not a Tao master, so he could not sense it at all. The so-called Tao masters were able to sense the Tao rhythm and understand the principles. The appearance of the Godslayer sword directly affected the Tao rhythm. Normal people would not be able to sense the change in the Tao rhythm, and only those who had stepped into the Tao master realm could sense it. The so-called Tao rhythm was the principle of this world, or more directly, the law of this world. But at this moment the law had directly changed. The end of the era, the world has changed greatly, and a disaster is coming. Is it really unavoidable? The Taihang sword faction sect master Zhang Zhe really lost his composure this time. He did not even hear Shuexingchuan's question. Su Yan looked at the two divine swords in the sky, and his whole body was in a daze. The Godslayer sword was really terrifying. If he had not been attracted by the evil sword Cold Jade, he would have been shocked to death by the sword chi. He could no longer see the specific scene in the sky clearly. The entire sky was filled with endless sword chi, and the violent power was constantly rampaging, as if it wanted to destroy everything. This terrifying power seemed to be able to pierce through the real world. At this moment, the power of the two divine swords was many times more terrifying than the power displayed by the Taihang sword faction's sect master and the Divine Wind sect's sect master at the same time. Boom! The two most powerful swords in the world directly clashed in the absence of a master. The evil sword Cold Jade had already developed intelligence, and even turned into a human form, wanting to become a god. But her opponent's name was Godslayer. The clash of the two swords directly caused the weather to change. Fierce winds, thunder, and fire appeared in the sky at almost the same time. The entire sky had become a land of disaster. All the living beings under the sky were annihilated in this terrifying confrontation. Whether it was powerful monsters, cultivators with high cultivation, or plants that had lived for countless years, they were all destroyed by this terrifying natural disaster. At this moment, the two divine swords directly clashed, and it was the best time for him to leave. Although at this time he was already severely injured, he did not want to continue to stay here, not even for a moment. He directly displayed the demonic dragon wings, and then summoned the sword dragon. Although his body was extremely heavy, and he felt extremely weak. But at this time, he still gritted his teeth and persevered. The door of the small world had not yet closed, and he directly flew up. After a lot of effort, he finally left the small world of extreme ice. If possible, Su Yan did not want to come back here for the rest of his life. When he left the small world of extreme ice, he could no longer hold on, and directly fell from the sky. Below him was an endless sea. Splash! Su Yan's whole body fell into the bottom of the sea. The sea was constantly roaring, and huge waves of thousands of meters high were set off. The huge waves rolled directly into the distance. Su Yan's consciousness was fading bit by bit. He was in too much pain. The moment the Godslayer sword broke free from the red parting sword case, his body was affected by the sword chi, and almost all of his meridians were destroyed. Right at this moment, two silhouettes flew over from afar. If one looked carefully, they were Darkness Holy Man and Extreme Ice. Bingju was fine, as he was not much different from before. However, Darkness Holy Man was in an extremely miserable state. His strong aura had long disappeared, and his whole body seemed to be on the verge of death. When the two divine swords clashed, his origin, which was the drop of demon god's blood, was directly destroyed. The destruction of his origin was almost a devastating blow to Darkness Holy Man. At this time it was already good that he was still alive. This was because Su Yan had previously injected the Buddha seal into his body, which caused him to have a certain connection with Su Yan. As long as Su Yan did not die, he could also struggle at death's door. However, his strength was greatly reduced by his flesh and blood, and his cultivation was also greatly reduced. He could not even exist independently for a long time, and could only rely on Su Yan's sea of consciousness like extreme ice. These two guys escaped from the small world of extreme ice, and found Su Yan with great difficulty. Quick, we can't let Su Yan die. If he dies, the two of us will be finished too. Extreme Ice roared. He and Darkness Holy Man directly entered Su Yan's sea of consciousness. In Su Yan's sea of consciousness, there were countless terrifying sword chi roaming. This kind of power made them feel awe, but fortunately, the two of them could still exist after finding a corner. The two of them directly released their power, and then enveloped Su Yan's body. Su Yan floated further and further in the sea like this. Chapter 645. Female Literature. Bingju and Darkness Holy Man were both filled with worry. Both of them were born from the body of the powerful demon god of absolute ice. Their knowledge was naturally incomparable to that of ordinary people. Yearning for great power was the instinctive pursuit of all living creatures. This was especially true for hell demons. Their pursuit of power was even crazier. If they were those sea beasts at this moment, they would definitely try to devour Su Yan's flesh and blood at all costs. This was an excellent way to increase their strength in a short period of time. If it were not for their special relationship with Su Yan, both of them would even want to devour Su Yan. The reason why it was still calm now was because the level of these sea beasts was too low. Although they sensed Su Yan's powerful strength, the aura emanating from Su Yan's body made them not dare to approach him at all. However, the calm was only temporary. The sea was far more dangerous than the land. As time passed, those more powerful existences would definitely sense everything. Just as the two of them were worrying, a small whirlpool suddenly appeared on the calm sea surface. This kind of whirlpool was very normal in the sea. However, at this moment these two powerful existences became anxious at the same time. Oh no, the worst situation still happened. Sea beasts, powerful sea beasts had finally arrived. Sure enough, in just a moment the number of whirlpools began to increase. The appearance of one whirlpool after another announced the arrival of powerful sea beasts. The waves began to roll, and huge waves began to sweep violently. A wave directly rolled up and then swept in the direction of Su Yan. Strangely, this wave directly turned into the shape of a sharp claw, and wanted to grab Su Yan directly. Bingju snorted coldly. "Humph, a mere sea beast, how dare you?" Now they were bound together with Su Yan for good or ill. If Su Yan was injured, the two of them would not have a good ending. Since this sea beast had already made its move, there was no need for him to be polite. With a thought in his mind, a powerful force surged out, and a solid blue ice suddenly appeared in the sea. As soon as the solid ice appeared, it directly broke through the waves. A moment later, a bright red color appeared in the waves. The sea beast that had attacked had already died. However, although they managed to kill the sea monster in a single blow, there was no trace of joy on their faces. Instead, their expressions became even more solemn. This was because they knew that this was only the beginning. This fellow who couldn't help but make a move was merely a minor character. That was why they were able to kill him so easily. Woo woo woo. At this moment, huge waves suddenly rolled up on the surface of the sea, and the sky darkened. The dark clouds that suddenly condensed were like a cage. Oh no! It must be the appearance of powerful sea beasts. Only the appearance of powerful sea beasts can trigger such a change in the weather. Darkness Holy Lord had become unprecedentedly solemn. It should be known that even the appearance of the powerful nine-winged winged serpent could not cause a change in the weather. The strength of this sea beast was simply unimaginable. Such a sea beast was definitely above the venerable realm. If it was during the normal period when Darkness Holy Lord was powerful, he would not even care about a venerable realm sea beast. However, it was different now. He had taken a blow from the divine sword. It was already a blessing that he did not die immediately. However, his own strength had dropped to a frightening level. At this moment, his fate was even tied together with Su Yan's. Moreover, they were above the sea at this time, which was a paradise for sea beasts. Damn it! If my strength was not damaged, no matter how many sea beasts come, they would be courting death. But now it's just. Darkness Holy Lord was a powerful existence, but now he was so aggrieved. Naturally, he felt very uncomfortable. However, now was not the time to complain. The most important thing now was how to avoid this disaster. The power of the sea beasts was too strong. They could not deal with it at all. Bingju, now you control Su Yan's direction. I will activate the power. Now we can only leave as soon as possible. After Darkness Holy Lord finished speaking, he began to activate his power. At this time, he used Su Yan's body as a small boat, and his own strength as the power. Bingju did not waste any words. The two immediately cooperated. Su Yan's body moved quickly in an instant. At this moment, a huge wave appeared directly. This wave suddenly rushed into the sky, as if doomsday had arrived. Splash! The sound of splashing water filled the sky. In an instant it was pouring. Bingju, this is not the way to go. Think of a way to wake Su Yan up. Darkness Holy Lord's power was enough to hold on for a while, but he knew very well that this was not the way to go. The arrival of the powerful sea beasts was beyond his expectations. What was really frightening was that he did not know how many of these sea beasts there were, and when they would appear. I understand. I've already tried to wake him up, but this guy's injuries are too heavy. It's not that easy to wake him up. Bingju was also very anxious. In fact, he had already started to try to wake Su Yan up. However, Su Yan had fallen into a deep sleep. No matter how hard he tried, he could not wake Su Yan up. There is no other way. Now we can only take one step at a time. Anyway, this kid can't die now. Once he dies, we will be finished, Bingju said directly. At this time, the sea beast had already pounced directly. It was a gigantic sea serpent. Its terrifying body was at least 40 meters long. Compared to it, Su Yan was simply a small insect. At this time, the huge sea snake directly fell. A behemoth directly fell, as if the night had directly descended. Darkness Holy Lord saw that things were not good and immediately used his power. Then his powerful power directly burst out. A faint black light enveloped Su Yan's body and then flew up. Poof! A huge wave directly splashed up, and the terrifying waves directly erupted. Endless waves rolled. Such a terrifying power was really terrifying. It was no wonder that all the experts were afraid of the sea. In the sea, such a terrifying sea beast wreaked havoc. It was simply unimaginable. After all, Darkness Holy Lord's power was incomparably terrifying. He narrowly avoided this attack. However, Su Yan's body was constantly being hit by the violent waves. His whole body was constantly swaying. Damn beast, I will kill you sooner or later. Darkness Holy Lord's eyes were filled with incomparably dense murderous intent. If it was possible, he would definitely kill this beast. If he could kill this huge sea beast, it would be endless benefits for him. If he could devour such a powerful creature, he would be able to recover a lot of his power. Unfortunately, he did not have the ability to do so now. The only thing he could do now was to escape. However, at this moment, a very silent sound came from the sky. The sound vibrated, and it actually forcibly blew the waves away. The wind suddenly blew, and the world changed again. Bingju and Darkness Holy Lord's faces became even uglier. This was because at this moment, another giant beast had appeared. This was a huge bird beast. Its size was not any smaller than the sea snake. It had a sharp beak and a ferocious third eye on its forehead. Three-eyed Oriole. This was definitely an extremely terrifying existence, and it had unimaginable power. Compared to the sea snake, this big guy was undoubtedly more terrifying. Just the sea snake was already terrifying enough, and now there was another monster like this. This was simply terrible. Perhaps this is a chance for us, Bingju said in surprise. Darkness Holy Lord came from the same origin as him, so he naturally understood what he meant. Quick, cover up Su Yan's aura. We can't delay any longer. Three-eyed Oriole was a very terrifying creature. It lived by the sea and hunted the giant beasts in the sea for food. It and the sea snake could be said to be natural enemies. This was the opportunity that they were talking about. As long as they could cover up Su Yan's aura, the three-eyed Oriole's attention would definitely fall on the sea snake. If the two fought, it would be their chance to escape. Darkness Holy Lord was able to hide in the small world of ice for so long, so his concealment skills could be imagined. Of course, with his current strength, it was impossible for him to hide in the vast sea forever. However, it was possible for him to hide for a short period of time. The black light became darker, and in the next moment, Su Yan's body disappeared into the sea. Neither the sea snake nor the three-eyed Oriole could sense it. Without Su Yan's aura, the two giant beasts immediately became angry. Then the three-eyed Oriole's gaze immediately fell on the sea snake. It appeared because of Su Yan, but it did not expect to lose Su Yan's aura at this time. With such a powerful bloodline, it could naturally feel the benefits of Su Yan. As long as it could devour Su Yan, it would definitely be able to evolve. However, now that Su Yan's aura had disappeared into thin air, even it could not detect it at all. Then its gaze immediately locked onto the sea serpent. Only the sea serpent and the sea serpent had appeared here. Su Yan was still above the sea, so when Su Yan's aura disappeared, its attention immediately fell on the sea snake. Then it swooped down from the sky and directly grabbed the sea snake. The sea snake and the three-eyed Oriole had similar thoughts. At this moment, when faced with its natural enemy, it immediately became ruthless and directly exploded. The two natural enemies met, and immediately launched the most intense battle. Darkness Holy Lord and Bingju took advantage of this opportunity, and finally left the range of the two giant beasts with Su Yan. Chapter 646. Female Literature. After a while, Su Yan's figure reappeared. Darkness Holy Man's concealment power had finally reached its limit. At this time, the battle between Three-Eyed Oriole and the sea snake had reached an earth-shattering stage. The boundless sea waves continued to roll, causing people's hearts to be filled with extreme fear. If such waves really fell, and they did not have enough Dharma power to block it, they would all die here. Fortunately, although these two huge monsters had spiritual intelligence, they were not surviving species of the untainted land, so their intelligence was not high. Darkness Holy Man's face was extremely ugly at this time. Extreme ice, this guy hasn't woken up yet? I can't hide my aura anymore. Although he had put some distance between them, he was very sensitive. However, he knew very well how sharp the ferocious beast's sense of smell was. Once they were released from their hiding state, they would immediately be in danger again. What was more dangerous was that other monsters might keep coming. This was the biggest crisis. To get out of danger, the most important thing was Su Yan. Only when Su Yan woke up was the way to go. However, Su Yan now seemed to be asleep and did not respond at all. If it were not for the fact that their lives were connected, they would have thought that Su Yan was already dead. There's nothing I can do. Darkness, this fellow has suffered such heavy injuries. It's already a miracle that he's still alive. I have no way of knowing what his current situation is. His sea of consciousness has already been sealed. How can I wake him up? Extreme Ice had become very anxious. The feeling of being weak was really not good. If it was the real Extreme Ice, how could he care about the situation in front of him? He was afraid that he would shatter everything in an instant. This huge sea snake and three-eyed oriole would immediately become his food. But what was the use of saying this now? Now they had no power and did not know where to go. Other than a limited struggle, the only thing they could do was to pray that Su Yan would wake up soon. Unfortunately, Su Yan could not hear their prayers at all. Time passed little by little. The waves became more and more turbulent, and the battle between the two monsters became more and more terrifying. However, at this time, the aura that enveloped Su Yan's body began to dissipate little by little. Dao Master Heon's expression turned extremely ugly. Finally, Su Yan's aura completely disappeared. Just as the layer of black gas dissipated, the two giant beasts sensed it at the same time. Their gazes turned towards this direction at the same time. While they were fighting, Darkness Holy Man had tried his best to bring Su Yan far away. But unfortunately, whether it was the terrifying sea serpent or the three-eyed oriole, it was only a short distance. At that moment, the wind in the sky suddenly grew in intensity, and the violent power transformed into a tornado, attacking Su Yan's body. Let's fight! Dao Master Heon immediately knew that the situation had reached a critical juncture. Bingju, I'll stop these two beasts. You take him and leave. Darkness Holy Man was furious. When did he, Darkness Holy Man, become such a selfless person? But now he had no other choice but to do this. Bingju did not dare to say any nonsense at this time. He directly summoned his most powerful power and left with all his might. At this time, Darkness Holy Man flew into the sky and released an extremely powerful dark aura. When this aura appeared, both the three-eyed oriole and the giant sea serpent stopped in their tracks. Obviously, they were very afraid of Darkness Holy Man. Although Darkness Holy Man's strength had been greatly reduced, not long ago, he was still a powerful and terrifying holy man. Now his aura directly rose. He immediately intimidated the two beasts. He looked at the two beasts expressionlessly but did not directly attack, because he knew very well that he was just putting on an act now. If the two beasts really rushed towards him recklessly, he would not be able to hold on for long. But now the two beasts were intimidated by his aura and did not dare to act rashly. This was exactly what he wanted to see. This bought time for Bingju. Two beasts, how dare you be so presumptuous in front of me? If you retreat now, I'll spare your lives. Otherwise, I'll kill you immediately. He shouted in a deep voice. There was an incomparable majesty in his voice. Such powerful sea beasts had their own intelligence. He knew that if this continued, the two sea beasts would definitely find out something was wrong. So he directly used his power to burst out with the majesty of his peak. He did not believe that the two beasts would dare to be presumptuous in front of his majesty. Sure enough, under his aura, both the giant sea serpent and the three-eyed oriole had the intention to retreat. For such terrifying demonic beasts, seeking luck and avoiding calamity was already an instinct. Darkness Holy Man heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, these two beasts knew to be afraid. If they were more crazy, he was afraid that he would have no way to deal with them. During this time, Bingju took Su Yan and floated far away. Darkness Holy Man finally heaved a sigh of relief. Roar! However, at this moment, something unexpected happened. A terrifying roar rang out. That terrifying roar caused Dao Master Darkness's spirit to tremble unceasingly. Damn it, we're really done for this time. Even Dao Master Darkness was terrified at this moment. Another demonic beast had arrived, and this demonic beast was much more terrifying than the two in front of them. Before the demonic beast's figure appeared, A blood-red light shadow had already descended upon them. The scarlet radiance made Darkness Holy Man's heart tremble. The violent demonic aura almost crushed the aura he had painstakingly created. Damn it, it's the blood-winged dragon. The blood-winged dragon was not a real dragon. However, its ferocity was definitely above that of most dragons. In the memory he had inherited, there were clear memories of the blood-winged dragon. Back then, the blood-winged dragon had slaughtered countless hell demons. Even demon gods had died under the claws of the blood-winged dragon. The aura he had created previously could suppress the two sea beasts. However, it was a complete joke to the blood-winged dragon. Without any hesitation, he retracted his aura and headed in Su Yan's direction. At this moment, the blood-red shadow had already rushed down. The originally dark night had now turned into a blood-red sky. The blood-winged dragon had already locked onto Su Yan. It's over, it's really over this time. Both Bingju and Darkness Holy Man felt their hearts collapse. When they saw the blood-winged dragon, even their souls began to tremble. After all, to them this was simply their natural enemy. The blood-winged dragon had already descended from the sky. His body was smaller than the three-eyed oriole and the mysterious sea snake. However, the majestic aura he exuded was not something these two could compare to. That violent and majestic aura had already caused this part of the sea to sink a little. Outside of Su Yan's body, the light that was formed by the two of them was instantly destroyed. In front of the blood-winged dragon, they were truly just ants at this moment. Everything was constantly sinking, and the terrifying vortex was about to swallow the entire world. The blood-winged dragon was already extremely excited. At this moment, it could feel the extremely powerful call of blood from Su Yan's body. The blood of the great demonic dragon. As long as it could devour this human, its power would increase by a level. It might even be able to reach the power of its ancestor in ancient times. No, it might even surpass that ancestor in ancient times. At this moment, its gaze fell on Su Yan, and its huge body slowly descended. As powerful as it was, it naturally felt the existence of Bingju and Darkness Holy Man. However, how could it care about them at this time? Its entire mind was attracted by the aura of the great demonic dragon. Then it suddenly opened its huge mouth and a red light fell. Su Yan's body slowly floated up, following the red light against the sky. At this moment, Darkness Holy Man once again gathered his power. However, it was a pity that his power was directly scattered as soon as it was gathered. The blood-winged dragon had already become the ruler. Darkness Holy Man and Iceju could feel the thoughts in the blood-winged dragon's heart. It was greed and passion. However, the worst thing was that Su Yan did not move at all. At this moment, Su Yan's consciousness had already fallen into a world that he had not seen for a long time. He clearly knew that he was in an illusion. It was just an environment. However, he was unwilling to wake up at this moment. It was as if he had locked his own soul and put an end to everything. It was because of this that Iceju could not enter his sea of consciousness to wake Su Yan up. Even the voice of the Four Direction Seal's weapon spirit, Aya, could not be transmitted. At this moment, the world Su Yan was in was covered in snow and ice. It was surrounded by endless snowy mountains. This world was the place where Su Yan's dream began. If he had not come here, Su Yan might have just been an ordinary person. Perhaps he would have been slightly stronger than others. However, he would never have become a sword sage, nor would he have come to this world after his death. He was currently standing in front of the mysterious cave. His emotions were constantly surging, and he felt very absent-minded. He did not even understand why he was standing here again. There was a light in the cave, and it was this light that guided him. This feeling of déjà vu. Chapter 647. Female Literature. No, how could déjà vu describe the feeling at this moment? Now he had the urge to cry. There was no mistake, this was the place where his dream first began. In the cave under Kunlun Mountain on Earth. In the past, Su Yan was also a fan of swordsmanship. However, his swordsmanship was only better than ordinary people, but could not reach the level of perfection. His real transformation began here. Su Yan followed his memory and walked into the cave. The golden light became more and more intense until it completely drowned him. Back then he walked in front of the Taishang sword move in a daze. At this time he was completely different from back then. He did not become demented, but abnormally clear-headed. There was even an extremely strange feeling in his heart, because he actually saw a figure in the golden light. Back then, he only saw the Taishang sword move floating quietly, but now there was a figure. This figure exuded a mysterious and unfathomable aura from head to toe. Su Yan should feel vigilant against such an existence, but instinctively, he did not feel uneasy at all. Instead, he felt an unprecedented peace. It was as if this figure was the closest person to him. Su Yan walked in front of him and found that this figure was looking at him. His face was calm, and his eyes were like a galaxy. Looking into his eyes, one would feel as if they were looking at the entire universe. Su Yan walked in front of him. At this time, Su Yan did not know what to say. He clearly had many questions such as, "Who are you? Why am I here?" But now he could not say anything. The only thing he could do was to wait. For a moment, the cave seemed to be a little quiet. An eerie silence. In this silence, Su Yan's heart became more and more empty. Unknowingly, he began to forget everything. All that was left in his eyes was a sword. Su Yan had seen countless swords. In that mystical world, not to mention famed swords or divine swords, even ordinary long swords were much more powerful than the swords on earth. As for the divine sword Frigid Jade and the Godslayer divine sword, they were at the pinnacle of existence and possessed boundless divine might. Su Yan had seen the battle between these two swords with his own eyes. It was truly a battle that could change the color of heaven and earth. However, even these two divine swords could not be compared to the sword in front of him. Both the God-killing sword and the cold jade were incredibly powerful. They had even developed their own sentience, and the cold jade wanted to become a god. However, compared to the sword in front of him, it definitely lacked something that Su Yan could not identify. As for what it was, Su Yan could not say. While Su Yan was in a daze, the man suddenly stretched out his hand and placed it on Su Yan's head. This was an extremely dangerous action. If the other party really had any malicious intentions, Su Yan would be in great danger. As long as one was a martial artist, they would never allow others to get so close to them. However, at this time, Su Yan was unusually calm and didn't have any other thoughts. The palm finally landed on his head, and then countless images began to appear in his mind. These were scenes of extremely terrifying battles. Within the scenes, space was sinking. Everything caused Su Yan's heart to tremble. That sword intent was so arrogant and boundless. This sword was the Taishang. Su Yan understood that the Taishang was teaching at this moment. He had clearly comprehended the Taishang sword codex, and knew the first 4 swords. However, he now realized that the Taishang sword codex that he displayed was like a child's. At this moment he was deeply immersed in it. After an unknown amount of time, the countless images shattered and all the light dissipated. Su Yan's entire body shook. At this moment he only felt that the world was collapsing, and everything began to shatter. The cave was gone, and so was the mysterious person. Everything dissipated. Su Yan's heart was indescribably hesitant. His heart was filled with a deep sense of loss because at this moment, he felt that if this world had not been shattered, he might have been able to learn about a whole new world. For him, this was also a great opportunity. However, at this moment the entire world shattered, and then countless memories poured into his mind. All the images kept pouring in, and he immediately remembered his situation. He had been severely injured in the battle between the two divine swords. Previously, he was attracted by the mysterious dream and forgot everything. However, now that he woke up from the mysterious dream, he immediately knew that he was in danger. Su Yan, you idiot, wake up quickly. Hurry up, you bastard, you may want to die, but I don't want to die. Ice Ju's anxious voice was directly heard. In just an instant, Su Yan understood the situation at this moment. He was now in a very dangerous situation, and he would lose his life if he was not careful. The red light that fell on his head made him feel as if there was a knife on his back. At this moment he did not have time to respond to Ice Ju, and directly let his consciousness return. At the same time, he, who had originally closed his eyes, suddenly woke up. Without thinking too much, the spirit qi in his body began to circulate. With the circulation of the spirit qi, Su Yan's body directly flew up. For Darkness Holy Man and Ice Ju, this was really a hope in despair. Great, this damn brat, he finally woke up. People like Darkness Holy Man and Ice Ju were actually born with a heartfelt joy at this moment. In fact, it was not surprising. After all, their lives were not easy to come by. In the small world of Iceju, they had already experienced countless ups and downs. It wasn't easy for them to escape. If they were to die like this, how could they be willing to accept it? Su Yan unfolded the demonic dragon wings, and then his whole body directly flew into the sky. His speed was not slow, and he broke free from the blood-red light by a hair's breadth. He shook his head, and then his attention was immediately attracted by the monster in front of him. Why are you still in a daze? This is the blood-winged dragon, you are no match for it. Quickly retreat, or you will only become its food. Iceju's anxious voice directly sounded in Su Yan's mind. At this time, Su Yan had already started to fly away. Iceju, Darkness Holy Man, what happened? At this time, Su Yan directly asked at this time. Iceju gritted his teeth and said, what happened? That divine sword that can fight against Frost Jade was released by you, and you don't know what happened? Iceju's whole body trembled at this thought. At first, he used the other spirit of Su Yan to merge with Su Yan's other spirit, and thought that he knew everything about Su Yan. However, later on, he found that what he knew was only a small part of Bing Shan. Su Yan actually had such a terrifying divine sword in his hand. That terrifying amount, even now he could not calm himself down. Such an existence was not something he could provoke. If it was not for the evil sword Frost Jade, Su Yan would have been hiding this sword. Then what should he do when he wanted to do something in the future? Don't talk nonsense. I'm asking you what happened after I fainted. What's up with these giant beasts? And why are you two connected to my sea of consciousness? If it was just Iceju, it would be fine, but now even Darkness Holy Man had a mysterious connection with him, which made Su Yan very confused. It's all because of you. Darkness Holy Man was injured by the divine sword and lost half of his power, so he had to connect to your sea of consciousness like me. This guy will be your fighter in the future, and he will be under your control. Iceju said this, and there was no hiding his gloating. The Darkness Holy Man said angrily, Su Yan, although my soul is connected to yours and is even restricted by you, don't go overboard. After all, it's all thanks to me that you're able to survive until now. It was obvious that Darkness Holy Man was very afraid of Su Yan, and it was also obvious that he was overbearing in his control. Su Yan sneered and then said, Humph, if it wasn't because your life is connected to mine, would you work so hard to save me? But don't worry, as long as you don't have any other thoughts, I Su Yan am a reasonable person. I won't do anything to you. If Iceju said such words, Darkness Holy Man would never believe it. After all, he knew Iceju as well as he knew himself. But Su Yan's words made him feel a lot more at ease. Su Yan, this is a blood-winged wyvern. Although it isn't a true dragon, there's no need to doubt its fearsomeness. During the ancient war, this blood-winged wyvern massacred our demon clan. Darkness Holy Man continued, Of course, don't think that this evil beast is coming for us. To tell you the truth, according to my memory, the ancestor of the blood-winged dragon was killed by the great demonic dragon. Hearing this, Su Yan's heart skipped a beat. He did not doubt this sentence, because at this moment, he was full of repulsion towards the blood-winged dragon. After he unfolded the demonic dragon wings, the blood-winged dragon seemed to have gone crazy and directly rushed towards him. Although his speed was not slow, it was not comparable to the blood-winged dragon. At this moment, he could even smell the disgusting aura coming from the blood-winged dragon's mouth. At the same time, he also felt an extremely strong and terrifying will. This time he was really in danger. He had just escaped from two peerless swords, and now he had to face such a crisis. Oh no, Su Yan, pay attention to the front. At this moment, Iceju's exclamation sounded again. Su Yan looked directly and found that there was actually another terrifying monster in the distance that was heading towards him. The blood-winged dragon, the three-eyed oriole, and the sea snake behind it were already extremely terrifying existences that Su Yan could not deal with. And now another terrifying monster had appeared. This was no longer just a case of misfortune coming one after another. Chapter 648. Girls' Literature. Su Yan had been severely injured, and the blood of the great demonic dragon was flowing out of his body. The aura of the blood was fatally attractive to these beasts. Such a powerful lineup was enough to destroy a sect. Even if these four beasts were to descend upon the Taihang sword faction, they would still be able to bring disaster to them. And at this time, what did he have to face these terrifying monsters? The arrival of these 4 terrifying beasts made him lose the courage to fight. Could it be that I've reached the end of the road? At this moment, Su Yan was already trapped in the center. He couldn't even move now. Damn it, do I have to die with you? I don't want to die like this, Bingju kept cursing, as if he wanted to say all the nonsense before he died. Shut up, you idiot! Darkness Dao Master shouted angrily. Su Yan could not care less about the two of them. He was thinking of a way to escape. Although he had lost all hope, he did not want to give up hope. The 4 beasts were extremely powerful, but he still did not want to give up. In just a short while, the 4 beasts had already surrounded him. A huge and terrifying aura was pressing down on Su Yan. These 4 demonic beasts were the 4 supremacies, and each of them was stronger than an ordinary honorable, especially the blood-winged dragon. Its strength was close to that of a holy master. No matter how confident Su Yan was, he did not think that he had a chance to fight against this terrifying monster. No, maybe I still have a chance. At this moment, the blood-winged dragon had already launched its attack, and its speed suddenly increased to the maximum. A blood-red light flashed in the sky, and it appeared in front of Su Yan. Feeling the terrifying aura, Su Yan's demonic dragon wings flapped, and he turned around and flew forward. In front of him was the terrifying giant beast that had just arrived. This was a ferocious tiger with a pair of wings. Its entire body was emitting an extremely ferocious aura. Even when compared to this blood-winged wyvern, it was not the slightest bit inferior. That was the double-winged heavenly tiger, a terrifying giant beast with an extremely powerful bloodline. Su Yan's action was simply walking right into a trap. At this moment he was like a madman. Bingju roared. Su Yan, what are you doing? I don't want to die, I don't want to die. He thought that Su Yan had gone mad. However, at such a time it seemed that no matter which direction he chose, it was not a good choice. At this moment, the blood-winged dragon felt that Su Yan actually dared to escape in front of it. It immediately became incomparably furious. With a roar, he flashed again and caught up with Su Yan in no time. Roar! Just as he was about to grab Su Yan with his claws, the tiger in front of him immediately let out an angry roar. At this moment, Su Yan was very close to him, and the distance between them was constantly shrinking. As far as he was concerned, Su Yan had already become his prey. At this moment, the blood-winged dragon was tantamount to snatching food from the tiger's mouth. How could the double-winged heavenly tiger accept such an outcome? At this moment, it immediately pounced forward. Then, its huge body directly collided with the blood-winged dragon's body. When the 2 giant beasts collided, there was an ear-piercing roar. Su Yan's entire body was blown away. The blood-winged dragon and the double-winged heavenly tiger began to fight, immediately causing an incomparably terrifying aura. At this moment, Bingju immediately became alert and said directly, "This is a good opportunity. Su Yan, hurry up and leave." However, Su Yan did not move at all. At this moment it was clearly the best time to leave, but he did not move at all. This made Bingju very anxious. Bingju, shut up. Don't disturb Su Yan's thinking. At this moment, Darkness Talent directly interrupted Bingju's nonsense. Of course, he also knew that the current situation was critical, but he saw further than Bingju. In other words, he trusted Su Yan more. Moreover, he could also see that Su Yan's actions were indeed beneficial to him, and the benefits were obvious. At the very least, the blood-winged dragon and the double-winged heavenly tiger had already begun to fight. And he also believed that if Su Yan directly left at this moment, he would definitely not be out of danger. Instead, he would fall into even more danger. Right now, he was everyone's target. The reason why these 2 beasts were so unscrupulous and directly started fighting was because their strength far exceeded Su Yan's. However, if Su Yan dared to escape at this moment, they would definitely act immediately and subdue this prey. Moreover, it was not only these 2 beasts, but also the 3-eyed oriole and the huge sea snake. As long as Su Yan left, he would immediately die. At this moment he certainly felt that something was very wrong, but there was nothing he could do about it. However, at this moment the battle between these 2 powerful beasts temporarily protected Su Yan. These 2 beasts were the most powerful existences here. The sea snake and the 3-eyed oriole would definitely not dare to approach them. Otherwise, it would be a provocation to the strong and they would be killed endlessly. Of course, the three-eyed Oriole would definitely not be willing to leave just like that. He was waiting for an opportunity, waiting for the two beasts to mutually injure each other. Not only him, but the sea snake was also the same. Beasts at this level already possessed the intellect from the bottom of their hearts. At this moment, the situation had already become very bad. In an extremely distant place, there seemed to be more beasts gathering here. At this moment, Bingju suddenly spoke. "Darkness, you bastard, you're already at this point, are you still going to hide?" Darkness Dao Master's expression changed directly. Previously, when Su Yan was in a coma, we had no way to use that move, but now that Su Yan has woken up, we can use that move. Although the cost of this move is extremely high for you, you should also know that if you don't do this, we will all die. And as long as we continue, there will always be hope, right? Darkness Dao Master directly said. I don't know what you are talking about. At this time, he hated Bingju to the extreme. Because the two of them were born from the same source, he knew too many of his secrets. This was also the reason why he wanted to kill Bingju in the small world of Bingju. Bingju chuckled and continued. Don't you understand? Then let me explain. Su Yan, you should also know the situation now. With your strength alone, you can't leave this place. But as long as you devour Darkness Dao Master's power in a short time, your strength will increase in an instant. This kind of power naturally won't allow you to compete with such a terrifying beast, but I think it's enough to support us. This is something I just thought of. Really, when a person is nervous, their brain works better. Now that Darkness Dao Master is restrained by you, if you force it, it will be useless no matter how he resists. So don't hesitate anymore. Bingju's words were very harsh. At this time, they were in a life and death situation, and more importantly, the only way to survive was in front of them, and that was to directly devour Darkness Dao Master's power. For Su Yan, Darkness Dao Master had nothing to do with him, and they were very likely to be enemies. Devouring an enemy's power and then letting himself escape, he didn't believe that Su Yan didn't know what to do. Therefore, at this moment he was gloating instead. In fact, saying that he just thought of it was nonsense. Bingju had known about this for a long time, but he didn't mention it at all. Now, he only mentioned the only way out. This was done deliberately. He wanted to use Su Yan to directly stun Darkness Dao Master. Although this kind of devouring would not directly take Darkness Dao Master's life, it was enough to make him disappear for a long time. During the time when Darkness Dao Master disappeared, many things would happen. Moreover, although Su Yan had absolute suppression over Darkness Dao Master, if he forcibly devoured Darkness Dao Master, Darkness Dao Master would definitely fight back crazily. At that time, Su Yan's body would also be injured. To him, this was the most wonderful thing. Su Yan, you said that you wouldn't make things difficult for me. Darkness Dao Master hurriedly said. Previously, he had a premonition that Bingju would do this, so he asked Su Yan not to make things difficult for him from the beginning. Ha ha ha, Darkness Dao Master. How could you be so stupid? Su Yan really won't make things difficult for you. He is saving you. Bingju said with a laugh. To a certain extent, if Su Yan forced him to do this, he could indeed let him live. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was saving him. Su Yan. At this time, Su Yan said calmly, Shut up. These 3 words were enough to infuriate Dao Master Darkness. He had even started to think of other ways. At this time, Bingju was even more proud. Who would have thought that Su Yan's next sentence would directly interrupt his laughter? Bingju, I asked you to shut up. Didn't you hear me? Su Yan shouted in a low voice, and at the same time, a thought rushed directly into his mind. If he could suppress Darkness Dao Master, then the weaker Bingju would not be a problem. Ah, Su Yan, what's wrong with you? I'm giving you advice. Aisju immediately became very angry. Ah! As his words fell, what greeted him was an even more intense pain. Darkness Dao Master, since Su Yan, said that I would not make things difficult for you, I will definitely do it. After he finished speaking, he ignored Darkness Dao Master and Bingju and said directly, Let me try this move. I hope it is fast enough, otherwise I will really have to stay here. Chapter 649. Female Literature. Su Yan's eyes flashed. He was not waiting for death here, but thinking of a way to leave this place immediately. Although the speed of the demonic dragon wings was fast, It was not enough in front of these fierce beasts. If he wanted to leave this place alive, he must be faster. What Bingju said was naturally a way, but Su Yan did not consider it at all. First of all, how could Su Yan dare to believe what Bingju said? This guy was obviously setting a trap for him, and this seemed to be an overt scheme. Second, he was not at the end of the line now. That was the regal sword flight. In the mysterious dream, Su Yan obtained the power inheritance of that mysterious person, although the inheritance was not complete because of the time. But one of the moves was the regal sword flight. The regal sword flight was a move that transformed all the sword chi, and then displayed the fastest speed. Although Su Yan did not know how fast this speed could be increased, he knew from the inheritance that if the speed of the regal sword flight was increased to the limit, it would not be a problem to even cross the Milky Way. Of course, with Su Yan's current strength, it was naturally impossible for him to cross the Milky Way, but he was confident that when he displayed the regal sword flight, he could get rid of these beasts. The reason why he was motionless before was because he was thinking about this set of regal sword flight. Absorbing the power of darkness holy man was indeed very beneficial for him in the short term. No, not only in the short term but also in the long term. That was why Bingju was sure that Su Yan would do as he said. But he still miscalculated Su Yan. At this time Su Yan directly sealed him, not allowing him to make a sound again. At this time Su Yan said to Darkness Holy Man, "Darkness Holy Man, don't worry, I Su Yan will naturally keep my word. I will not steal your power." Darkness Holy Man's expression changed slightly, and then he said, "Su Yan, since I have attached myself to your divine sense, I think you should understand how much benefits you will gain if you devour me now. Right now, you are at the peak of level 4 of the Dragon Realm, but once you absorb my energy, you can directly break through to level 6. Su Yan said directly, "Well, don't talk nonsense. I Su Yan naturally know this, but you don't need to talk nonsense. The most important thing now is to get out of here immediately." "But if you don't devour my power, how are we going to do it immediately?" he said directly. However, Su Yan did not answer him. He just said, "You don't have to worry about these things. You just have to look after the surroundings for me." Regal escape technique haste. As soon as Su Yan finished speaking, he immediately turned into a stream of light and disappeared on the spot. His speed was too fast, far beyond Darkness Holy Man's imagination. Darkness Holy Man had never thought that Su Yan's speed could be increased to such a level. Perhaps with this kind of speed, he could really leave this place unscathed. At this moment, the Bloodwing Dragon and Double-Winged Sky Tiger indeed discovered Su Yan's movement. At the first moment they immediately launched their attacks. All of a sudden, they stopped the battle and charged towards Su Yan. Su Yan's speed shocked them, but their strength was already extremely terrifying. Moreover, their bloodline was special. After using all their strength, their speed immediately reached an unparalleled level. At this moment, Su Yan immediately felt an extremely terrifying pressure. Being directly targeted by these fierce beasts, the terrifying pressure was simply unimaginable. Under the influence of this pressure, Su Yan's speed immediately decreased by a lot. "Darkness Holy Man," Su Yan directly shouted. Without needing Su Yan to say more, Darkness Holy Man had already displayed his strength. The aura of darkness directly spread out, and a dark light curtain immediately appeared on the surface of Su Yan's body. The dark light curtain immediately appeared, and the pressure on Su Yan immediately decreased by a lot. "Su Yan, hurry, we have to hurry. I can't hold on for too long," Darkness Holy Man said directly. After all, he had already lost too much of his strength. At this moment, his strength was much weaker than when he was at his peak. Regal Divine Light Unparalleled Escape Technique, Extremity of Heaven and Earth. Su Yan's mind flashed with the image of the mysterious figure activating the Regal Escape Technique, and then he directly imitated it. As time passed, his speed became faster and faster. At this moment, although the distance between Su Yan and the two giant beasts did not increase, it was no longer shrinking. This was definitely a good sign. At this moment, Su Yan gradually understood some of the main points. His speed was still increasing. As long as this continued, he would definitely be able to increase the distance between them and escape. At this moment, Darkness Holy Man was also happy. After all, at this time the faster Su Yan was, the safer he would be. Good, you're really powerful. Su Yan, I knew you were extraordinary. That idiot Bingju actually wanted to destroy your spiritual soul. This is simply wishful thinking. Darkness Holy Man said directly. He and Bingju were already like fire and water. Naturally, he would not miss the opportunity to attack Bingju. However, Su Yan ignored him. At this moment, his entire mind was immersed in the sword escape technique. The wonders of the sword escape technique were simply unimaginable. At this moment, he had only grasped a little bit of it, but his speed had already increased to such a level. If he could deepen his control of it, his speed would have a greater breakthrough. Moreover, as his control of the sword escape technique deepened, his battle strength would directly increase. The regal escape technique was only one of the regal sword techniques. It seems that I can finally escape this disaster? At this moment, the distance between him and the blood-wing flying dragon and the double-wing sky tiger was actually increasing. This was really hard to imagine. Before today, he had never thought that his speed could increase to such a level. However, just as Su Yan's heart was changing, the wind and clouds suddenly stirred up again. An extremely terrifying ray of light appeared directly. This ray of light descended and directly separated into 4 rooms in the sea. Following the appearance of the radiance, everything was immediately restricted. Everything, including Su Yan and the 4 extremely powerful demonic beasts behind him. Just a moment ago, Su Yan was still immersed in joy. However, at this moment, his expression immediately became incomparably solemn. At the same time, Darkness Holy Man also became incomparably solemn. Not only that, but the 3 demonic beasts were also the same. At this moment, the sea snake wanted to directly escape into the sea. Unfortunately, just as it was about to escape into the sea, its huge body was directly fixed in place. Such a huge force in the face of this ray of light did not even have the power to resist. Not only this sea snake, but the other 3 demonic beasts were also the same. At this moment, an extremely terrifying majesty descended. Under this majesty, the entire sea seemed to be suppressed. What's going on? Why is it like this? Seeing that he was about to escape, Su Yan was actually directly fixed in place at this moment. This mysterious and unfathomable power was actually so terrifying. Oh no, this is a sacred beast, a real sacred beast. At this moment, Darkness Holy Man began to tremble. A sacred beast was an extremely terrifying term. The strength of a demonic beast was often much stronger than that of a human. Generally speaking, if a sacred beast and a holy master were to fight, the holy master would definitely not have much hope. Not to mention the current him, even if he was at his peak, there was absolutely no hope for him to face this sacred beast. At most, he could only ensure that he would be safe and sound. This was already a continuation. At this moment, the appearance of a sacred beast was a shocking nightmare for them. Although the blood-winged dragon was said to be very close to a sacred beast, it was only close. Compared to a real sacred beast, it was still very far away. Suddenly, the clouds in the sky were directly blown away, and then a huge palm directly descended. It was as if a god had directly descended, and an extremely terrifying power at this moment directly went berserk. The 4 demonic beasts immediately began to roar. Obviously, at this time they had all felt a huge threat. This sacred beast that suddenly appeared was simply too greedy. Not only did it want to take Su Yan away, but it also wanted to kill all of them. A direct battle between demonic beasts had always been extremely terrifying. When a real battle broke out, there would definitely be no mercy at all. At this time, the demonic beasts that appeared here were all very outstanding existences. If this sacred beast could devour them, it would have endless benefits even for this sacred beast. At this moment, the blood-winged dragon directly raised its head, and then directly burst out with a terrifying roar directly. Obviously, in the face of the pressure of death, this blood-winged dragon finally chose to resist in the end. Like the blood-winged dragon, the 2-winged sky tiger also did the same. It did the same, and directly released a terrifying shock wave, which directly rushed towards the sky. The 3-eyed oriole also directly flapped its wings, and then a whirlwind swept up. This whirlwind directly turned into a green light, and then suddenly rushed together with the 2 lights in front of it, which then rushed towards the slowly descending giant claw. At this moment, the 3 lights directly gathered and directly burst out with an extremely terrifying power. For a moment, it was as if they were able to compete with the shadow of the giant claw. Boom! The two such powerful forces directly collided, and the final result was a terrifying movement that was almost as if the sky and earth were to be split open. At this moment, the entire sky was filled with this extremely terrifying aura, and it was also at this moment that Su Yan's heart was beating wildly. If he were to be hit by such a powerful force directly, even he would not be able to leave behind a corpse. At this moment, he suddenly found that the sea serpent at this moment actually rushed towards the sea at this moment. Chapter 650. Female Literature. So that's how it is. Su Yan originally thought that he had fallen into a situation where he was bound to die. But things often turned around. Just when he thought that he was bound to die, he found a chance to survive. The sea. At this time, the three giant beasts attacked the holy beast, causing the power of the restriction to become weak. The sea serpent can take advantage of this opportunity to escape, and this is also my chance. Su Yan instantly became ecstatic. Then he fully activated the regal sword escape. Sure enough, although compared to the previous speed, it could only be described as the speed of a turtle, the power restriction still became loose. At this time, for such a monster to be able to evolve to such a level, it was indeed not simple. The sacred beast's light beam was a domain, and the sea serpent took advantage of the three powerful monsters shaking its domain to escape. Su Yan followed the path of the sea serpent and directly escaped into the sea. The sea was indeed very dangerous for him, but it was much better than facing a sacred beast. The waves were sweeping, and he had already rushed into it. The moment he entered the sea, the heavy waves came crashing down on him. This terrifying pressure caused his chest to become silent. Su Yan immediately operated his spirit chi and stabilized his breath. At this time, according to his realm, even if he stopped breathing for half a day, it would not be a big problem. However, in the sea, other than the air, the biggest threat was the pressure. The deeper he went into the sea, the more terrifying the pressure was. Moreover, the sea in this world was indeed more dangerous. This danger was not only because of the sea monsters in the sea, but also because of the seawater here. The density of the seawater here was far higher than in the sea. In other words, the pressure of the sea was indeed much more terrifying than in the sea. At this time, this terrifying pressure was constantly attacking Su Yan. It seemed to want to tear Su Yan apart. However, when Su Yan operated his spirit chi, this terrifying pressure was unable to do anything to Su Yan. Su Yan finally stabilized. He had begun to gradually adapt to the water pressure. Moreover, he was still diving deeper and deeper. The power of the sea was limitless. Although it was so powerful on the surface of the sea, it had become much weaker at this time. That suffocating feeling that was so intense that it made one despair had also faded by quite a bit. Smart. Su Yan, you are really amazing. At such a critical moment, even I am confused, but you can still find the opportunity to escape. I really admire you. Darkness Holy Man continued. Su Yan still ignored him. Whether it was the Darkness Holy Man or Bingju, Su Yan was still wary of them. It was not because of anything else. Just the fact that their birth was related to demon god Extreme Ice was enough to make him extremely wary. These two people were truly venomous snakes. Don't look at how obedient these two fellows are right now. This is because they are currently under my control. Once they have the chance, they will immediately bite me back. If Su Yan had a good enough opportunity, the first thing he would do was to get rid of them. But now was not the time because at this moment the crisis was not over yet. At this time, although the holy beast was temporarily blocked, Su Yan knew that this guy came because it felt the blood of the great demonic dragon on his body. Although he had concealed his aura after he woke up, Su Yan was not naive enough to think that his strength could hide from the holy beast. Secondly, since he was already embedded in the deep sea, he had to face another extremely powerful enemy, or an extremely powerful predator, the sea serpent. Su Yan could not say the name of the sea serpent, but he could guess that this guy must have an extremely extraordinary origin. Otherwise, under such a powerful domain, he would not have been able to find a way to leave so quickly. Since this guy had such outstanding intelligence, he would definitely not let him go. At this moment, a deep shadow approached Su Yan directly. Damn it, it still sensed it? After seeing this shadow, Su Yan knew that the strange sea serpent must have sensed his aura. This despicable thing, his nose is much more sensitive than I thought. Su Yan was not so stupid to fight with a sea serpent in the sea, let alone have such courage. Therefore, at this time he directly made the most correct choice, which was to escape. The Regal Sword teleportation technique was used again. The Regal Sword teleportation technique was indeed magical. Even in the sea, his speed was still very terrifying. Although the mysterious sea serpent was already trying its best to catch up, its speed was still unable to catch up with Su Yan. However, the sea serpent was furious. Its body swayed, and suddenly, the sea water began to flow backward. Su Yan immediately felt an extremely powerful force begin to drive him, and it actually dragged him directly behind. The giant beast in the sea was indeed very terrifying. Yu Shui knew that it could only be described as superb. At this time, Tao Lord Darkness also understood that this was an extremely dangerous time. He directly shouted, "Su Yan, I will lend you my power." As soon as his voice fell, an extremely powerful force immediately ran through Su Yan's body. This was a very cold and gloomy force. Even Su Yan's body trembled. That strange darkness made people feel as if they were about to be swallowed directly. However, Su Yan was very powerful after all. After the beginning, he had already adapted. Then, he directly activated this dark force, and his speed was raised to the extreme in an instant. After receiving the power of Tao Lord Darkness, Su Yan finally overcame the powerful dragging force of these powerful beings. At this time, he desperately moved forward. At this time in the sea, suddenly, a blue light began to shine directly. The moment he saw this light, Su Yan's heart was filled with a strong sense of uneasiness. This sea serpent was going to kill him directly. Su Yan controlled his sword, and his whole body directly twisted in a strange way. In a thousandth of a second, he escaped such a terrifying attack. However, this was only the beginning of the disaster. Just then, he suddenly felt an extremely terrifying force directly blasting into the sea. That force was really terrifying. One had to know that at this time they were already hundreds of meters below the surface of the sea. However, this force was still able to erupt with such a terrifying majesty. Compared to that force, the force released by the sea serpent was not eye-catching at all. This force was not coming for Su Yan, but Su Yan was still filled with endless uneasiness. At this time he already knew that the situation was very bad. Gurgle, gurgle. The seawater continued to riot. Then, his whole body was directly lifted by the sea water. In just a short while he was directly blown out of the sea surface. What a terrifying force. In front of this force, Su Yan was terrifyingly weak. He could not control his body at all. When he saw the sea again, Su Yan immediately felt that something was wrong. At this time there was an eyeball hanging high in the sea. The eyeball was surrounded by a terrifying purple light. This kind of light seemed to have endless destructive power. Evil Eye Tyrant. This time, Su Yan immediately recognized this legendary creature that had once appeared in ancient records. This kind of creature rarely appeared, but every time they appeared, it meant the arrival of a disaster. They were incomparably cruel and murderous. In their eyes, everything was just prey. In the records of the 9 provinces, if there was anything that could be compared to the invasion of the demon race, then it would be the appearance of the Evil Eye Tyrant. F***ck, it's actually such a troublesome creature. The Darkness Holy Man directly cursed. Obviously, he was very familiar with this kind of creature. Furthermore, even he called it a troublesome creature. One could imagine how dangerous it was. Although this creature only had one eyeball, it could transform into all kinds of powerful forces. It was as if the huge claw that appeared at the beginning was transformed from it. At this time, within its purple light, the three-eyed oriole, the winged sky tiger, and the blood-winged flying dragon were all powerlessly lying down. How powerful were these 3 demonic beasts? However, they were all defeated. They could not even escape. Su Yan immediately felt that the Evil Eye Tyrant's attention had already landed on him. This feeling of being targeted was definitely not good. At this time he only felt that his entire body was stiff. Even the circulation of his spiritual energy had started to stagnate. Facing the Evil Eye Tyrant's light was really a dangerous thing. At this time the mysterious sea snake was even more pitiful. Its huge body was already completely enveloped by the purple light. At this time Su Yan also discovered an extremely strange thing, and that was that the purple light seemed to be extracting his life force. It was not only this sea snake. Upon closer inspection, the other 3 demonic beasts were also like this. Su Yan immediately felt a chill in his heart. The evil-eye tyrant's attention was mainly attracted by these 4 demonic beasts. It temporarily did not care about him. However, it would definitely make a move to deal with him. None of the 4 demonic beasts were simple. Therefore, there was still a chance to fight back. However, if this continued, only death would await him. Su Yan also discovered that the purple power was gathering towards him. Damn it, this evil-eye tyrant is going to attack me. Su Yan was very sure that in front of such power, he did not even have the strength to struggle. This was absolute power. In front of absolute power, all of his methods were superfluous. At this time there was suddenly a sound that pierced through the sky. The roar was so loud that it directly descended from the sky. In the end it suddenly landed. A terrifying sound directly exploded. Godly sword slaying gods. Chapter 651. Female literature. Su Yan did not expect the Godslayer sword to descend. When the sword appeared, Darkness Holy Man's heart was broken. He had personally experienced the power of the sword and knew how terrifying it was. He himself had been affected by the sword, which was why he had suffered such a heavy injury. When he saw the sword, fear immediately appeared in his heart. Even death could not compare to this feeling. Wasn't he fighting the evil sword Cold Jade? Why did it appear here? At this moment he was not the only one who felt this way. Su Yan felt the same. Back in the Well of Swords he knew how terrifying the Godslayer sword was. All this time the Godslayer sword had been quietly stored in his red sword case. It was only when he was forced to retreat by the evil sword Cold Jade that he released it. When this sword appeared, he knew that he had personally released an extremely terrifying monster. However, he did not expect the Godslayer sword to descend at this moment. At this moment he was already in an extremely dangerous situation. He might become the sacred beast's food. However, the Godslayer sword appeared at this moment. As soon as the Godslayer sword appeared, it immediately appeared beside him. Then, a sword light erupted and immediately engulfed him. The Godslayer sword wanted to take him away directly. The appearance of the Godslayer sword angered the sacred beast. After all, the sacred beast saw Su Yan as its prey. At this moment this guy who suddenly appeared dared to come in and wipe his hands. He immediately became furious. A terrifying light appeared directly. He actually took the initiative to attack Su Yan. To be more precise, he attacked the Godslayer sword. That evil light directly descended, and the terrifying power caused countless waves to surge. The sea roared, and a wave of thousands of feet high rose and then pressed down on Su Yan and the Godslayer sword. This kind of power was something that Su Yan could not resist no matter what. If Su Yan was alone, he would not be able to resist such power. However, at this moment, a thought flashed through Su Yan's mind. Pick up the sword. This voice was very unfamiliar and contained an indescribable power. Pick up your swords and kill him. The voice sounded again. Su Yan was finally certain that this voice belonged to the god-killing god-slaying sword. Without any hesitation, he placed his palm on the divine sword. Then an extremely powerful force enveloped him. The sword chi instantly filled his entire body. At this moment he only felt that he was filled with endless power. At this moment Su Yan's eyes shone brightly. At this moment, the extremely terrifying power had already arrived in front of his body. If it was in the past, Su Yan would not be able to muster up any will to resist in the face of such power. However, at this moment, he did not even think and directly swung his sword down. There was nothing fancy about this attack at all. It was just a simple attack. When this strike landed, a crescent sword light immediately appeared. In that instant, the crescent moon became the only thing in the entire world. All the seawater was emptied in an instant. The violent power filled the entire world. The purple energy was instantly swept away. How powerful! The power that Su Yan was trembling in fear dissipated at this moment. Could not stop it at all. After this sword was swung, Su Yan's heart suddenly became extremely violent. A murderous intent filled his heart. Murderous intent. Such a blatant murderous intent. Facing such a terrifying beast, Su Yan should have felt fear and fled. However, at this moment Su Yan actually wanted to kill the other party. The evil-eye tyrant was a holy beast. His senses were extremely sensitive. He immediately sensed the change in Su Yan. The arrogant him was actually being looked down upon by a human. At this moment, although he realized that something was wrong with Su Yan, he no longer cared about anything else. An intense ray of light was released once again. This light was filled with an evil aura, and it was even more terrifying than before. That incomparably violent power was simply enough to destroy the heavens and earth. Under such power, everything was destroyed in an instant. His powerful strength was simply enough to destroy the world. The entire sea surface was directly split into two. Su Yan, hurry up and leave. We'll die. The evil eye tyrant attacked with all his might. Even if he was at his peak, he would definitely not be able to resist it. Even though Su Yan had slashed out such a sword, he was still terrified. This was a natural fear. Because he was too familiar with creatures like the evil eye tyrant, he was familiar with all their fears. However, at this moment Su Yan had already stepped forward. He held the Godslayer sword and went in the opposite direction of this destructive light. Su Yan actually dared to do this. In just an instant, that ray of light had already hit Su Yan's body. However, such a terrifying ray of destructive light could directly split the sea. However, it was actually unable to cause any harm to Su Yan at all. Upon closer inspection, the surface of his body was actually covered with a layer of dense sword aura. These sword auras were constantly roaring, directly tearing apart the terrifying ray of destructive light. Su Yan's speed was simply too fast. Under the state where his entire body was filled with the power of the Godslayer sword, the regal sword teleportation that he unleashed was simply unimaginable. Even he himself was deeply shocked. However, at this moment, his mind was already completely immersed in it. He was enjoying it. He was enjoying the thrill of unleashing such power. In just an instant, he had already appeared in front of the evil eye tyrant. That kind of oppressive force was so terrifying. However, at this moment he simply did not care about anything else. Slash! He leaped up until he reached the peak. Then he slashed down heavily with his sword. Such a powerful and terrifying ray of light seemed to want to end the entire world. The huge dark red crescent appeared once again. This time Su Yan's hand seemed to have directly taken down a new moon. That violent power directly destroyed everything. The terrifying ray of light drowned everything. This sword was really too terrifying. Under this sword, the strong wind, the huge waves, and everything else stopped. Only when the dark red ray of light had completely dissipated did everything suddenly start to go berserk. A terrifying tornado directly soared into the sky. The strong wind brought about countless waves. After an unknown period of time, the wind and rain stopped. Everything had completely dissipated. Su Yan held his sword, his body still hanging in the air. The Godslaying sword pierced right in the middle of the evil eye tyrant. At this moment, the evil eye tyrant was trembling non-stop. A holy beast could only twitch non-stop at this moment. The Godslaying sword was releasing this ray of light at this moment. It was devouring the life of the evil eye tyrant. Su Yan's heart was so shaken. At this moment, an extremely powerful killing intent was continuously expanding. Kill. At this moment he only wanted to slaughter the entire world. He wanted to kill all life. Brother Su Yan. At this moment, a voice directly sounded in Su Yan's mind. This was Aya's voice. At this moment Su Yan was almost out of control. However, at this moment, Aya's voice directly transmitted over. Of course, this wasn't a normal call. Aya had used the mysterious power of the Four Corners seal. Su Yan's mind was affected by the Godslaying sword. However, it had already been tainted by the killing intent. If this continued, Su Yan's heart would definitely be devoured. At that time, Su Yan would no longer be Su Yan. He would become the puppet of the Godslayer sword. At this moment, the power of the Four Corners seal vibrated, immediately causing Su Yan's mind to become turbulent. At this moment, a dazzling sword blade directly appeared in Su Yan's mind. This sword was the Godslayer sword. At this moment, the Godslayer sword sensed the changes in Su Yan's mind and directly rushed into Su Yan's mind. Su Yan's mind had already been awakened. At this moment, he immediately sensed that the situation was not good. Under such circumstances, his entire mind began to riot wildly. Regardless of whether it was the evil sword Cold Jade or the Godslaying sword, they were extremely terrifying existences. Moreover, they seemed to have a special interest in him. Su Yan knew that this was most likely because of the regal sword soul. In this world, the Godslayer sword and Cold Jade were already the top divine swords. However, Su Yan felt that the regal sword soul's existence was above the two of them. Although there was no concrete evidence to prove this point, Su Yan believed that his judgment was definitely not wrong. Wasn't the evil sword Cold Jade's futile attempt to become a god, so that it could advance to an even more powerful realm? If this was the case, it meant that they had yet to reach their strongest state. It was very likely that the regal sword soul was the key to them becoming even stronger. At this moment, the Godslayer sword had actually rushed directly into his mind. Probably wanted to sense the existence of the regal sword soul. If Aya had not shaken the four-corner seal to awaken it, then perhaps the Godslayer sword's plan would have been realized. However, now Su Yan would definitely not let it do so. Soul-subduing seal, four-corner seal. Su Yan's mind was his strongest defense. With the four-corner seal and the soul-subduing seal, even some extremely powerful existences would not be able to easily invade Su Yan's mind. During Su Yan's growth, many experts had tried to invade Su Yan's mind to take over his body. In the end, they had all died. At this moment, the Buddha's boundless technique was pushed to the extreme. One after another, mysterious and profound notes began to vibrate endlessly. With the help of such power, everything began to condense. Godslayer sword, you are indeed like the evil sword Cold Jade. You have your own thoughts. However, if you want to control me, it won't be that easy. Su Yan's divine thought operated and stabilized his mind. Then he activated the two mysterious treasures of the Buddha sect and launched an attack. At this moment, the mysterious Godslayer sword did not move at all. Chapter 652. Female Literature. At this moment, the two divine objects directly released endless radiance, and Su Yan's sea of consciousness was immediately filled with mysterious and unfathomable musical notes. Those were notes that ordinary people couldn't even imagine. The two godly seals floated above and below the Godslayer. But at this moment, the Godslayer trembled. The sword chi was like water ripples, but also like mysterious and beautiful clouds. He actually managed to stop the two divine seals. It was as if the godly sword was releasing an undisguised contempt. The sword chi rolled and became more and more violent. His sea of consciousness was already rolling like a tide under the power of the sword chi. Su Yan already felt an extremely heavy pressure, and at the same time he also felt a terrifying strangling power. This was the power of the Godslayer sword. Just like the evil sword Cold Jade, the Godslayer sword wanted to control his body. Su Yan's brows were tightly knitted as his eyes flashed with a thick radiance. At this moment he had no way out. Or rather, he never had a way out. Faced with such a situation, the only thing he could do was to use all his means to resist the invasion of this power. The square seal wouldn't work, and neither would the Godslayer sword. Then the regal sword soul suppress. Su Yan roared, and the regal sword soul appeared and descended with his will. The moment the sword fell, Su Yan immediately felt the Godslayer sword's strange movements. He was right, he really came for the regal sword soul. Su Yan felt an incomparably strong desire from the Godslayer sword. At this moment, the Godslayer sword released a will towards the regal sword soul. The Godslayer sword's will was very simple. It just wanted to merge with the regal sword soul. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly realized that compared to the evil sword Cold Jade, the Godslayer sword's power wasn't weak, but its intelligence was too far behind. If one had to judge, the Godslayer sword's IQ was equivalent to that of a 7 or 8-year-old child, while the evil sword Frost Jade was much more terrifying. If the evil sword Cold Jade was here, Su Yan would be in even more danger. Zenith Soul Suppression. Su Yan shouted again, and the power of the Zenith was activated once more. The power of the Taishang was very mysterious. At this time, Su Yan had probably only grasped the most superficial part of it. But even so, it was already very impressive. Such power continued to bloom, and the intense light shone to the extreme. At this time, Su Yan's pupils had been replaced by a golden light, and that mysterious and unfathomable power directly soared into the sky. The Godslayer sword wanted to devour the revered sword soul. However, Su Yan wanted to suppress the Godslayer sword. The power of the Godslayer sword was truly terrifying. It could destroy everything in an instant. Such a powerful evil-eye tyrant had been killed by a single strike of his sword. Such power was truly terrifying. If this sword went berserk and wanted to kill him, he would not have any power to fight back. But now the sword soul had directly invaded Su Yan's sea of consciousness. It wanted to search for the revered sword soul, and then devour it. This gave Su Yan a chance. At least in his sea of consciousness, Su Yan had a chance to fight back. The Taishang scripture directly appeared, and the golden words shone with incomparable brilliance. These words were originally attached to Su Yan's soul, but at this time these words directly entered his sea of consciousness, and then directly changed. At this time, Su Yan already knew that the Taishang sword scripture was a true treasure. It was not only the mysterious scripture, even the characters were the same. At this moment it was time for Su Yan to borrow this power. The scripture changed and every golden word seemed to have its own life. At this time these golden words connected together, and immediately turned into a golden chain. Once the chain was formed, it immediately descended, and then directly wrapped around the Godslayer sword. The moment the golden chain descended, the Godslayer sword obviously sensed it, and the originally berserk sword essence became even more terrifying. Boundless sword light directly went berserk, as if it wanted to create a storm in Su Yan's sea of consciousness. What a terrifying power! Even a broken sword radiance is so terrifying? Su Yan's heart was shocked to the extreme. He knew that this sword soul was definitely not complete. Otherwise, he would not have any power to fight back at all. But even a broken sword radiance was so terrifying, then how terrifying would it be when it was complete? As for the evil sword Icy Jade, the Darkness Holy Man knew its origin and background. But as for the God-Slayer sword, the Darkness Holy Man could not remember at all what kind of existence it was. The only thing he knew was that he was in awe of it. After this sword entered Su Yan's sea of consciousness, the Darkness Holy Man's soul actually faked death, as if it did not exist at all. This was because he was extremely fearful when he looked at this sword. This showed how terrifying this sword was. At this time, the confrontation between the golden chain and the boundless sword aura had reached an extremely intense stage. Su Yan only felt that his sea of consciousness was full of pain. If this continued, it seemed as if his sea of consciousness would be directly torn apart. No, it must be suppressed. Su Yan shouted again. Buddha's immeasurable. At this time he began to activate the Buddha's immeasurable technique. This was the core cultivation technique of the entire Buddha sect, and it also had great power. It could even be compared to the regal sword scripture. At this time the chain formed by the regal sword scripture and the Godslayer sword were in a deadlock, and Su Yan immediately summoned it. The Buddha's immeasurable technique directly turned into a swastika pattern, and as this certain power was activated, the power of the square seal and the soul-suppressing seal increased by a lot. Su Yan gritted his teeth. Suppress, suppress, suppress. 3 suppressive seals appeared in a row, and the sea of consciousness suddenly changed. After an unknown amount of time, the golden light released by the regal sword scripture and the Buddha's immeasurable technique actually began to fuse together. At this time Su Yan's sea of consciousness also changed. The golden light condensed and in the end, a bright moon appeared in his sea of consciousness. Under the bright moon, a green lotus that had yet to bloom appeared. The bright moon shone on the green lotus. Such a strange phenomenon actually appeared in Su Yan's sea of consciousness. The appearance of this strange phenomenon immediately settled the dust. The Godslayer sword sensed danger, and the sword spirit immediately wanted to immediately enter Su Yan's sea of consciousness. However, at this time the bright moon's light fell, and the green lotus released a mysterious light. In the end it actually directly froze the sword spirit. At this time the Godslayer sword spirit immediately released an extremely mournful sound. It was an endless wailing of ghosts and gods. This kind of roar was simply incomparably terrifying. In Su Yan's sea of consciousness, there were even extremely frightening scenes appearing one after another. In these images, countless powerful existences began to fall. Among them, there seemed to be holy venerables. Su Yan even vaguely saw existences that surpassed the holy venerables. Although Su Yan could not identify them, the enormous pressure that came from the depths of his soul was undeniable. This Godslayer sword was indeed a powerful divine sword that could rival the evil sword Cold Jade. It had even killed gods before. This was truly terrifying. The appearance of these divine and demonic phenomena greatly increased the Godslayer sword's ferocious aura. At this moment, the bright moon that had just formed began to tremble violently, and so did the green lotus. The strange phenomenon formed in Su Yan's sea of consciousness was indeed very powerful. However, this strange phenomenon had just formed. At this time, the strange phenomenon was still very weak. If he fought with this strange phenomenon at this time, he would definitely not have a good ending. Since the Godslayer sword had already shown signs of retreating, Su Yan did not intend to fight to the death. Tai Shang. Su Yan immediately activated his will, and then put away the chain formed by the Taishang Sutra. The Godslayer sword did not push its luck. In just an instant it directly withdrew from Su Yan's sea of consciousness. Su Yan's sea of consciousness returned to calmness. At this time the bright moon and the green lotus were still there. At this time the bright moon and the green lotus were still there quietly. This time it was actually very dangerous. If he was not careful, his sea of consciousness would be directly occupied. However, danger and reward sometimes went hand in hand. Although the battle in his sea of consciousness this time was very dangerous, it allowed Su Yan's strength to increase again. The change in his sea of consciousness this time was one of them. Although Su Yan had not completely grasped it, he knew that this was an extremely crucial change. The Taishang Sword Codex had actually merged with the Buddha's infinite technique. If there was no external stimulation, Su Yan did not know how long it would take for him to reach this step. Perhaps he would not be able to reach this step even if he had it. After all, how could he have imagined that there could be such a change? Since the danger had passed, Su Yan's consciousness returned to his body. At this time he was still holding the Godslayer sword. However, the bloodthirsty will of the Godslayer sword was not transmitted to him. Su Yan even felt that he seemed to be able to use the Godslayer sword. Of course he could only wield the sword. It was impossible for him to unleash the true power of the sword at this time. If he wanted to use such a divine sword, he would need to gain his approval. Otherwise, even if he could wield it, it would only be a slightly sharper weapon. Its effect would not be as good as the Scorching Sun sword. However, at this time, Su Yan realized that the huge body of the Evil Eye Tyrant was only left with a layer of skin. The originally ferocious and terrifying pupils had long disappeared. The Evil Eye Tyrant had been directly devoured by the Godslayer sword. At this time, without the existence of the Evil Eye Tyrant's domain, the remaining demonic beasts immediately started to escape. However, Su Yan would not let them do as they wished. At this time these fellows were at their weakest. Under the torture of the Evil Eye Tyrant, their strength had decreased greatly. Su Yan's first target was the blood-winged flying dragon. Chapter 653. Female Literature. At this moment the blood-winged dragon could feel Su Yan's gaze. If it was in the past, if Su Yan dared to look at it like that, it would have been enraged and killed Su Yan. However, it didn't dare to do so now. The scene of the Godslayer sword swallowing the Evil Eye Tyrant was still vivid in its mind. Under such circumstances, it wouldn't dare to do so even if it was given 10,000 guts. At this moment it only had a deep fear towards Su Yan. It was about to spread its wings and fly away. However, the power of the Godslayer sword still existed in Su Yan's body. He was like a god of war. His figure suddenly flickered and appeared in the sky in the next moment. He looked down at the giant demonic beast from above. "You want to leave? Do you think you can escape?" The god-killing sword spun around and released a beam of sword chi, which slashed down directly. At this moment a thought suddenly appeared. It was a thought that was filled with extreme fear. Its entire body was trembling. "Don't kill me, don't kill me. I'm willing to submit. I'm willing to be your mount." Without any hesitation, the moment Su Yan made his move, he made his stance clear. After seeing Su Yan's shocking sword, it immediately understood that it was impossible for it to resist such power. Since it couldn't resist, why would it seek death? At this moment, the celestial slaying sword in Su Yan's hand landed on its scales. The dense power made it tremble continuously. The Godslayer sword, the sword that had once killed the gods in the legends. It had unimaginable and inconceivable power. The moment the tip of the sword touched his scales, he felt an extremely cold energy surge into his body. The blood-winged dragon's scales were known for their toughness. However, it didn't feel safe. That cold power had already caused its powerful dragon blood to start to solidify. The scene of the Evil Eye Tyrant's death unconsciously appeared in his mind. When the evil eye tyrant was dying, Su Yan and the Godslayer sword were fighting in his mind. That was why he didn't see that scene. But the Bloodwing dragon saw it clearly. The evil eye tyrant's huge body shriveled up bit by bit. In the end, only a layer of skin was left. An existence that was much more powerful than him had died in front of him. This feeling was indescribable. Only by experiencing such fear could one truly understand. He didn't want this to happen to him again. Otherwise, he would go crazy. Therefore, he would rather accept the fate of being enslaved than die such a tragic death. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes were still as calm as ever. Even though he had already broken free from the Godslayer sword's influence, he still couldn't move. However, his killing intent did not dissipate. Great Master, I'm willing to sign a soul contract and become your servant forever. At the same time, I can help you subdue the other 3 fellows. The Bloodwing dragon was willing to sacrifice everything in order to survive. He directly said this with sincerity. This guy had already lost his mind. The other 3 demonic beasts heard his words and glared at him at the same time. However, at this moment, their auras were on par with the Bloodwing dragon. Because they had been injured by the evil eye tyrant earlier, they had even lost the ability to escape. Even if they wanted to join forces and fight against Su Yan, it was impossible. Alright, sign a soul contract and submit to me. The same goes for all of you. Su Yan's gaze landed on them. He knew that these demonic beasts had extraordinary intelligence, and could definitely understand his words. He released his cold killing intent and enveloped all the demonic beasts. Then he continued, if you feel that you should die for your dignity, then I'll fulfill your wish. Right now I just happen to need food. I need fresh blood. The flesh of you demonic beasts is definitely a great supplement for me. I'm willing to submit. At this moment, the double-winged sky tiger also directly expressed its submission. Ao. Compared to the double-winged sky tiger and the blood-winged dragon, the mysterious sea snake and the three-eyed oriole were unable to speak human language. However, they immediately transmitted their will to submit. Alright, since that's the case, there's no need to talk nonsense, Su Yan said coldly. At this moment, the blood-winged dragon was the first to act. It directly extended its sharp claws and pierced its own core. A drop of heart blood started to flow out. When this blood appeared, Su Yan immediately felt a mysterious power flowing within it. For a top-tier demonic beast like the blood-winged dragon, this heart blood was the most precious part of its body. Because this blood was the blood of inheritance. The more blood of inheritance, the more powerful the inheritance power it could obtain. And when it could stimulate this blood of inheritance and integrate it into its body, its strength would definitely increase greatly. At this moment, a drop of blood of inheritance flowed out. At this moment he naturally felt extremely pained. But in order to survive, this was not important. When Su Yan looked at the fresh blood, an intense desire welled up in his heart. He did not waste any words and directly stretched out his hand. The blood of inheritance immediately flew in front of him. Great Master, as long as you refine my blood and make a contract, then from now on, I will be your most loyal servant, the blood-winged dragon said humbly. It was deeply afraid that Su Yan would go back on his word. However, Su Yan did not refine the blood as he had said. Instead, he directly opened his mouth and swallowed the inheritance blood into his mouth. The blood-winged dragon was immediately stunned. One had to know that this blood of inheritance contained a huge amount of its power. At this moment, Su Yan's combat strength was indeed very terrifying. However, it could see that this was not the strength of Su Yan himself, but the terrifying divine sword in his hand. Although Su Yan's body was strong among humans, it still had not reached the point where it could directly devour its blood of inheritance. But he still did it. Ha ha ha, this brat is courting his own death. You can't blame me for this. He swallowed my blood of inheritance, and a strand of it will explode from the power contained within. At that time he will die without a doubt. Ha ha, I will be free. Maybe I can even snatch that strange divine sword. Thousands of thoughts flashed in its mind. Although countless thoughts appeared in its mind, it did not dare to show them. It only looked at Su Yan with a face full of anticipation. At this moment Su Yan directly said, "What, blood-winged dragon? Do you really want me to explode from your blood of inheritance?" Su Yan's words gave the blood-winged dragon a fright. My thoughts were actually seen through by Su Yan. This guy wouldn't kill me just because of a disagreement, right? The blood-winged dragon was really panicking. It immediately said flatteringly, "Great master, how could I? It is my honor to be your servant. How could I hope for something to happen to you? I was just about to remind you that my blood of inheritance contains a huge amount of power. I'm afraid it is not appropriate for you to do this." Since I dared to do this, I naturally have my reasons. Alright, I also know that you won't be so kind. I'm afraid that you're hoping for me to die directly. However, it doesn't matter. It's right for you to have such thoughts. It's just that I've disappointed you. I will definitely not die so easily. After Su Yan's words, the blood-winged dragon fell silent. At this moment, it did not dare to quibble anymore because it did not have any meaning. Now that he was drinking, he didn't dare to make any other unnecessary movements. If Su Yan directly said that he was going to drink, it would be a huge loss. Not long after, Su Yan actually stopped. However, the blood-winged dragon, which was floating in the sky, trembled. An extremely strange feeling appeared in its mind. It was as if a shackle had suddenly appeared in its fate. At this moment, its body trembled, and the way it looked at Su Yan changed. This was because it knew that from this moment onwards, its fate was finally connected to Su Yan's. There was no chance for it to escape. Unless Su Yan removed the connection himself, it could only be Su Yan's slave. Although this result made him very unhappy, he still survived in the end. Compared to this, everything else seemed to be unimportant. Subsequently, Su Yan did the same and directly subdued the other demonic saints. This was a pleasant surprise for Su Yan. He originally thought that it was good enough that he was able to escape with his life. However, he did not expect that not only did he survive but he also gained a lot. At this moment, not only did he give birth to a vision and widen his future path, but he also temporarily resolved the crisis of the Godslayer sword. More importantly, he actually subdued the 4 demonic beasts. Each of the 4 demonic beasts was extremely terrifying. Among them, the blood-winged dragon and the double-winged tiger were the most terrifying. If it were not for so many changes, Su Yan would not even be able to escape in front of them. However, he had now become their master. When Su Yan directly refined the heartblood of the 4 demonic beasts, the 4 demonic beasts completely became his slaves. If they wanted to betray him, Su Yan could kill them with just a thought. That was not all. At this moment, after subduing the demonic beasts, Su Yan absorbed the power of their heartblood. In a short period of time, Su Yan's strength had already increased. At this moment, he actually felt his vitality skyrocketing. He immediately knew that it was time to break through to the 4 dragons realm. Chapter 654. Female Literature. All of you protect me. After Su Yan finished speaking, he entered a meditative state. Then he began to meditate. The 3 great discoveries of the Buddha's boundless technique, great sun-colored glass sword scripture and regal sword mantra began to circulate. At this moment, a huge amount of power was constantly dissipating from his body. That kind of berserk feeling was simply frightening. If there were other people present at this moment, they would be stunned by Su Yan's power. This kind of aura actually came from a person of Dragon Realm level 4. Perhaps even people of 7 Dragons Realm or 8 Dragons Realm would not be able to increase their own aura to such a level. What was more shocking was the dragon aura on Su Yan's body. Because of the great demonic dragon's bloodline, Su Yan's dragon aura had already far exceeded that of ordinary people. At this moment, this dense dragon aura was even more abhorrent. Even the bloody winged dragon was shocked. Damn it, why is his dragon chi so heavy? This feeling is simply terrifying. It's almost beyond my understanding. Our master is already comparable to a true dragon. The blood-winged flying dragon was just a powerful demon beast with the bloodline of the dragon clan. At this moment it felt that Su Yan was a real dragon. However, the other 3 beasts were the same. Su Yan's power became stronger and stronger. As his aura increased, the waves of the sea began to surge. With Su Yan as the core, a water screen was formed. The violent water screen kept tumbling. This terrifying power was simply unimaginable. At this moment, Su Yan's aura was released again. His aura was extremely attractive to those powerful beasts. However, this time was different from the beginning. This was because at the beginning he had already fallen into a coma. Hence his aura was extremely weak. However, now Su Yan's aura was as vigorous as a flame. How would these beasts dare to approach him after sensing his aura? Moreover, he had the 4 beasts by his side at this moment. Each of these 4 beasts could be said to be an overlord. When these 4 beasts joined forces at the same time, it was even more terrifying. Although their strength had been greatly reduced due to their injuries, they were still able to use their full strength. However, just the aura they released when they gathered together was already terrifying enough. Under these circumstances, there was no need to worry about Su Yan's safety. His aura gradually increased, and in the end it actually started to cause changes in the heavenly phenomena. Without a doubt, it directly condensed over. Then, the sound of dragons and tigers actually appeared from his body. The wind follows the tiger. The clouds follow the dragon. When the auras gathered together, the power became even more terrifying. At this moment his strength had reached its peak. His aura increased, and mysterious shadows appeared around him. The silhouette seemed to be a soaring dragon, but it also seemed to be a flying tiger. Occasionally, it would change into a flying 3-eyed oriole. The shadows of the 4 demonic beasts flashed. This caused the 4 demonic beasts to feel apprehensive. The enormous dragon aura from before was one thing. After all, heaven had been attracted by Su Yan's aura. However, at this moment, their auras began to appear on Su Yan's body. In other words, in a short period of time, Su Yan had actually begun to refine their powers. Just how terrifying was this? Su Yan's talent was simply terrifying. We've followed an incredible master. This thought appeared in the minds of the 4 demonic beasts. At this moment, the shadows around Su Yan's body changed once more. And in the end, they actually became solid. The 4 demonic beasts simultaneously felt the connection between themselves and these shadows. These 4 shadows gradually began to fuse with the blood in Su Yan's body. Su Yan was naturally completely refining the blood in their hearts. However, at this moment the 4 demonic beasts suddenly became alarmed. This was especially true for the blood-winged wyvern, which let out a series of dragon roars. Aho! At this moment, he actually felt the blood of the great demonic dragon begin to appear in his body. The great demonic dragon was an absolute powerhouse of the dragon race. That terrifying power was definitely in existence that could dominate the world. Although the blood-winged wyvern's ancestor had been powerful, he had still died to the great demonic dragon's claws. The blood-winged wyvern had come here to devour the great demonic dragon's bloodline. However, he hadn't thought about it. Instead of devouring the bloodline, he had become a slave. Originally, he was extremely depressed in his heart. However, at this moment he actually felt the great demonic dragon's blood. After a short pause, he understood. This was because he had already formed a contract with Su Yan, and their fates were already linked. At this moment, when Su Yan was improving, he had also begun to sense the great demonic dragon's blood through the bloodline contract. Although it couldn't be compared to directly devouring the great demonic dragon's blood, this was still an extremely rare opportunity. He had originally thought that he would gain nothing this time. Most importantly, since he had already formed a contract with Su Yan, this opportunity wouldn't only come once or twice. As long as Su Yan allowed it, he would be able to carefully sense the great demonic dragon's power, and then embark on a new path. Great Master, I will follow you. The blood-winged wyvern roared again and again. As for the other 3 monsters, although the benefits they obtained couldn't be compared to the blood-winged wyvern, the great demonic dragon's aura was also very useful to them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come here. At this moment, the sky had become completely gloomy. In the end, the light was directly swallowed by the darkness. The night came so suddenly. At this moment, Su Yan's heart suddenly sensed something, and a sense of uneasiness began to spread in his heart. Logically speaking, his cultivation had directly risen at this moment, and he had the protection of these monsters. At this time, the Godslayer sword was also very quiet. There shouldn't be any problems. Unless the evil sword Cold Jade came again. However, Su Yan felt that it was almost impossible. Moreover, the premonition in his heart didn't seem to have anything to do with the evil sword Cold Jade. Rumble. At this moment, a low rumble of thunder sounded. The moment he heard the sound of thunder, Su Yan's heart shook violently. At this moment, he suddenly understood where his uneasiness came from. The sky. The fear and uneasiness came from the sky. How inconceivable! At this moment he only felt that the sky was his enemy. He was inexplicably flustered. Then, his whole body fell from the sky and suddenly rushed into the sea. All of you spread out. Su Yan directly ordered the 4 demonic beasts. At this moment, the 4 monsters still didn't understand what was going on. However, at this moment, the sound of thunder had become even more terrifying. Heavenly tribulation. It must be heavenly tribulation. Damn it, why did I attract heavenly tribulation when I just broke through to the 4 dragons realm? According to the records, aren't only venerables with powerful voices qualified to attract heavenly tribulation? The so-called heavenly tribulation was a tribulation bestowed by the heavens. It was a very terrifying thing. However, since it was a tribulation bestowed by the heavens, not everyone was qualified to face it. Only those who had reached a certain level of cultivation had the power to exceed the limits of the heavens. That was why heavenly tribulation was attracted. And this limit was the venerable. However, even if it was the venerable, not all of them were qualified. However, at this moment, heavenly tribulation actually came directly. For Su Yan, this was really a shock. If other monsters came to attack, then he could let the 4 monsters protect him. However, in the face of heavenly tribulation, their existence would make him more dangerous. After sensing their aura, the power of heavenly tribulation would increase countless times. At that time, he would really be in danger. At this moment, Su Yan directly dived into the sea, trying to get as far away from the sky as possible. Hearing Su Yan's order, the 4 monsters immediately walked into the distance. At the same time, their hearts were filled with worry. They were worried about Su Yan's safety. Or rather, they were worried about their own safety. Their lives were already connected to Su Yan's. Once Su Yan died, they would not be able to survive. They did not know what Su Yan had encountered. However, at this moment, Su Yan had forcefully given the order. It was an order given through their soul oath, so they could not refuse at all. Just as the Tianquan division entered the deep sea, a terrifying thunder directly descended. The terrifying sound of thunder boomed, and even they were shaken by it. That extremely terrifying voice was simply incomparably terrifying. The violent thunder seemed to want to tear the entire sea apart. Just as the monsters were bewildered, the sea surface changed directly. A terrifying hole directly appeared, and Su Yan was in that hole. He originally wanted to dive into the sea and use the power of the deep sea to hide himself. However, at this moment, heavenly tribulation actually directly emptied the sea. That terrifying power was simply incomparably terrifying. Su Yan raised his head and looked at the sky. At this moment, he already understood that he could not escape no matter what. It was rumored that no one could avoid heavenly tribulation. It seemed that it was true. Su Yan took a deep breath and gradually condensed his power. Then he threw away the worries in his heart and roared, "Come on, heavenly tribulation. Let me see how terrifying your power is. Let me see if you can kill me in an instant." As he spoke, Su Yan had already released all his power. His aura became extremely strong. And at this moment, it had even directly formed a terrifying vortex. The vortex completely enveloped him. And at this moment, an extremely terrifying bolt of lightning descended from the sky. Chapter 655. Female Literature. For Su Yan, the descent of this lightning represented the arrival of a new crisis. Although he was already prepared, he still couldn't help but panic at this moment. No one could say that they could handle such power calmly. Moreover, the lightning tribulation this time came too suddenly. He was not mentally prepared at all. Ordinary experts would have a premonition before the lightning tribulation was about to descend. Then they would begin to prepare for their own lightning tribulation. However, this time, Su Yan's lightning tribulation appeared without any warning. He had only broken through to the 4 dragons realm. In the entire Jojo continent, he was probably the only one who would welcome the lightning tribulation so early. However, Su Yan had hovered between life and death countless times. At this moment, he quickly adjusted his emotions and began to focus on the challenge of the lightning tribulation. The first lightning bolt descended in front of him. He felt that he was in front of an extremely terrifying beast. Although the blood-winged flying dragon and the other beasts were extremely powerful, they were far inferior to him. His power was not something that anyone could challenge. The only thing Su Yan could do was to resist. At this moment, he directly summoned the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield. The moment he poured his power in, the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield immediately shone with an extremely dazzling light, as if it wanted to compete with the lightning. However, Su Yan knew that although the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield was powerful, it would be destroyed once it was hit by the lightning. There would be no other outcome. After summoning the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield, he immediately activated the invincible golden body. At this moment he was no longer the same as before. His body contained an extremely large amount of dragon qi. Under the nourishment of the dragon qi, his physical body was already extremely sturdy. At this moment, after activating the invincible golden body, the power was even more terrifying. At this moment, he even had an illusion that he could take a blow from Shuexingchuan without any problem. However, just because he could take a blow from Shuexingchuan, it did not mean that he could take a blow from the lightning tribulation. This process seemed extremely long, but in fact it only took an instant. The terrifying lightning had already landed directly on his body, and that extremely terrifying power suddenly erupted. The defense of the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Barrier was much weaker than he had imagined. In just an instant, the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Barrier was shattered. The Dragon Blood Ice Fire Barrier had always followed Su Yan, helping Su Yan overcome many dangers. But today, the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Barrier had actually been shattered by a thunderous blow. There was sadness in Su Yan's heart. At this moment, when the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Barrier shattered, the two dragon souls immediately lost their support. This dragon soul was a broken dragon soul that had always been hidden within. To them, the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Barrier was like a shell. But at this moment, the body actually shattered, and the two dragon souls immediately became incomparably sad. At this moment, they actually charged directly into the lightning. Damn it! Death was the only outcome for a dragon soul that entered the Thunder Domain. How could Su Yan watch them like this? At this moment, he ignored everything and charged directly into the Thunder Domain with his invincible golden body. The terrifying power was constantly eroding his body, trying to tear apart his invincible golden body. This was an extremely painful thing for Su Yan. But at this moment Su Yan did not care at all. Dragon Soul, come back. His power directly protected the Dragon Soul. It was already very difficult for him to protect himself with his aura. But at this moment, Su Yan did not have any scruples. The only thing he could do now was to take one step at a time. As if sensing Su Yan's intention, the Dragon Soul gradually calmed down. As long as they did not go on a rampage, the pressure on Su Yan would naturally be much less. Otherwise, he would have to bear the double pressure of the Dragon Soul and the Thunder Domain. The Dragon Soul was temporarily safe, and would not be directly torn apart by the Thunder Domain. But at this moment Su Yan was even worse. Although his invincible golden body was strong, the aura at this moment was very fierce. But it was still unable to resist the terrifying Thunder Domain. At this moment, he already felt his body begin to tremble and become numb. He was very clear that if this continued, he would die under the Thunder Domain sooner or later. Thunder Domain. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly remembered the secret method of the Sound of Thunder sect that Lei Wanjun had taught him. The Thunder Domain was extremely domineering. If one could master it, they would have extremely terrifying power. But the cultivation of the Thunder Domain was also extremely difficult. In the 5 continents, even Lei Wanjun himself was only a powerhouse of a certain radius. In the past, Su Yan had also put in a lot of effort into this incantation. But unfortunately, he found that he quickly reached a bottleneck. This was because the cultivation of the Thunder Domain was too harsh. Su Yan still clearly remembered that after cultivating the Thunder Domain, the next thing he needed to do was to be bathed in the Thunder Domain. At that time, Su Yan even thought it was ridiculous. With his realm at that time, how could he possibly enter the Thunder Domain? Because of this, Su Yan even consulted Lei Wanjun. After all, Lei Wanjun's cultivation was more profound than his. But Lei Wanjun told him that the reason he could cultivate the Thunder Domain to this stage was because of the Thunder Seed that was passed down in their sect. Although Lei Wanjun mentioned that Su Yan could use the Thunder Seed to cultivate, Su Yan was not a member of the Sound of Thunder sect. He did not want to make things difficult for Lei Wanjun, so he refused. But at this time when Su Yan was in great danger, he actually thought of this again. At this time he could be considered to be desperate. He did not care much and directly began to cultivate the thunder domain. The familiar technique began to circulate. In just a moment, Su Yan's body immediately changed. At this time he actually felt the power of the thunder domain slowly flowing in his body. This thunder domain was very small. Compared to the spirit energy of the great sun-colored glazed sword manual, it was simply too different. But his expansion also surprised him. No, he even felt that the thunder domain actually directly entered his body at this time, and then merged with the extremely promising thunder spirit chi in his body. In a short time, the power of the thunder domain had already begun to grow. The thunder domain can actually swallow the thunder punishment. Su Yan immediately became extremely shocked. This lesson was really a stroke of luck for him to discover this point. If it was not to save the dragon soul, he probably would not have rushed here. And at this time he was suffering extremely terrible pain. It was a pain comparable to tearing his body apart. If it was not for Su Yan's extraordinary willpower, he would have died. At this time he did not know how many times he would have fainted. The power of the invincible golden body had already reached its limit. His body had already been directly drilled into by the dense thunder domain. If it was before, Su Yan at this time would probably have vomited blood. But at this time, although he was suffering endless pain, he was not injured. Su Yan tried hard to keep himself awake, because he knew that this was an extremely critical time. If he directly fainted now, then all his previous efforts would be in vain. He might even directly die under the thunder domain. But if he could endure, then not only could he safely pass through the thunder domain, but his battle strength would definitely increase again. Thinking of this, Su Yan's heart became incomparably hot. This terrible pain was also directly forgotten by him. Under the continuous impact of the thunder domain, Su Yan's body began to be damaged. His skin and flesh cracking was just a small matter. He could even feel the thunder domain on his bones constantly roaring. But Su Yan did not care about this. He began to cultivate more diligently, making his strength stronger. The improvement of the thunder domain became more obvious. Originally, he could only use the thunder domain. But at this time, he gradually mastered the second move, which was the rushing thunder body. The so-called rushing thunder body was to directly integrate the thunder domain into one's flesh and blood. The founder of the Sound of Thunder sect was really a genius but also a terrifying freak. He could actually think of such a cultivation method, and he even succeeded. And he even left a thunder seed for the Sound of Thunder sect. After him, many experts of the Sound of Thunder sect used his thunder seed to cultivate and refine their bodies. Compared to the real thunder domain, the thunder seed was undoubtedly much safer. But there were always two sides to everything. Although it was safe with the help of the thunder seed, its power could not be compared to the real thunder domain. More importantly, the thunder seed could not be passed down. In Lei Wanjuan's generation, the thunder seed was already very weak. As a result, the current Sound of Thunder sect was gradually declining. And Su Yan at this time did what that person did back then. Refining the thunder domain into his body. This terrifying thunder domain lasted for a full 15 minutes. For Su Yan, a short 15 minutes felt like an eternity. Enduring the thunder domain was incomparably painful. Unknowingly, he had already bitten his lips. But at this time his heart was filled with joy. At least he survived once again. Furthermore, his cultivation had also improved tremendously. After the thunder domain passed, his consciousness began to become extremely blurry. He knew that this was a sign that his willpower had reached the limit. This time it was really dangerous for him. At the last moment when he fainted, Su Yan directly ordered the 4 great demonic beasts to save him. As for Tao Master Darkness and Bingju, they were suppressed in the Sea of Consciousness and could not appear. When the Godslayer sword entered Su Yan's Sea of Consciousness, they were actually injured by the Godslayer sword Chi. Of course, this was also what Su Yan was happy to see. After all, these two guys were restless existences. Chapter 656. Girls' Literature. The sea breeze blew and the waves rolled. Above the boundless sea, Su Yan's body was moving forward rapidly. At this moment he looked like he was surfing in the sea. Of course this was not the case. At this moment he was sitting on the huge head of the sea snake. He was lucky to not die under the lightning tribulation, and his strength had improved further. However, the price he paid was also extremely tragic. His skin was torn open, and even his bones and internal organs were all damaged. Fortunately, Su Yan's body was terrifyingly strong. He who had reached the Four Dragons realm was almost a powerful monster in human form. His life force was simply terrifying to the extreme. After just one day, the surface of his skin had begun to recover. As time passed, all the wounds in his body gradually began to heal. Of course, for him, the most difficult thing to heal was his internal organs and his bones. Even so, his injuries had recovered a lot in the past few days. Although he could not fight with his full strength at this time, he had the power to protect himself after all. Of course, Su Yan did not need to worry about this at all in the sea, because at this time, the strength of his 4 bodyguards had gradually recovered. Of course, there was another very important thing. After this lightning tribulation, his body had suffered such a terrifying impact. Although he survived in the end, he had consumed a lot of energy. And this energy included the power of several monsters. So now Su Yan could not summon all of Su Yan's monsters at once. Otherwise, if the 4 monsters appeared at the same time, it would immediately trigger an extremely strong spiritual impact, which would be very disadvantageous to him. Even if 2 monsters appeared at the same time, Su Yan's spiritual power would also be impacted. Su Yan estimated that unless his cultivation level increased again, he would not be able to solve this problem in a short time. Even so, Su Yan was very satisfied. After all, even if it was just one of the monsters, his combat strength was already very terrifying. It could almost wipe out an ordinary human powerhouse. As long as it was below the Holy Master level, any of the 4 monsters would not be afraid of any of them. At this moment, Su Yan was on top of the sea snake. On this day, the clown sea serpent's consciousness was suddenly transmitted. Master, there seems to be a human warship ahead. In the sea snake's perception was extremely sharp. Since he said so, it was definitely not wrong. Su Yan was overjoyed. He had been drifting in the sea for so many days. Although he had the help of the sea snake, it was still very unstable. This was very bad for his injuries. Now that he had encountered a human warship, it would be best if he could recuperate in the warship. At this moment, he directly ordered the clown sea serpent. After receiving Su Yan's order, the clown sea serpent directly approached the huge battleship. After about 10 minutes, Su Yan finally saw the battleship. It was a huge battleship, several times bigger than the Taihang Sword faction's battleship that Su Yan was on. The huge ship was so majestic that it gave off an unimaginable pressure. At this moment, Su Yan naturally wouldn't let the clown sea serpent reveal its body. At this moment, he directly jumped up and wanted to go to the battleship. At this moment, someone on the battleship immediately noticed Su Yan. Stop! Those who dare to approach the Emperor sect will be killed without mercy. After this person spoke, a cannon-like thing on the huge battleship turned towards Su Yan. Su Yan felt an extremely strong pressure from this thing. Obviously, this thing had an extremely terrifying killing power. Su Yan didn't want to test it. He immediately stopped his body and shouted, "Don't misunderstand, I don't have any bad intentions. I am a disciple of the Taihang Sword faction. I encountered a shipwreck while traveling, so I want to borrow your ship to rest for a while." Su Yan immediately spread out his voice, and his voice reverberated throughout the entire sea. The people on the ship naturally heard his voice. However, the person standing at the bow of the ship didn't seem to give him any face. "Humph, I don't care if you are from the Taihang Sword faction or not. This is the Emperor sect's battleship. If you dare to barge in, I will dare to kill you." The guy sneered, obviously having the intention to kill. Su Yan frowned. This guy was really too arrogant. Fire! At this moment, he suddenly gave the order to fire the cannons. With a flash of spiritual energy, the powerful beam of light directly rushed towards Su Yan. This guy actually attacked directly. At this moment, Su Yan's killing intent suddenly rose. If this guy just refused, it would be fine. After all, no one had any obligation to ride on him. But now, he actually gave the order to fire the cannons. This made him angry. Anyone who wanted to kill him would have to pay the price. At this moment, Su Yan's body suddenly swayed in the air, and he dodged the spiritual energy beam to the limit. The powerful energy directly fell into the sea, and a huge pillar of water was directly blasted out. You are quite good at dodging, aren't you? This young master is in a bad mood. And this old man actually immediately gave me a toy. How interesting. Men continue firing. Whoever shoots this guy down will be heavily rewarded by this young master. After he finished speaking, the disciples immediately began to activate the spiritual energy cannons. A total of 10 spiritual energy cannons were directly activated. Once these spiritual energy cannons were activated, Su Yan would be in a very dangerous situation. After all, at this moment, he was still unable to use his full strength. At this moment, his killing intent overflowed, and he was about to directly attack. At this moment, a shout directly sounded. "All of you, help me. The young miss has ordered that whoever dares to cause trouble will be directly thrown into the sea to feed the fish. If you have the guts, try acting on your own again." This was a somewhat low and hoarse voice. After this sentence was spoken, the sailors who were about to fire the cannons immediately stopped what they were doing. However, the young man standing at the bow of the ship had an extremely ugly expression on his face. "Elder Hiroshi, what is the meaning of this? I just want to kill an intruder. Does she even want to interfere in this matter?" Although he was using a respectful title to address this man, it could be seen that at this moment, he was practically gritting his teeth. However, no matter how angry he was unable to vent his anger. That elder Mo simply ignored him and only said, "This friend from the Taixing Sword sect, my family's young miss has instructed us to invite you to rest on the ship. My family's young master is insensible and has offended you. I hope that young master will be magnanimous and not take offense." Su Yan suddenly smiled and then said, "Elder Hiroshi is too polite." He directly landed on the ship, and then walked past the young master. The young master's cultivation was not in his eyes at all. It was just a realm that was just below the Fengyuan realm. The Fengyuan realm was indeed very impressive in the 5 counties. However, it was nothing in the 9 provinces. The true geniuses were all experts in the dragon realm. When Su Yan walked past him, he lowered his voice and said directly to Su Yan, "Kid, you better get off this ship. Otherwise, I guarantee that you will suffer a fate worse than death." Su Yan's lips curled into a smile and then he said to him, "A fate worse than death? I will remember this. For the sake of young miss and elder Hiroshi, I will only remember this. However, if you want to try and make me suffer a fate worse than death, I welcome it." After Su Yan finished speaking, he did not bother with this playboy anymore. He walked in front of elder Hiroshi and then said, "Thank you for your kindness, young miss and senior." Elder Hiroshi chuckled and then said, "Little brother, you are too polite. To be able to transform into a dragon at such a young age, you are truly amazing. The Taihang Sword faction is indeed a place with outstanding people. It is truly fascinating." Contrary to his fear, Elder Hiroshi's insight was absolutely amazing. Su Yan was able to stand in the air so indifferently. His cultivation had most likely already reached the dragon realm. Reaching the dragon realm at such a young age was very rare even in the Huangji sect. The Huangji sect and the Taihang Sword faction were both one of the 10 great sects in the 9 provinces. However, these 2 sects were very far away from each other and did not have much interaction. As for the Taihang Sword faction, after all, it had a reputation. The 9 provinces was so vast, and there were as many sects as there were stars in the sky. To be able to stand out among so many sects and become one of the 10 great sects, how could it be simple? For Su Yan to have such a cultivation, it could be seen that his position in the sect was not low. The Huangji sect was indeed powerful, but it was on the other side of the continent. This time it came for a big matter. If it could establish a good relationship with the Taihang Sword faction, it would be much more convenient. If this guy was allowed to do as he pleased, it would not be a good thing. As for this young master, he was just a piece of trash. Even if he had a strong background, he was not afraid. In this world, strength was what mattered. "Senior, you are too polite." Soon, someone came over and arranged accommodation for Su Yan. The young master gritted his teeth and said hatefully, "Zhang Tenue, just you wait. I will definitely teach you a lesson. Also, old man Mo, you old dog, I will make you pay the price." The young master was called Fan Xing. His status in the Huangji sect was extremely noble, as he was the son of the vice sect leader. The sect leader of the Huangji sect had been in seclusion for a long time, and had not appeared in front of the public for a long time. Because of this, The vice sect leader had great power and could almost cover the sky with one hand. Fan Xing was the son of the vice sect leader. In the entire Huangji sect there were almost no people who dared to provoke him. Therefore, he had always been unrestrained in his actions. Of course, his father was not the real sect leader, so it was impossible for him to cover the sky with one hand. There were always a few people in the sect that he could not provoke. This young lady was one of them. Even he did not know the origin of this young lady. His father seemed to be very afraid of this and only reminded him to be careful. For the time being, he absolutely could not provoke this young lady. This time, the young lady came here for a big matter. His father had put in a lot of effort to arrange for him to be here. At least half of the people on this warship listened to his father. It was also because of this that so many people obeyed his orders. Unfortunately, although his men occupied almost half of the people here, these people were not true experts. If he really turned against them, he would definitely be thrown into the sea. However, since he came here this time, he naturally had his own purpose. Only when the time was right would he launch his counterattack. At that time, he would let them know how powerful he was. Chapter 657. Female Literature. Su Yin was arranged to stay in a good cabin. He originally thought that this young lady would be interested in meeting him. After all, he had already shown his strength. However, after a whole day, everything was so quiet. No one came. However, no one came, which was a good thing for Su Yin. After all, he was not in a good state at this time. He needed time to recover. After a night of recuperation, Su Yin was already much better. At this time, his terrifying recovery ability was once again displayed. Such a heavy injury was more than half healed in just one night. At this time, his bones and internal organs had already recovered. Only his bones seemed to be a little numb due to the effect of the lightning. However, it didn't matter. He knew very well that he would be safe and sound in just 1 or 2 days. Knock, knock, knock. At this time, a light knocking sound was heard. The timing is quite good. This was the time when Su Yin had just woken up. If it was a minute earlier, it would have disturbed Su Yin. However, for Su Yin this was actually insignificant. Young master, please eat. The breakfast was very exquisite. It was some food that Su Yin had never seen before. Su Yin welcomed it with a smile and happily finished eating. At this moment a burst of laughter was heard. Hee, little friend Su Yin. Are you satisfied with the breakfast? Elder Emo had arrived. Su Yin immediately stood up and said directly, I am indebted to Elder Emo and young miss for taking me in. I have not yet repaid this kindness. I did not expect Elder Emo to come personally. I am ashamed. Old Emo said, Haha, you don't need to thank me. This is also my family's young lady's idea. Speaking of which, little friend Su Yin, are your injuries better? When Old Mo's words fell, Su Yin was immediately slightly surprised. He was indeed injured, but because of this, his breathing was extremely good. Ordinary people would not be able to tell that he was injured. But at this time, Elder Hiroshi revealed the truth. One had to admit that Elder Hiroshi's strength was truly formidable and terrifying. Su Yin smiled and said, Thank you for your concern, Elder Emo. My injuries have healed a lot. He continued, Elder Emo, you're really amazing. You can actually tell that this kid is injured. These words came from the bottom of his heart. However, Elder Hiroshi shook his head and said, Sai, my young friend's chi condensation skill is very impressive. How could I see through it? Actually, I didn't notice it at all yesterday. The only reason I know is because Miss told me. As he spoke, he took out something from his bosom. This is the sacred healing medicine of my Royal Peak sect. Little friend, if you consume it, it will definitely be beneficial to your injuries. Su Yin didn't hesitate and directly took the bottle. It was cold to the touch, but it revealed a trace of indescribable aura. Su Yin immediately knew that this medicine was very precious. The mist that he had never met actually gave him something like this. This was out of his expectations. This is something that I need, so I won't be polite and accept it. However, I'm still afraid of accepting this gift for nothing. Senior, please tell me what I can do to repay Mississippi. Su Yin didn't believe that there was such a thing as a free lunch in this world. Even if there was, he didn't believe that it would happen to him. Since this young lady could see that he was injured with a single glance, then her strength was definitely terrifying. Forming a relationship with such a person wasn't an interesting thing. Su Yan firmly believed this without a doubt. After all, if he didn't have enough strength, he couldn't be on equal terms with another person. However, he had already received so much from this miss, so there were some things that needed to be done. At this moment, Elder Hiroshi smiled and said, My young friend, it's already very rare for you to have such intentions. However, don't worry, my miss won't make things difficult for you. If you really have the heart, I'll remember this favor for now. If there's a chance, I'll be able to help Mississippi. Su Yan was stunned. He didn't expect Elder Hiroshi to say this. However, since Elder Hiroshi had already spoken, he naturally had nothing else to say. Then please thank Miss on my behalf, Elder Hiroshi. The two chatted for a while, and Elder Hiroshi quickly left. Su Yan had nothing to do, so he walked to the bow of the ship. Cultivation also required a balance between tension and relaxation. At this moment, he had just finished a night of cultivation. This was something that needed the world to digest. At this very moment, feeling the sea breeze in his face, Su Yan only felt that his mood was so good. After all, the feeling of being able to survive was really wonderful. At this moment, a series of footsteps suddenly came from behind him. Scram, don't block my view. Otherwise, don't blame me for throwing you off. People who spoil the mood would always appear at the most inopportune times. At this moment, the dandy Fanxing happened to respond to this sentence. Seeing him appear in front of him, Su Yan was stunned at first. Then he smiled lightly and turned to leave. After all, this was not his territory. If it wasn't necessary, he didn't want to cause trouble at this time. And the other party was just arguing. He treated it as a wild dog barking. Actually, it wasn't a big deal. Su Yan turned to leave, but Fanxing said directly, Humph, I really don't know where this wild dog came from. That bitch casually gave him a bone and he became so unbearable. How disgusting. At this moment, Su Yan stopped. He didn't mind this guy insulting him. However, it wasn't good for him to insult the mysterious miss in front of him. After all, no matter what, this young lady could be considered as his benefactor. What's wrong? Are you angry with the stray dog? Haha, but so what if you're angry? This is my trump card. Even that bitch wouldn't dare to do anything to me. He said proudly. In fact, this was indeed the case. His identity was very special. Although the Mrs. position in the royal sect was very special, she didn't want to offend the vice sect leader. I'm not angry, but I just can't stand a wild dog barking in front of me. With that, Su Yan walked towards him. Seeing that Su Yan was walking towards him, Fanxing chuckled and said, Looks like you really want to beat me up, right? Come hit me here. I haven't been beaten in a long time, and I'm itching for a beating. He laughed proudly. The lackeys beside him laughed as well. What he said wasn't a lie. In the royal sect, who would dare to disrespect him? Plus he had a good eye. He would never provoke people who were difficult to provoke. So he really hadn't been beaten up before. TSK. You're the most despicable person I've ever seen. But since you have such a desire, I can't not satisfy you. I'm still too kind. As soon as he finished speaking, an illusion appeared. In a flash, the illusion appeared beside him. Fanxing didn't have time to react. He felt a sharp pain on his face, and his whole body was sent flying. At this time, Fanxing still couldn't believe that this guy actually dared to attack him. However, his lackeys had already realized that something was wrong. One of them moved quickly and chased after Fanxing, wanting to stop him before he fell into the water. I don't know why, but I really want to see a wild dog fall into the water and swim today. Since that's the case, why bother saving him? Su Yan directly attacked. With a light wave of his hand, a light shadow appeared. The person who attacked was an expert of the royal sect. His cultivation had already reached the level of 4 dragons. One had to admit that Fan Yunlin had put in a lot of effort to protect this son of his. The moment he attacked, there seemed to be the sound of a dragon's roar. This showed how powerful and profound his cultivation was. Although such a person couldn't compete with top geniuses like Wang Baichuan, he had the ability to fight with them. But how could such strength be enough in front of Su Yan? Su Yan's palm fell, and the aura he had summoned was directly suppressed. At this time he actually began to tremble. He only felt that he was facing a terrifying ancient beast. Damn it, damn it. What kind of terrifying existence is this guy? How can his strength reach such a level? Just as he was feeling terrified, splash! The sound of falling into the water could be heard. Fan Xing fell into the sea without a doubt. Of course Su Yan wouldn't kill him like this. But to be able to watch such a guy fall into the water was really good. At this time, the few guards from before were also panicking. Although they had always looked down on Fan Xing, they had always despised him. But he was the son of the vice sect leader. No matter what, they didn't dare to let anything happen to him. At this time, that person had already returned to his senses from Su Yan's powerful strength. His eyes flickered a few times, but he immediately jumped into the sea. With his strength of 4 dragons, there was no problem for him to return safely from the sea. He stared straight at Su Yan and said coldly, "You have provoked my young master. I'm afraid you won't have a good time." At this time he didn't dare to attack Su Yan at all. He could only leave behind a ruthless sentence and then flee in a sorry state. But Fan Xing's entire body was trembling at this time. This was because he was furious to the extreme. His angry gaze was so terrifying. But Su Yan didn't care about all this. So what if the royal sect was powerful? They probably couldn't do anything to him. Moreover, he was sure that the mysterious young lady would be very happy if he did this. Chapter 658. Female Literature. Su Yan was not wrong in the slightest. At this time the young lady was in a good mood. The young lady was very beautiful. Whether it was her plump and straight twin peaks, her straight back that was like a scabbard, or her waist that could not be grasped with a single hand, they were all very moving. She wore a black muslin gown. This black muslin gown was very ordinary, but when she wore it, it was so beautiful and moving. Her face was definitely very beautiful, but it was a pity that her face was currently covered by a black muslin. Su Yan was not wrong. Her cultivation was truly very frightening. At this moment, the qi exuding from her body was constantly spiraling. If Su Yan were here, he would be able to determine that this woman's cultivation was almost on par with Xue Xingchuan's. Xue Xingchuan was a genius of the Xue clan, and also a genius of the Taihang sword faction. Having survived a great calamity, his current cultivation had reached an extremely frightening level. And this woman's cultivation was actually on par with his. This was too frightening. She was standing in front of the window, so she had naturally seen everything that had happened on the ship. "He's actually an interesting brat," she softly said. Elder Imo also said, "He really is interesting and he's also very strong. Haha, I really didn't expect to meet such a brat." "Elder Imo, you think very highly of this person?" Elder Imo directly nodded, then said, "This child's talent is incomparably powerful, definitely not below that of those brats in the sect. Moreover, I keep feeling that he's very dangerous." Elder Imo changed the topic and directly spat out these 2 words. The young lady was not at all surprised by Elder Mo's evaluation. "He's not that dangerous, but he really does have some other methods. No matter what, it's not bad to have a good relationship with him. Okay, we'll reach our destination very soon. I think that this time our journey won't be peaceful. You should also know of my current situation. If there really is a way out, I can only rely on you," the young lady softly said. When she spoke, there was a charm that belonged to her. Elder Imo softly sighed, then said, "AI, it's really been hard on you." After saying this, he withdrew from her room. Another half a day passed, but that hedonistic young master was still unusually calm. Su Yan was overjoyed. He sat down and meditated for a while. That pill really had a miraculous effect. In just a short while, he felt that his body had almost fully recovered. Right at this moment, a clamor suddenly came from the ship. "Pirates! The pirates are attacking!" The world of the 9 regions was not a peaceful place. It was the same for the sea. Pirates were even more rampant. However, these pirates were also knowledgeable. They definitely wouldn't provoke an ordinary large sect. When Su Yan first came to this continent, he was riding on the Taihang sword faction's ship. At that time there were pirates approaching, but when they saw the Taihang sword faction, they were so scared that they didn't dare to approach. At this time the extreme royal sect's ship was even more powerful and terrifying than before. Those bastards wouldn't dare to offend them if they had eyes. But now they had come. Su Yan immediately knew that there was a problem. Sure enough, I can't reach the mainland peacefully. Right now, what he wanted the most was to reach the mainland as soon as possible. He didn't want any more accidents to happen. This time, he came to the world of the 9 regions for Lulan. At this time, half a year had already passed. He had to seize the time to inquire about her whereabouts and then think of a way to save her. Although Duan Mulonghu said that he would help him, Su Yan naturally couldn't be at ease with such a guy. If there were any more accidents this time, it would be terrible. However, as the saying goes, since he was already here, he might as well take things as they come. To be more precise, he would deal with whatever came his way. Since he was already here, he wouldn't be stingy with his help. After all, he didn't have too many problems at this time. Maybe I'm thinking too much. No matter how powerful these pirates are, how could they be a match for the extreme royal sect? Putting aside that mysterious young lady, Elder Hiroshi himself is an extremely powerful expert. He should already be a 9 dragons expert. At this time, Elder Hiroshi's voice suddenly sounded. Little friend Su Yan, this old man has a request. Su Yan was immediately speechless. This was really what he wanted to get. Senior, please speak. No matter what, he was indebted to the other party. Elder Hiroshi looked at Su Yan and said directly, presumably, little friend has also seen the abnormality of these pirates. How could ordinary pirates dare to offend my extreme royal sect? This old man is not afraid to tell you that these guys are most likely from the limitless demon sect. Demon sect. Hearing these 3 words, Su Yan's eyes flashed with a trace of killing intent. These people from the demon sect were really everywhere. Elder Hiroshi continued, this old man doesn't have time to explain why the demon sect is here. This old man hopes that young master can take into account that young lady has been good to young master and protect young lady. Hearing this, Su Yan immediately had an extremely strange feeling. That young lady's ability should be extremely powerful. No matter what, it shouldn't be his turn to protect her. Elder Hiroshi seemed to have expected that Su Yan would have such a question, so he directly said, Su Yan, I'll tell you the truth. My young lady's cultivation has some problems, so she definitely can't act rashly. This old man has already sensed an extremely powerful aura on the opposite ship. This person is probably my old enemy. To be honest, this old man doesn't know if I can come back alive. Elder Hiroshi wanted to continue, but Su Yan directly said, Elder Hiroshi, don't worry. I, Su Yan, promise you that as long as I'm still alive, I will definitely protect young lady's safety. Seeing that Su Yan had agreed, Elder Hiroshi laughed and said, little friend, don't worry. This old man is just asking for a precaution. After all, the world is unpredictable. However, this old man will definitely return as soon as possible. After he finished speaking, he had already left the cabin and directly headed into the distance. Elder Hiroshi directly stood in the air and looked at the pirate ship below coldly. Old thief from the devil sect, how dare you offend my Huangji sect? Do you want to start a war between the 2 sects? Ha ha ha, I don't know what Huangji sect is. I'm here to rob you today. Immediately, 2 experts flew out from the pirate ship. Su Yan had seen one of them before. That was the first elder of the devil sect's Shinluo Hall. And the person beside him had an even stronger aura than him. There are actually 2 supremacies here. Su Yan was surprised. He never thought that the devil sect would send 2 powerful supremacies here. At this moment, he began to worry about Elder Hiroshi. After all, from the aura he sensed, Elder Hiroshi was only at the 9 dragons realm. His strength was indeed not bad, but compared to the 2 people in front of him, the difference was too great. It was also at this moment that the pirates' fleet stealthily made their way here. Su Yan walked directly to the cabin where the young lady was. Since Elder Hiroshi had entrusted him with such a task, he naturally had to do it. When he walked to the top floor, he saw Fan Xing. At this moment, Fan Xing was standing at the door with a few people. At this moment, no one would think that he had good intentions. Mutunching Sister Mu, hey, that damned old man is no longer here. I think there's no one here who can protect you. I know that your strength is indeed terrifying. Unfortunately, you can't display that terrifying strength now. So, I think it's better for you to cooperate with me obediently in the end. At this moment, Fan Xing only felt an indescribable sense of relief. Along the way, he had been restrained at every turn and was already unable to restrain his anger. At this moment his opportunity had finally arrived. At this moment, an extremely gentle voice sounded. Fanxing, isn't it a little too early to make a move now? Your father is indeed a formidable person, but he gave birth to a pig-like son. So this young lady's name was Mu Tiansheng. What a unique name. Haha, I'm stupid. Forget it, I won't say anything to you. When I tie you to the bed you'll know how powerful I am. Now who are you counting on to save you? A wild dog? At this moment he was at his limit. At this moment Suyen suddenly opened his mouth and said, Are you talking about me, a wild dog? Hearing Suyan's voice, Fanxing immediately turned around and said, Nonsense, if not you. Who are you talking about? Seeing Suyen appear, not only did he not show any fear, but he also had an indescribable sense of relief. Young man, you're very good. Even at this time you still dare to come here. Do you know that no one has ever dared to treat me like this? You actually dared to hit me and throw me into the sea. I will definitely kill you, he said with extreme anger. At this moment, a few people walked up from behind him. Seeing these people, even Suyen raised his eyebrows. These 3 people were all strong fighters of Dragon Realm level 9. And before this, Suyen had never seen them before. In other words, these 3 people had been hiding all this time. Although Elder Mo had said that the young lady could not use her skills at this time because of her cultivation, her perception was extremely strong. She could even sense that she was injured. But these 3 people had actually managed to hide from her perception. Just this one Dao was already very impressive. At this moment, the person who had previously pulled Fanxing out of the sea said, I told you before, if you offend the young master, you will definitely regret it. Su Yan's gaze fell on him. Originally, he was in the 4 Dragons realm, but at this moment his aura was vigorous, obviously much stronger than before. 6 Dragons realm, you've actually reached the 6 Dragons realm now. How amazing! Su Yan was shocked. His divine consciousness was extremely strong, but he did not notice at all that this guy had actually concealed his cultivation level. Chapter 659. Female Literature. Humph, are you surprised? Do you really think you're so powerful? What a joke. If I didn't have anything to rely on, why would I come here? For this moment I even endured the humiliation of being thrown into the sea by you. Now that you haven't run away, it's time for you to die. Fanxing sneered. Su Yan's frown deepened. At this moment he could tell that Fanxing was just putting on a disguise. He was indeed a foppish man who did whatever he wanted, but he was not brainless. What a failure. I can't believe I was fooled by a guy like you. Can you tell me what methods you used to hide your cultivation? Su Yan asked directly. This moment he was really curious. Fanxing laughed out loud. You want to know? Unfortunately, I won't tell you. I like to see people die with their eyes wide open. Now go to hell. See, kill him. He gave the order directly. The person next to him immediately flashed and charged at Su Yan. Previously, he did not have much power to fight back against Su Yan. To him, this was a humiliation. Now it was time for him to wash away the humiliation. Only boiling blood could calm the anger in his heart. There was no doubt that he was filled with anger now. However, he was in a good mood because he knew very well that he would be able to take revenge soon. He wanted to let these ignorant guys know how stupid they were. His gaze fell on Su Yan. He wanted to see fear on Su Yan's face. Unfortunately, at this moment, Su Yan's face did not show any fear. Instead, it was full of ridicule. He looked at him as if he was looking at an idiot. This infuriated him to no end. Damn it, you brat who came out of nowhere. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to dig out your eyeballs so that you'll know what respect is. Do it. At this moment, the person called Asi had already made his move. His speed was really fast. When the strength of the 6 Dragons realm was fully unleashed, it was extremely terrifying. If Su Yan was in perfect condition, he was confident that he could defeat this guy. But now, it was not easy to defeat him. Not to mention that Asi was the weakest among the people here. Looks like I'll have to call for a helper, Su Yan thought helplessly. In fact, if the conditions permitted, he was unwilling to do so. After all, the 4 demonic beasts were his trump cards. Since it was a trump card, it wouldn't be good to expose it too early. Just as Su Yan was about to make a move, a will suddenly appeared. The moment this will appeared, everyone in the cabin felt a terrifying pressure. This pressure caused almost everyone to stop what they were doing. At this moment they couldn't even move. How powerful and terrifying was that? Then a sigh was heard. Sigh. This sigh actually made everyone feel intoxicated. Fan Xing, you're still so stupid. Didn't your father tell you not to expose yourself too early before things are set in stone? A beautiful figure appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Seeing this beautiful figure, everyone's breathing unconsciously stopped. Beautiful, she was really too beautiful. Although her face was covered by a thin layer of black mist, it didn't affect her beauty at all. Instead, it made her a goddess in everyone's hearts. She stood there, the most beautiful scenery in the world. Of course, everyone was not only surprised by her beauty, but also by her strength. At this moment, a sea who was in the sixth dragon's realm was almost unable to move. Moreover, what shocked him even more was that the young miss was not attacking him alone at this time. She was suppressing everyone. Just this move alone was enough to show how terrifying her capabilities were. But at this moment, Fan Xing laughed. Mutiansheng, you're really powerful. No wonder even my father is afraid of you. If your cultivation hadn't gone wrong, I really wouldn't dare to do anything to you. Unfortunately, what do you have to fight me at this time? He continued. Don't think that you can intimidate me with this move. If you could really use your full strength, then you wouldn't have to do this. You could just kill me and end it all. I know you look down on me, but so what? You've lost in the end. He was sure that at this time Mutiansheng was just an arrow at the end of its flight. Although he displayed an extremely terrifying aura and intimidated everyone, it was just a flash in the pan. If I didn't already know your background, do you think my grandfather would let me come here? At this time he was still fearless and said directly, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and attack." As soon as he finished speaking, the four people directly attacked. At this time, their powers were activated at the same time and directly connected together. When their auras combined, they actually displayed the aura of a venerable. The three heroes of Heavenly Ghost, it's actually you three. You actually joined Fan Yunlin. The young lady was obviously very surprised. Su Yan had never heard of these three people, but just by looking at the young lady's appearance and the aura they released at this time, he knew that they were definitely not simple. Fan Xing laughed and said, "A wise man submits to circumstances. Haha, my father will become the real sect master of Huangji sect sooner or later. When that time comes, the entire Huangji sect will listen to my father. As for the sect master? Do you think that old man can wake up?" Fan Xing had reached his limit. The three heroes of Heavenly Ghost, each of their cultivations is only at the 9 dragons realm. But when their auras are connected, each of them is a venerable expert. In other words, you have to face the attacks of 3 venerables. Mutiansheng, with your current state, I don't think you have the chance. After hearing his words, Su Yan was also shocked. These people actually had such means. This was really amazing. Such a combination was really terrifying. Haha, it doesn't matter. Since you've already stepped into this muddy water, you should be mentally prepared, the young lady said directly. The leader of the 3 heroes said, "Since we've already made our choice, the 3 of us are mentally prepared. Even if we die in the hands of the young lady, it's still a good thing. As the saying goes, dying under a peony flower is also a romantic ghost." For this old man to say such words, it could be seen that he was somewhat vulgar. However, at this time, as the 3 old men's aura increased, the aura created by the beautiful young lady was directly broken. Haha, as expected, you're an arrow at the end of its flight. If your strength really existed, how could you be defeated so easily? At this time, the person called Asi attacked again. Su Yan, this time around, no one has suddenly stopped the world. Now you can go to hell. He roared out in anger and struck out immediately. He blasted a punch and a powerful force directly appeared, bombarding Su Yan's chest. The punch was so fast that there was even the sound of air being torn apart. However, Su Yan's reaction was not slow at all. Almost at the same time that Su Chun punched, Su Yan's body directly turned, and then he fled in the direction of the sea. Ha ha, you're indeed a wild dog. You can only escape like this when you can't beat them. Sister Mu, it seems that the gigolos nowadays are really unreliable. He laughed directly, and at the same time, his eyes were filled with a trace of lust. At this time, the three heroes of the heavenly ghost had directly rushed up. At this time, the young lady was already in danger. However, at this time, Su Yan's voice was heard again. I think your face seems to be paler. This voice was still floating in the air, and Su Yan's body had already appeared in front of the young lady. At this time, two pairs of dragon wings were gently fluttering behind his back. Dragon Chi theurgy, you guy. You actually comprehended such a theurgy. Fan Xing said coldly. Of course, he knew that the Dragon Chi theurgy was not something that could be found but not sought. For a sect as powerful as the Huangji sect, it was not easy to surpass those who could comprehend this theurgy. However, Su Yan in front of him had actually comprehended it. "Asi, why haven't you killed him yet?" He immediately glared at Asi. Asi trembled and then said, "Young master, please forgive me. I'll kill him now." Asi was actually still puzzled at this time. Just as he blasted out a punch, Su Yan actually disappeared directly. After he released his power, his strength should be completely above Su Yan's, but Su Yan actually made it impossible for him to see his movements clearly. However, at this time when he saw Su Yan's dragon wings, he immediately felt that this was because of Su Yan's Dragon Chi theurgy. He worked hard to cultivate and finally reached this realm, but until now there was no sign of him comprehending the Dragon Chi theurgy. However, Su Yan actually comprehended it. This made him very jealous, and his desire to kill Su Yan became even stronger. "You won't come back. If you don't come back, these people can't do anything to me. But if you come back, you will become a burden to me," the young lady said calmly. Hearing the young lady's words, Su Yan immediately smiled bitterly. He had actually become a burden. It seemed that his strength was still too weak in the end. However, he said, "I think you will definitely have a way to deal with it, but you should pay the price for it. Before Elder Emo went out, he told me to take good care of you. I can't go back on my words," Su Yan said very seriously. "Moreover, you don't need to worry about me. Since I came back, I definitely didn't come to show off because I have a friend." Chapter 660. Female Literature. Ha ha ha. A wild dog like you actually has a friend? Come on, call him out and let me see what's so great about him. Fan Xing laughed coldly. At this moment everyone, including the mysterious young lady, thought that Su Yan was joking. After all, Su Yan had floated up from the sea. If he really had a friend who could turn the situation around in such a situation, it would be a joke. Su Yan chuckled. He did not say much because there was no need to. "Come out, ahai." Su Yan admitted that the name was not artistic at all. However, he was a sword saint, not an artist. Therefore, artistic sense could go to hell. Silence. When Su Yan said those words in a threatening manner, everyone on the ship was a little nervous. However, nothing happened. This moment he was furious. He had been played for a fool. This was an unforgivable thing. His heart was filled with a terrifying murderous intent. Fan Xing could not take it any longer. He said, "Kill this guy." At this moment the lady said, "I'll send you out of here later. I let you on the ship because I wanted to use you to build a relationship with the Taihang sword faction. But I definitely don't want you to lose your life because of this." However, before she could finish her sentence, she paused. At this moment Su Yan grabbed her hand. An indescribable feeling flashed through her heart. It was a feeling she had never experienced before. For a moment she did not react. At this moment Su Yan finally reacted. He really didn't have any other intentions. He just wanted to tell her not to worry, and that he would definitely protect her. Just as Su Yan was about to let go of her hand, the huge warship started to shake violently. Such a huge battleship had always been stable when sailing on the sea, but at this time it actually began to shake violently. This was really abnormal. Could it be his friend? This thought immediately appeared in her mind, but she wanted to deny it immediately. At this moment, she felt an extremely powerful and terrifying aura. Sea beasts. A powerful sea beast had appeared. The sea did not belong to humans. Even though humans could create extremely powerful and terrifying battleships, in front of the sea they were still so weak. The true overlords of the ocean were the sea beasts. Oh! A very ear-piercing sound rang out, causing everyone to unconsciously cover their ears. At this time, the young lady's body was still unstable, and she fell directly into Su Yan's arms. For a moment, Su Yan was filled with warmth and fragrance. But at this moment, Su Yan didn't have any other thoughts. He said to the young lady, "Young lady, trust me. I will bring you out of here." After Su Yan finished speaking, he jumped directly into the sea. At that moment, Fan Xing immediately knew that things had gone awry. With the existence of the three heroes, this matter should have been foolproof, but a slip-up had occurred at this time. This was an extremely important matter. Mu Tiansheng was too important to his father, so he couldn't let her go no matter what. Only by capturing Mu Tiansheng would this operation be considered a success. His father had once told him that if he captured Mu Tiansheng, his father would be able to successfully break through and reach a new realm. He might even be able to directly break through to the Emperor realm. Once one reached the legendary Emperor realm, it would be a supreme realm with unimaginable power. At that time, he might not be invincible in the world, but who in the royal sect would dare to oppose him? Even if the real sovereign of the legends were to awaken, everything would be a foregone conclusion. But that was not all. If he could succeed this time, it would be a huge benefit to him. "You three, hurry up and stop him. Hurry up!" he roared. When the three heroes heard his roar, they didn't dare to delay and directly flew toward the sea. At this moment they were tightly connected, and their strength was naturally extremely terrifying. Each of them had the strength of a venerable. According to their thinking, even if Su Yan really had some hidden cards, could he be a match for the three venerables? No, they definitely didn't think that Su Yan had such strength. If the three of them made a move at this time, this matter would be very easy to deal with. However, at this moment, an unforeseen event suddenly happened. An extremely terrifying power directly appeared at this moment. Accompanied by the explosion of this huge power was an extremely terrifying wave. The huge wave directly rushed to the sky. At this moment, the three heroes had not come back to their senses at all. At this moment, they were shriveled and did not expect such an unforeseen event to happen at this time. Even so, due to the sudden occurrence, they did not panic. At this moment, the three of them channeled their power at the same time, and a dark golden light directly burst out. The light pillar directly fell, causing it to suddenly hit the huge wave. In just an instant, the huge wave was directly shattered. Although the crisis was easily resolved this time, they could no longer underestimate Su Yan at this time. They had deeply understood how powerful Su Yan's friend was. "Stop pretending to be mysterious and come out." At this moment, the person in the front immediately roared, and an extremely terrifying voice was heard. The sound wave turned into an endless impact wave, and the terrifying power was simply terrifying. At this moment, a huge head directly rushed out from above the sea. When the three of them saw this head, they were still shocked at this time, even though they had experienced countless storms. The sea-splitting demonic snake. The three heroes were top-notch powerhouses in the Huangji sect, and people like them were naturally far more knowledgeable than Su Yan. Su Yan knew that the mount he subdued must be very powerful, and had an extremely terrifying bloodline power, but he could not name it. Even so, the three heroes recognized the sea snake in an instant. The sea-splitting demonic snake was the name given to the sea snake race by humans. In the sea, it was an absolute overlord. An adult sea-splitting demonic snake was definitely the ruler of the sea. Their strength was so terrifying that even the true dragon lineage's combat power in the sea could not compare to them. At that time, the extremely powerful sea-splitting demonic snake had also appeared. It was a power that stood at the peak of this world. It was shameful to say that Su Yu only found out the name of her mount after talking to these three fellows. After knowing that this sea beast was the mysterious and extremely powerful sea-splitting demonic snake, the three heroes instinctively felt fear, so they immediately slowed down their sinking. At this moment, the sea-splitting demonic snake suddenly jumped up, and then suddenly wanted to attack the three of them. Although the sea-splitting demonic snake's body was huge, its speed was just as incredible. Fortunately, the three of them were special, and the three of them almost shared the same thoughts, so they were able to avoid the attack immediately. If it had been any other venerable one of them would have been swallowed by the sea-splitting demonic snake. The three heroes stood on the warship again, and at this moment, their faces were full of seriousness. At this moment, Fan Xing had also come over. His gaze fell on the sea-splitting demonic snake's head. Su Yan was standing on the sea-splitting demonic snake's head with the young lady in his arms. It turned out that the friend Su Yan had mentioned earlier was actually the sea-splitting demonic snake. Damn it, where did this brat come from? He can actually subdue the sea-splitting demonic snake. Damn it. At this moment, Fan Xing had an extremely strong killing intent toward Su Yan. This killing intent had nothing to do with hatred but jealousy. Fan Xing was the son of the dignified vice-sect leader of the royal sect. He should have been a genius. However, for some reason he had become a laughable wild dog. Although many people in the sect were afraid of him, he knew that the one they were truly afraid of was not him, but his father. Usually he would never show it, but in reality only he knew how unwilling he was to accept this. He did not like this, and he absolutely did not want this. He should be the man standing at the top of the world, not a pitiful worm who could only rely on his connections. What he hated the most was his peers who were more outstanding than him. Therefore, in the sect there were a few people who he could not afford to offend. Some of the young talents could only work for him, or they would be mercilessly excluded by him. At this time, the ability that Su Yan had displayed had long exceeded the standard of his tolerance. Therefore, his killing intent was incomparably strong at this time. The sea-splitting demonic snake is indeed powerful, but do you really think the 3 heavenly ghosts are useless? Kill him, he directly ordered. Hearing his words, the 3 heavenly ghosts immediately looked at Su Yan. They knew their young master very well. Although deep in their hearts, they were very dissatisfied and even disdainful of this foolish young master. There was nothing they could do. His father was really a terrifying person. From the moment they submitted to the vice-sect leader, they were destined to be unable to resist. Moreover, at this moment they were interested in Su Yan. They knew Su Yan's strength. He was only in the dragon realm, and judging from his aura, he definitely did not exceed the 6 dragons realm. This kind of strength was really weak to them. If they could directly subdue Su Yan, it would be equivalent to taking down the sea-splitting demonic snake. That was the sea-splitting demonic snake. If they could take it, the 3 brothers would be rich. The 3 of them immediately turned into 3 rays of light and directly charged toward Su Yan. Chapter 661. Girls' Literature. 3 rays of light shot out like meteors. Such a terrifying radiance was simply frightening. For a moment, the roaring sound of the sea surface was immediately silenced. The power of venerables was indeed very strong. Moreover, there were 3 of them at the moment. Even if the sea-splitting demonic snake were to fight them head-on, it would definitely not be in an advantageous position. Moreover, Su Yan and the beautiful young lady were still above. If a fierce fight were to break out at this time, the 2 of them would definitely suffer. Dive into the sea, Su Yan directly said to the sea-splitting demonic snake. At this time, fighting them head-on was definitely not the right choice. The moment it received Su Yan's order, the sea-splitting demonic snake had already reacted. Its huge body dove into the sea surface in an instant, and its entire body was drowned by the sea. The attacks of the 3 powerhouses landed on the surface of the sea, causing countless waves to be stirred up. Damn it, this guy is gone. At this time, the 3 powerhouses stayed in the air. Their attacks were already very strong and very fast, but they never expected the sea-splitting demonic snake to be so fast. Their attacks did not even touch the sea-splitting demonic snake. After a while, the sea calmed down again, but the 3 powerhouses were still focused. After all, there was no doubt about the terrifying combat strength of this big guy. Based on its speed, if it suddenly emerged from the sea and attacked them from behind, it would be a matter of life and death for them. As for going into the sea to chase after the sea-splitting demonic snake, they did not even dare to think about it. Unless they were crazy, why would they do something so suicidal? Damn it, quickly find this kid. What are you all doing? At this point, Fan Xing's rage had reached its boiling point. He roared furiously, trying to vent his anger. However, the 3 heavenly spirits ignored him. At this time, if they still listened to the command of this guy, they would really turn into pigs. Moreover, at this time they still had to ensure Fan Xing's safety. Therefore, at this time they could only be cautious. Boss, what should we do? One of them asked directly. What else can we do? Going into the water is suicide, and we can't stay too far away from Fan Xing, otherwise the enemy will seize the opportunity and capture Fan Xing. The leader was very calm and had analyzed everything in an instant. For a moment, the 3 of them didn't know what to do next. Elder Hiroshi was in a very difficult situation. He was ordered to protect the young lady. However, He had never expected that Fan Yunlin would actually collude with the Limitless Demon Sect. The number of experts from the Limitless Demon Sect was more than he had imagined. Even though his strength was indeed extraordinary, the Nine Dragons realm was just a facade. His true strength was that of a venerable one. However, the problem was that this time the Devil Sect also sent venerables. Moreover, whether it was in terms of numbers or strength, they were above him. Damn it, I was too careless. Fan Yunlin, that old dog, is actually so unscrupulous. He deserves to die. Now, I can only hope that Miss is safe. Thinking of this, he looked towards the battleship. Praying for Miss's safety was his only wish at this moment. Miss was the sect master's daughter, and the sect master had done him a great favor. Even if he had to give up his life, he would protect Miss well. However, he didn't see Mu Tianqing's figure at this moment. Oh no, Miss is actually missing. What happened? His heart was in a panic. At this moment, his gaze fell on the three heavenly ghosts. He naturally knew about the three heavenly ghosts, but he never expected that these guys had actually sided with Fan Yunlin. If these guys were to take action, they indeed had the ability to subdue Mu Tianqing at this moment. As for Su Yan, after seeing these three guys, he didn't expect Su Yan to take action at all. It wasn't that he looked down on Su Yan, but it was because the difference in strength between the two sides was too great. At this moment he was very annoyed. Along the way, he actually didn't notice the existence of these three guys. However, it was too late to say anything now. Now everything was out of his control. Because now, he couldn't even protect himself. Just as he was lost in thought, a gloomy voice suddenly sounded. Old man, when you're fighting with me, you still dare to be distracted. You don't put me in your eyes at all. It turned out that when Elder Hiroshi was worried about Mu Tianqing's safety, someone actually got close to him. One had to know that at this moment, he was already in a very dangerous situation. After getting close to him, he was practically pushing himself into a dead end. At this time, although he had woken up in time, it was already too late. An extremely terrifying fist wind had already rushed towards him. The strength of the Limitless Demon Sect could almost affect the other half of the 9 provinces. Since this person was able to become an elder, he naturally wouldn't be a weak person. Elder Hiroshi only felt an extremely gloomy feeling enveloping him, and then his power strangely disappeared. I'm dead. At this time he knew that he was probably really going to die. The attack of a venerable was no joke. But at this moment the sea suddenly began to roll, and an extremely powerful water column directly rushed into the sky. The power of that water column was so terrifying that even the venerable's attack was directly scattered. Senior Hiroshi, let's go. A somewhat familiar voice sounded. At this time, Elder Hiroshi still couldn't believe that it was Su Yan who suddenly appeared. Su Yan? It's actually him? Why did he suddenly appear here? How could he withstand this guy's attack with his strength? Hundreds of thoughts ran through his mind, and it was obvious that he couldn't come back to his senses. However, this didn't stop him from taking action. He directly left the encirclement of the Venerable through the opening created by the extremely terrifying water column. Then he landed next to Su Yan. There was another person next to Su Yan, and it was Mu Tianqing, the person he worked so hard to protect. Young miss, you're fine. This is great. At this time he was really excited. However, he immediately found that he had directly entered the sea. This is a sea beast, and it's a sea-splitting demonic snake. Heavens, I'm not dreaming, right? He was really shocked. He naturally knew how terrifying the sea-splitting demonic snake was. It was an extremely terrifying beast, and they were the overlords of the sea. At this time he was actually stepping on the head of the sea-splitting demonic snake. The head of the sea-splitting demonic snake released a faint light, which directly shrouded the three of them. At this time Mu Tianqing directly said, Elder Hiroshi, it was Su Yan who saved us. Young miss, you're saying that the sea-splitting demonic snake listens to brother Su Yan? He really couldn't believe it, because no matter what, this was something unbelievable. Although he thought highly of Su Yan, he never thought that Su Yan could control a sea-splitting demonic snake. Could it be that the seniors of the Taihang Sword faction subdued the sea-splitting demonic snake and let it protect Su Yan? Naturally, Elder Hiroshi attributed this matter to the powerhouses of the Taihang Sword faction. After all, the sea-splitting demonic snake was indeed powerful, but the Taihang Sword faction had one of the 10 great divine swords, the Taihang Divine Sword, and the strength of Sect Master Zhangzhe was also very terrifying. Even his own sect master was full of praise for him. At this time Mu Tianqing said, "Elder Hiroshi, the sea-splitting demonic snake is Su Yan's mount, so we're still safe for now. I don't think those guys would dare to dive into the sea to kill us." Mu Tianqing's voice was still very calm, as if he didn't care about his current situation at all. In this regard, Su Yan was very respectful. After all, not everyone could remain calm in the face of danger. At this time, Elder Hiroshi was still immersed in Mu Tianqing's words. That was Su Yan's mount. "Elder Hiroshi, I'm only doing this because of a coincidence. The most important thing now is to leave this place immediately. After all, Ku has several venerables. We can't underestimate them. Who knows what other tricks they might have," Su Yan said directly. After hearing Su Yan's words, Elder Hiroshi suddenly sighed. "We can leave immediately, but those disciples who are loyal to Miss will not have a good ending." Since Fan Xing had openly rebelled at this time, he naturally wouldn't let those people on the ship go. After all, Fan Xing was known for his viciousness. At this time Su Yan said, "Elder Hiroshi, since this guy's target is Miss Mu, he probably won't start a massacre. After all, these disciples might be good bait." After hearing Su Yan's words, Elder Hiroshi could only nod. Right now he wanted to save those disciples, but he knew his own weight. It was impossible to save someone from the hands of a group of powerhouses. At this time a ray of light suddenly appeared in the sky. After this ray of light appeared, it directly pierced into the sea. The originally azure blue sea actually began to turn pitch black at this time. The ink-like darkness was still spreading at this time. At this time, Su Yan and the others were already enveloped in it. "Oh no, it's a domain. The sacred venerables have made their move," Mu Tianqing said directly. To be able to directly envelop the entire sea, this kind of strength could be said to be incomparably powerful. Ordinary venerables couldn't do this at all. Do you think you'll be fine if you hide in the sea? Naive." The voice was trembling at this time. Su Yan and the others only felt that the water around them had become thicker and thicker, as if it was a piece of paste. Chapter 662. Female Literature. Su Yan immediately sensed that something was wrong. He did not know what was going on, but to be able to directly turn the seawater into such a state, the person who did this must be very powerful. Whether or not he was a real Saint Venerable, he at least had the power of that level. Such an existence was extremely terrifying. If his current mental strength allowed him to summon all 4 of his demonic beasts, he wouldn't be afraid. However, his mental strength was limited. If he summoned all 4 of his demonic beasts, he would die before the enemy. "Sea Serpent, quickly leave." Su Yan directly transmitted his thoughts to the Sea Serpent. At that moment, the Sea Serpent was also madly struggling. As the overlord of the sea, he was more sensitive to danger than Su Yan. He clearly knew that an extremely powerful enemy had arrived at that moment. His body crazily dived downwards, and his huge figure kept changing. In the end he actually turned into a fleeting shadow, trying to break free and escape. After his speed increased, the terrifying sticky power seemed to have weakened a little. However, Su Yan did not have time to be happy. That cold snort was heard again. One had to know that this was the deep sea, and it was difficult for sound to be transmitted. However, this person was able to transmit his voice to this place, which showed how powerful he was. That terrifying power kept shaking, and then the surface of the sea began to change. At that moment there was a man in black standing on the surface of the sea. His eyes were fixed on the surface of the sea, and his power was slowly extending into the sea. Beside him, the 3 sect masters of the devil sect from before were standing quietly at the side. The 3 venerable ones were so respectful to him, so it was needless to say that this person was probably a Saint Venerable. A holy venerate level existence was definitely very impressive within the sect. Putting everything else aside, the Shui family's great ancestor had not become a Saint Venerable even with such a cultivation base, which showed how difficult it was to become a Saint Venerable. If the entire sea was a huge piece of tofu, then his dark power was an unimaginable long saber. Under his power, the tofu was gradually cut open. It's actually the demonic sea-rending snake. This old man needs such a powerful demonic beast with an ancient bloodline. Today, it's destined that you won't be able to escape." He sneered, and his strength became even more terrifying. Finally, the sea began to split in two. Vice sect leader's divine might is unfathomable. I admire you. This person was actually the vice sect leader of the devil sect. The limitless demon sect was very powerful, and it had many branch palaces. For example, Ghost Killing Hall, Senluo Hall, and so on. They were actually all forces of their own. The devil sect's sect master and vice sect master were their managers. For this operation, the devil sect actually sent out a vice sect leader. The vice sect master calmly said, "Cut the crap. I'll split the surface of the sea and create a domain for you all to enter. Bring these guys here. Remember, don't hurt the girl from the royal sect or I won't be polite." His voice was calm, but the few people present felt immense pressure in their hearts. Especially when they heard the last few words, their hearts became even more uneasy. There were a total of vice sect leaders in the devil sect, and the one in front of them happened to be the most murderous. Unless the sect leader intervened, no one could stop him when he wanted to kill. Therefore, since he gave the order, no matter what, they had to complete it. The three venerables had already entered the sea. At this moment, the vice sect leader's gaze fell on the warship. He looked at the three heavenly ghost heroes and said expressionlessly, "What are you three still standing there for? Are you enjoying the sea breeze?" Hearing his words, the three heavenly ghost heroes immediately felt a chill. They knew that this person was an extremely powerful and terrifying existence. Logically speaking, they didn't need to listen to his orders. However, they knew very well that the so-called reason needed to be backed by strength. After they used their secret technique at the same time, they directly reached the venerable realm. If they joined forces, they would be three venerables. However, in front of this person it was simply not enough. Therefore, they didn't say anything unnecessary and directly escaped into the sea. At this moment, only Fan Xing was left on the deck of the huge warship. At this moment, the vice sect leader's gaze fell on him. Fan Xing only felt that he was being stared at by an extremely terrifying demon at this moment. He didn't dare to move at all. He was deeply afraid that this guy would suddenly eat him. At this moment, the vice sect leader smiled faintly. "Humph, this is interesting. You actually have such a mystery on you. Humph, this guy Fan Yunlin is really..." The vice sect leader muttered to himself. From his words, it was obvious that he and Fan Yunlin knew each other. It was no wonder that the limitless demon sect would make a move this time. Then, he withdrew his gaze and looked at the sea again. The surface of the sea was constantly shaking, and everything was constantly changing. He saw everything that was happening in front of his eyes. Is that the guy called Su Yan who suddenly appeared in the Taihang Sword faction? What an interesting guy. It seems that there's a need to capture him. He smiled sinisterly. At this moment, Su Yan immediately felt his body turn cold. Seems that we've been targeted by something. At this moment, he suddenly noticed a huge movement. The sea was divided, and they were directly imprisoned in the domain. At this moment, they were like birds in a cage. It was almost impossible for them to escape. At this moment, several venerables came down directly. It was even more unrealistic to want to fight with the other party. It was as if their fate was already decided at this moment. Clown Sea Serpent, is there really no other way? Su Yan transmitted his thoughts. At this moment, the Clown Sea Serpent directly transmitted his thoughts. This mysterious dark power is really too terrifying. Not only did it divide the sea, but it also suppressed my power. When those venerables came down, I almost had no power to resist. The Clown Sea Serpent's words were also unusually angry. Not long ago, under the Godslayer sword and the Evil Eye Tyrant, he had just escaped death, but now he was in danger again. He sadly realized that ever since he met this master, he had become unlucky. Naturally, Su Yan did not know what he was thinking. At this moment, he began to think of a countermeasure. It seems that there's no other way. I can only summon the Blood-Winged Dragon. At this moment, Su Yan thought of summoning the strongest monster, the Blood-Winged Dragon. After all, its power was close to that of a holy beast. Its appearance might not be able to defeat the super powerhouse who was attacking, but at least it could buy them some time. However, summoning the Blood-Winged Dragon was too dangerous for him. It would cause damage to his spiritual power. This was not something he wanted to see. It was at this moment that he suddenly felt a surge of warmth rising around him. At this moment, Elder Hiroshi suddenly exclaimed, "Young miss, don't. You can't use your power now." Su Yan immediately knew that it was the mysterious young lady who had started to activate her power. Although it was only the beginning, Su Yan could already feel an extremely powerful power from it. This young Mrs. Power was beyond his expectations. However, when he saw Elder Hiroshi's expression, he immediately understood that using her power like this was a huge burden for this young miss. Su Yan did not stop her. If he had a choice, he would not let this young miss take the risk. However, he did not seem to have many choices now. Summoning the Bloodwing Dragon might not be a good choice. Elder Hiroshi suddenly made a move and interrupted the young miss's use of power. "Elder Hiroshi, why do you have to do this? We're already in a deadlock. If no one breaks out, then we're all going to die today. Someone has to be sacrificed. Moreover, my use of power will not cause me to die." Mu Tianqing's voice was very beautiful. This was something that Su Yan had to admit. Su Yan did not say anything. At this moment, Elder Hiroshi said, "Young miss, you're right. Someone has to be sacrificed. Young miss, your body is precious. The sect master's safety is entrusted to you. You can't take the risk." Then he said to Su Yan, "Brother Su Yan, I'm really sorry for putting you in danger this time. However, I still want to ask you to protect my young miss and help her get through this crisis." As soon as he finished speaking, his entire body rose into the air. Elder Hiroshi, Mu Tianqing was extremely flustered. She wanted to stop Elder Hiroshi, but when Elder Hiroshi stopped her earlier, he obviously used some method. Her movements were directly sealed. "Ha ha ha, you bunch of monsters want to hurt my young miss? You're delusional," he shouted coldly. Then his power burst out in an instant. At this moment, all of his power was constantly tumbling, and his body began to distort. In fact, when Elder Hiroshi made his move, Su Yan already had a premonition. In order to buy time for his young miss, Elder Hiroshi was probably going to give up his life. His body began to strangely expand, and the power in it continued to gather. Self-destruction. This person actually self-destructed according to the immortal law. A venerable one forcefully twisted the spiritual qi in his body, and then released a final attack before his death. This kind of power was, of course, very terrifying. At this moment, the silent light continued to go berserk. At this moment, the mysterious and unpredictable pressure began to lessen. The sea-splitting demonic snake immediately twisted its body, and finally managed to escape from the suppression of this strange domain. Chapter 663. Female Literature. After breaking free from the shackles of the mysterious power, the sea-splitting demonic snake's speed finally reached its peak. The sea-splitting demonic snake lived up to its name. When its speed reached its peak in the ocean, even a sacred venerate would find it hard to catch up. However, the two of them were not very happy at the moment. This was because Elder Mo had sacrificed his own life for them. If it wasn't for Elder Mo, the two of them would have been caught by that sacred venerate. Of course, the sea-splitting demonic snake didn't care. In his heart, he only cared about his master. If there was no danger, then he didn't care. That human sacred venerate was too terrifying. The dark power that filled his body terrified him. However, it didn't matter now, since he had already entered the deep sea. So what if he was a sacred venerate? At the moment, he was swimming freely at the bottom of the sea. Su Yan and Mu Tianqing were silent. After a while, Su Yan finally said, "Young miss, the dead are gone. Please don't be sad." The young miss called Mu Tianqing didn't say anything. Su Yan could only sigh in his heart. Of course, he knew that it was easy to say this, but it was very difficult to do it. Seeing a friend die in front of him, and for him to die for him, how could he let it go? "Thank you, Su Yan." Mu Tianqing's beautiful and lively voice sounded. "If it wasn't for you this time, I'm afraid I wouldn't have had the chance to live, so thank you." Su Yan shook his head and said, "No need to thank me, this is what I should do." Su Yan naturally didn't care about this. Besides, it was the other party who had helped him first. Receiving a favor from others should be repaid with a spring. This was his way of doing things. "Su Yan, I'm very sorry this time. I didn't think it through and caused you to get into big trouble." She paused and said, "I am the daughter of the royal sect master. My name is Mu Tianqing." She continued. In recent years, my father has been in seclusion. He has been in seclusion for so long that many people thought he was dead. Therefore, Vice Sect Master Fan Yunlin began to take control. He's Fan Xing's father. This time, the reason why I came here is to seek help. My father is acquainted with Zhang Zhe of the Taihang sword faction, so I hope that he can help me. Su Yan frowned and then said, Miss Mu, my sect master's cultivation is indeed unfathomable, but as the sect master, I'm afraid it's not good for him to interfere in your sect's affairs. Moreover, it's not good for him to be far away. What Su Yan said made sense. If the sect leader really went to the extreme royal sect, it was very likely that a war would break out between the two sections. Moreover, if he stayed too far away, the Taihang sword faction would be in a lot of trouble. Although the Taihang sword faction was powerful, the most powerful was still the faction leader and the Taihang godly sword. Now that the Zhozhou continent was in troubled times, he did not believe that Zhang Zhe would stay far away from the Taihang sword faction. Mu Tianxing said, Of course, what you said makes sense. Of course, I also thought of this, so I never thought of asking Sect Master Zhang to come to our sect. I only hope that he can use the Taihang godly sword to break the seal on me. Seal? Mu Tianxing said. Yes, it is a seal. I am a holy venerable. After she said these words, Su Yan was shocked. Although he had not seen her face, Su Yan could tell that she was not very old. Perhaps she was the same age as him or maybe a little older. But no matter what, it was shocking that she could become a holy venerable at such a young age. He thought that his talent was not bad, and he had many adventures. But now, he was only in the dragon realm. And now, Mu Tianxing was telling him that she was already a holy venerable. Miss Mu is really amazing. You are already a holy venerable at such a young age. Mu Tianxing smiled and said, You don't have to be envious. At the very least, I don't like this. If I could, I would rather be a woman with an ordinary cultivation. Maybe then I wouldn't have so much trouble. She continued, My cultivation is strong, but this strength is not from my own cultivation. It is through some special means. So, although I have great power, I don't dare to use it carelessly. Even so, this power is a threat to me. She smiled helplessly. The reason why my father went into seclusion is to reach a new realm, so that he can completely remove the hidden danger for me. And the reason why I've come to visit Grandmaster Zhang is because I hope to borrow the power of the Taixing Holy Sword so that I can get rid of the influence of this power. After Su Yan finished listening, he finally understood the reason behind it. But that Fan Yunlin was more ruthless than I thought. He chose to attack directly. And this time I caused Elder Mo to pay the price with his life. Su Yan was silent. In this world, there were always too many things that made people sad. Miss Mu, since it has already happened, then there is no use in feeling sad and blaming yourself. The most important thing now is to undo your seal. Don't worry, I will bring you to the Taihang sword faction. But I don't know if the sect master will choose to help you. Su Yan was going to return to the sect, so he couldn't bring her along. Although he was targeted by the devil sect, he couldn't do anything about it. As long as he didn't face a terrifying existence like a holy venerable, he wouldn't panic. At least he had the help of the demonic beast. Of course, he knew that this person in front of him had something that she didn't say. However, Su Yan didn't say anything about this. After all, everyone had their own secrets. Since she chose to remain silent, he wouldn't ask. Thank you. The two of them fell into silence once again. However, after this simple conversation, the two of them didn't feel as estranged as before. At this time, Su Yan had already started to cultivate. He was a cultivation maniac. As long as there was an opportunity, he wouldn't give up. At this time, they were at the bottom of the sea, at least 100 kilometers away from the surface. The pressure of the sea was extremely strong. Without the protection of the sea-splitting demonic snake, even Su Yan's body would be crushed by the terrifying water pressure. After all, the pressure of the sea here was even more terrifying than on Earth. Of course, the pressure here was indeed terrifying, but the water vapor here was also extremely pure. Although Su Yan didn't use the power of water, there were still many benefits for him to cultivate here. Unknowingly, a day and a night had passed. Just when Su Yan's cultivation reached the most important point, the sea-splitting demonic snake suddenly transmitted a thought to him. The thought said, "The mysterious island has appeared." Su Yan, we seem to be attracted by a powerful force. Could it be the Holy Venerable? Mu Tianxing said worriedly. They were now in the deep sea, but the sea-splitting demonic snake's body was still attracted by a force. Mu Tianxing really didn't understand what kind of force it was. No, it can't be the Holy Venerable. Even a Holy Venerable can't do something like this at the bottom of the sea. It should be related to an island. Su Yan said, the thought transmitted to him by the sea-splitting demonic snake. At this time, Mu Tianxing suddenly exclaimed, "Could it be that demon island?" Hearing this name, Su Yan immediately frowned. Just by hearing the name, he knew that it was a tricky place. "Sister Mu, I'm not familiar with these legends. Can you tell me?" Mu Tianxing nodded and then said, "It's a legendary island. It's illusory and has almost no fixed location. Every once in a while it will appear. As for where it appears, no one knows. Maybe it's on the east side of the continent, or on the west side. This island is extremely mysterious. There are countless natural treasures on the island. If these treasures can be brought out, then they will be extremely rich. Some of these treasures, not to mention ordinary venerables, even holy venerables or venerable sovereigns would be tempted. It's just that no one can find this island on their own initiative. It's only known that after this island appears, it will find a fated person and then bring them to the island. I originally thought that this was just a legend, but I didn't expect it to be true." Hearing Mu Tianxing's words, Su Yan was also very surprised. He actually encountered such a thing. However, he soon thought of a problem. "Sister Mu, since this island is called Demon Island, does it also have dangerous existences?" Mu Tianxing said with a smile, "Of course, and the danger is simply unimaginable. Every time the mysterious island appears, there are about 100 people or demon beasts that can enter the island, but each time only a few people can come out alive. There are even many times when no one comes out alive." Hearing Mu Tianxing's words, even Su Yan sucked in a breath of cold air. No one can come out alive. The dangers involved were simply terrifying. More importantly, if one is attracted by the power of this island, then they can only enter the island. In the past, there was once a holy venerable who wanted to break this rule, and then resist this mysterious power. In the end, his body was directly torn apart. In other words, we have already lost the choice at this time. We can only go against the current. Su Yan said. And, right, on that mysterious demon island, cultivation seems to be suppressed. No matter who it is, it's the same for venerables and holy venerables. Su Yan didn't say anything. This was good news. After all, if there really was a venerable, even if it was just an ordinary venerable, it would be extremely difficult for Su Yan to deal with them. However, if everyone's cultivation was suppressed at the same time, then it seemed to be a lot fairer. Chapter 664. Female Literature. Forget it. Let's not think about him. Although I don't know why we were pulled into this place, we can only fight since we're already here. Su Yan quickly adjusted his attitude. After all, he had experienced countless battles. Between life and death, he had trained his spirit and strength to be extremely tenacious. Mu Tianxing also said softly, "Yes, it's just a battle." Soon, the sea-splitting demonic snake's roar could be heard. At this moment he was being pulled in by this terrifying power, which made him feel extremely uncomfortable. However, as a powerful sea beast, he had a certain understanding of this island. Now he had accepted his fate. It seemed that ever since he had set his sights on this young master, he had been plagued with bad luck. It was like a mysterious curse. However, he had already accepted it. After all, he would get used to it after so many experiences. However, this sounded very sad no matter how he thought about it. Not long after, he was directly flipped over by a mysterious force and left the surface of the sea. At this moment, Su Yan and Mu Tianxing only felt that they had arrived at an extremely mysterious place. This place was surrounded by thick white fog. If it was just white fog, it would not be a big deal. The key was that both Su Yan and Mu Tianxing's divine consciousness were blocked by the white fog. At this moment, both of them were not newbies who had just developed their divine consciousness. Even so, they still could not penetrate the white fog. This could only mean that the white fog here was really terrifying. At this moment, Mu Tianxing directly asked, "What should we do?" Su Yan said, "What else can we do? Since we're already here, let's take it as it comes." Since we're already here, we can only cope with the changes by sticking to the status quo. Ahai, do you have a way to shrink yourself? Su Yan directly asked the sea-splitting demonic snake. The sea-splitting demonic snake was speechless about the name Ahai. However, it was starting to get used to it, so it transmitted a thought. Then its huge body directly began to shrink. In the end, it actually turned into a small blue snake. Looking at him like this, not only did he not look scary, he even looked a little cute. At this time, this shameless guy directly flew into Mu Tianqing's arms. Most women were disgusted by snakes. However, the shrunken sea-splitting demonic snake was quite adorable. Of course, perhaps it was because Mu Qiqi was born with a lot of guts, but she did not mind at all. At this moment, the sound of footsteps could be heard. Su Yan and Mu Tianqing glanced at each other. Both of them had solemn expressions in their eyes. In a place like this, it was generally not a good thing to run into other people. After all, although the legendary Divine Demon Island had unlimited opportunities, it was mostly filled with death. Those who were lucky enough to survive from the Divine Devil Island were few and far between, and every one of them was secretive about everything that happened here. From this, it could be seen how terrifying this was. The fog was so thick that Su Yan couldn't see the person's face clearly. Finally, the distance between the two grew closer and closer. The distance between the two parties had reached a point where they could see each other. When he saw this person, Su Yan's mouth began to twitch. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined that he would actually meet this fellow here. Wow, brother Su Yan, it's actually you. I was wondering who was here. You scared me to death. Haha, brother Su Yan, long time no see. I thought you were dead. How lucky, you're actually still alive. At this moment, Su Yan only wanted to lower his head. Just as he was about to say something, he heard the idiot suddenly speak again. Wow, brother Su Yan, is this your woman? She's so beautiful. You're really amazing to be able to conquer such a beautiful woman. I really admire you. At this moment, Su Yan finally couldn't take it anymore and directly hit him with his palm. At this moment, the other party seemed to be able to predict the future. He immediately noticed Su Yan's actions and directly threw a punch. When the two people's strength met, an extremely powerful force immediately erupted. Then the two of them each took a few steps back. Wow, brother Su Yan, you're really amazing. Mengyang, shut up. Su Yan finally couldn't take it anymore. He knew that if he continued to let this guy talk like this, there would probably be no end to it. This guy's mouth was really amazing. Of course, in addition to this, Su Yan also had a deep impression of this guy's other hobby, which was to use the stick. Brother Su Yan, why are you so fierce? We're all good friends. Let's chat more and improve our relationship. Mengyang continued. At this moment, Su Yan was about to go berserk again. He would rather face that holy master than talk to this Mengyang. He was really good at talking. In order to prevent this idiot from continuing, Su Yan directly took over the topic and said, Mengyang, why are you here? After the last secret realm, Mengyang left with his master. After all, in that secret realm, they had plotted against the demon sect's venerable and killed him. The people of the boundless demon sect were not generous. They would definitely find a way to take revenge. The frenzied saber venerable was not weak, but the demon sect's foundation was too strong. People in the same realm were no match for him. So he directly called the Holy Master to come. Therefore, it was reasonable for them to disappear. However, he didn't expect to meet Mengyang in this place. Mengyang said, Actually, I don't know. Su Yan and I were practicing the stick technique nearby. Suddenly, there was a fog, and the fog directly swept us here. Su Yan raised his eyebrows and said, Isn't your master good at the knife technique? Why are you practicing the stick technique? However, after saying this, Su Yan felt that he seemed to have digressed. Damn it, as soon as I get close to this idiot, my thoughts begin to become chaotic. Su Yan tried to calm down and stop himself from being so agitated. At this time, Mu Tianqing suddenly chuckled. Her voice was so beautiful that even a fool like Mengyang was stunned after hearing her laughter. Then he finally said, Su Yan, does your wife have a sister? No, it's better to have a sister. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yan directly punched him. It was unknown whether Mengyang had hit people so many times that he had an innate resistance, or because his cultivation had improved a lot during this period. At this moment, he actually dodged Su Yan's sneak attack. Mengyang, I haven't seen you for a long time. Your strength has improved a lot. Su Yan said sincerely. Meng Yang said very naturally, of course I'm a genius. However, Su Yan, you also seem to have improved a little. It's really not easy. Su Yan. This guy's skin was as thick as ever. Miss Mu, let me introduce you. This is my friend. His name is Meng Yang. Although he's a little strange, he's a very good person. This is Miss Mu. As soon as Su Yan finished speaking, Meng Yang's eyes immediately flashed, and then he said directly, what did you call her? Miss Mu. So she's not your woman? Su Yan was speechless. Mu Tianxing also smiled and then said, Brother Meng Yang, you've misunderstood. Su Yan and I don't have the kind of relationship you think. I encountered a great disaster, and it was Brother Su Yan who saved me. As soon as her words fell, Meng Yang immediately knelt down. My goddess, give your life to me. I will use my life to protect you. I will never let you suffer any grievances. If Su Yan can do it, Meng Yang can also do it. And if Su Yan can't do it, I might be able to do it. In short, from our appearance, you should be able to see that I'm a more reliable man than Su Yan. Hearing this guy's words, Su Yan simply spat out a mouthful of blood. Mu Tianxing inadvertently took half a step back. Su Yan's friends were really very special. Su Yan couldn't bear it anymore. He directly flew up and immediately kicked this guy's butt. This time, Meng Yang didn't dodge and was directly kicked away by Su Yan. Su Yan, you actually made a fool of me in front of my goddess. I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you. Su Yan didn't pay attention to this guy's shouting. He directly said, Meng Yang, according to you, your master didn't enter this divine devil island? Hearing Su Yan's words, Meng Yang was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly laughed. You said this is the divine devil island? That legendary divine demon island that appears irregularly, and no one knows where it appears? Su Yan was speechless for a moment. He immediately said, Haha. I'm really the one chosen by the heavens. That old geezer can't enter here. But then again, Su Yan, you're actually lucky to be able to enter here. I think you should thank this Sister Mu. I think if it wasn't for her, you probably wouldn't have been chosen. At this time, Su Yan finally decided to ignore this guy. This guy's brain was completely different from others. You simply didn't know what this guy was thinking at this time, and what kind of shocking words he would say in the next moment. Su Yan thought of a word from his previous life, and that was Chunibu. Well, since we've come to the Divine Devil Island, then we might as well go inside. Mu Tianxing said. If this place was really like the legend, then maybe he could find a divine object that could solve his body's problem. Chapter 665. Female Literature. Su Yan, Meng Yang, and Mu Tianxing. These three people walked together and formed a strange team. The three people walked in the fog. Although Meng Yang talked too much, Su Yan had to admit that without this guy, his journey would be boring. The area shrouded in white fog was really vast. They seemed to have walked for a whole morning, but until now they still haven't walked out of this fog. Ayaya, this place is really big. At this time we still can't see anything. But Sister Mu, you don't need to worry. With me here, I will definitely protect your safety. Think about it, there is no damn place here, but we can meet like this, isn't this a kind of fate? At this time, Su Yan patted his head again. He directly interrupted Meng Yang and said again, Meng Yang, you are shameless. This is the 17th time you said this sentence. Meng Yang immediately jumped up. Su Yan, are you jealous that Sister Mu likes me? If you don't like it, let's duel. Su Yan was too lazy to pay attention to him. Talking to this kind of crazy person, other than killing his own pitiful patients, there was no benefit. Mu Tianxing was calm enough. Although at first he was not used to this clown, but after a while he began to adapt. This made Su Yan have to admire her. A goddess is a goddess, as expected. Her composure is unparalleled. Okay, little flame, Meng Yang just wants to liven up the atmosphere, you just let him be. It has to be said that Meng Yang, this guy's nonsense made people's heads explode. But the atmosphere was really livened up a lot. Originally, Su Yan and Mu Tianxing didn't talk much. Even the way they addressed each other was very unfamiliar. But now they had become more familiar with each other. Mu Tianxing had begun to call Su Yan Little Flame. With the support of the goddess, Meng Yang immediately became very proud. He said directly, Look, as expected of the goddess. She immediately saw through my intentions. Unlike an idiot like you who only knows how to argue with me. Su Yan was immediately speechless, but since Mu Tianxing had already said so, he naturally couldn't continue to argue with this guy. After all, it was obviously unrealistic to fight this guy at this time. This moment he suddenly stopped. His gaze turned solemn. Be careful, something is coming. Hearing Su Yan's words, Mu Tianxing immediately frowned. At this time Meng Yang said, Su Yan, don't scare me. Everyone's spirit sense is suppressed. I didn't hear anything. Su Yan said, there's no time to explain. They are coming in this direction. Let's go, let's avoid them. After he finished speaking, he immediately went to the side. He's just putting on an act. Meng Yang still wanted to say something, but at this time Mu Tianxing had already gone to Su Yan. At this time he naturally couldn't say anything more and could only follow. But he still muttered in his heart. However, at this moment, the sound of orderly footsteps could be heard. When he heard the footsteps, his expression immediately changed. He wasn't surprised by the sudden appearance of these guys but by Su Yan. His spirit sense was useless here, but Su Yan could actually predict such a movement in advance. Seeing Meng Yang looking at him, Su Yan immediately knew what he was thinking, so he whispered, my spirit sense is also useless, but this is my intuition, whether you believe it or not. Although this sounded very unreliable, it was really Su Yan's intuition. Even Su Yan himself didn't expect that he would suddenly have such a feeling. The three of them didn't dare to make any sound, and even the sound of breathing had been suppressed. After a while, this group of people walked past the place where they were hiding. Su Yan's gaze was always on this group of people. This group was very disciplined, which meant that this was a group that had been trained. Su Yan didn't think that this mysterious divine devil island could directly attract such an entire group of people. So it was obvious that this had always existed. This divine devil island was really incomparably mysterious. Damn, Su Yan, did you awaken a mysterious man's sixth sense? You actually felt it? Hurry up and help me sense when big sister Mu will marry me. Su Yan. Mu Tianxing. Get out of my way. Su Yan directly kicked him. How did this guy's brain grow? Why did the frenzied blade venerable accept such a disciple? However, Su Yan suddenly recalled the scene of the frenzied blade venerable hitting him with a stick. Maybe Chinibu is contagious. When Mu Tianxing saw Su Yan's mouth suddenly twitching, he couldn't help but ask, Su Yan, what's wrong with you? Are you not feeling well? Su Yan immediately said, no, nothing, I just remembered something. At this moment, Meng Yang suddenly turned his head and said, Su Yan, are you thinking about Sister Mu? Humph, let me tell you, brothers are brothers. But if you dare to think about my goddess, I won't let you go. Ah! Before Meng Yang could finish his words, he was already sent flying. This time it was not Su Yan who made a move but Mu Tianxing. Even someone as well-mannered as her couldn't stand this guy being so corny. Su Yan looked at his angry appearance and the corner of his eyes twitched. Although he already knew that this sister Mu Tianxing was definitely not simple, seeing her like this still made him scared. This seemed to be the rhythm of a female tyrannosaurus. Mu Tianxing saw Su Yan looking at her with a frightened and flustered expression. She embarrassedly pursed her lips, then gently smiled and said, Xiao Yan. This is just an instinctive reaction. Haha. Su Yan also smiled and said, it's okay. I can completely understand. This guy is really annoying. Ah, Su Yan, save me. At this time Meng Yang's scream suddenly came. Su Yan and Mu Tianxing's expression changed at the same time. Although this guy talked a lot of nonsense, his scream was so miserable at this time. This time something must have really happened. The two didn't dare to delay any longer and directly went forward. At this time they found out that Meng Yang was surrounded by several people at this time. Each of these people wore the same uniform and had an extremely oppressive aura. Needless to say, these people were the ones who passed by earlier. However, Su Yan didn't expect them to turn back. Gentlemen, my friend didn't mean to offend you. Please let him go. However, with more than 10 spears pointing at Meng Yang, Su Yan naturally didn't dare to act rashly. These guys were emitting a very powerful aura. Under such circumstances, if they wanted Meng Yang to take action, then Meng Yang wouldn't have the slightest chance. Humph, give up resisting and come with me. A mechanical voice came. Hearing this voice, Su Yan frowned. This guy gave him a very strange feeling. In short, this feeling was very strange. It was as if this person didn't exist in front of him at all. Suyin, don't worry about me. Hurry up and take my goddess away from here. Don't worry about me, my goddess. Even if I die, I won't let any accident happen to you. After all, I'm a man who values his promise more than his life. Suyin was speechless. At this time, he was still in the mood to talk nonsense. This guy was really amazing. It was admirable. At this time, Mutongjing suddenly said, Suyin, let's go. Mengyang put in so much effort, we can't let him down. After she finished speaking, she was really ready to turn around and leave. Her reaction surprised Mengyang and Suyin at the same time. At this time, Mengyang directly shouted, Goddess, my goddess, I'm very happy that you're safe, but if it's allowed, please take me with you. This guy, didn't he say that he would face death with equanimity? Wasn't this a little too shameful? However, although Mengyang shouted like this, Suyin and Mutianqing still didn't have any intention of turning back. At this time, the leader directly said, Humph, since you've come to the Divine Devil Island, then you must abide by the rules of the Divine Devil Island. The cold mechanical voice fell again. Then, a few warriors in martial attire immediately rushed toward Suyin and Mutianqing. These warriors in martial attire were very mighty. They had an extremely powerful aura, but their realm didn't seem to be very high. The moment they approached Suyin suddenly turned around and directly punched out. His fist wind was extremely fierce. Even if such a punch couldn't kill the opponent, it could still severely injure the opponent. However, at this time, a sneer directly sounded. Is this the power? Ridiculous. Along with this sneer, Suyin's expression immediately changed. This was because at this moment, he suddenly discovered that his fist had actually become much heavier. His fist's original power was absolutely terrifying, but because of this, his strength had been forcibly weakened. How is this possible? Suyin was horrified. At this time, Mutianqing also saw the strangeness of this place. At this time, they were already surrounded. Resistance is forbidden. Otherwise, you'll be killed without mercy. The voice was so cold that it made people's hearts tremble. Chapter 666. Female Literature. Suyin, Mengyang, and Mutianqing were not captured at the same time. The three of them were escorted forward. Until now, Suyin was still frightened by the previous scene. He had clearly thrown out a punch, but such a powerful punch would suddenly be suppressed. Originally, he had 100% of his strength, but in the end, he was only left with 50% or even less. This time, the enemy had easily subdued him. Suyin, look, this is what you get for betraying your friends. But it doesn't matter, at least the three of us are still together. Don't worry, I will protect you. Only Mengyang, an abnormally crazy guy, could talk nonsense at such a juncture. Suyin said, Mengyang, did you fight with them before? Mengyang said, Indeed, I wanted to hit them with a stick, but who knew that my strength would suddenly become weak? When I hit them with the stick, they didn't feel any pain or itch. They were not affected at all. What a tragedy! They must have been too excited to see the goddess, so even their strength disappeared. Suyin naturally did not listen to the rest of the nonsense. However, there was one sentence that he remembered. Mengyang was the same as him. When he attacked, his strength was directly suppressed. At this moment, he suddenly remembered what Mutianqing had told him at the beginning. On this Divine Devil Island, their strength would be suppressed. When he had just stepped on this island, Suyin had already tried. At that time, his strength was not affected at all, and he could still use it as usual. However, when he fought with these strange Divine Devil warriors, his strength was immediately suppressed. This Divine Devil Island was indeed not simple. May I ask why you want to capture us? Suyin asked the leader of this group of warriors. Right now they were too passive. They did not even know a bit of information. This was definitely not a good thing. The Divine Demon warriors were terrifyingly quiet. They didn't seem to care about Suyin at all. It seemed that his plan to escape from their mouths had failed. Unknowingly, a long time had passed, and the thick fog gradually dispersed. At this time, Suyin and the others finally saw their surroundings clearly. This was the most terrifying place that Suyin had ever seen. The surroundings were filled with intense flames. According to legend, the Celestial Devil Island was filled with all kinds of mysterious treasures. Suyin had thought that this place would at least be a paradise on earth. But he never thought that this place would be like this. This place was simply hell. Beneath their feet was scorched earth. Coupled with the terrifying flames, it was truly frightening. At this moment, Suyen realized that it wasn't just the three of them. There were others who were also being escorted by the divine demon warrior. These people were all dragons and phoenixes among men. They possessed extremely powerful strength, and almost all of them were from the younger generation. I never thought that I would actually be able to meet junior brother Suyen here. This is really fate. At this moment, a familiar voice sounded. Suyen turned his head and was immediately shocked. This person was none other than the genius of the Taihang sword faction's Feng family, Feng Yuhai. Suyen had a very deep impression of this Feng Yuhai. Although he was ranked behind Wang Baichuan, Suyen had never underestimated him. This guy's strength was extremely terrifying. Last time, Suyen's realm was not high enough, so he only had a very vague feeling. But now, his realm had increased so he could clearly feel the person in front of him. 5 Dragons Realm. This guy was actually in the 5 Dragons realm. Senior brother Feng, you actually came here too. What a coincidence. By the way, I wonder if senior brother Wang Baichuan is here? Suyen asked. That guy should be here already. This time there are quite a few people who were captured by the Divine Devil Island. If I'm not wrong, those guys from our Sublime Flow Sword sect, Fiery Flame sect and Limitless Demon sect should be here already. Feng Yuhai's gloating expression made Suyen's heart ache. It was as if he hadn't been captured. Was there a need to be so happy? Feng Yuhai continued. Junior brother Suyen, your strength has improved. It's really enviable. This Divine Demon Island is very dangerous. If junior brother meets my sister, I hope junior brother can take care of her. If possible, I will naturally do my best. At this moment there was a sudden commotion. Suyen and Feng Yuhai looked over, only to find that there was actually a battle there. A person was surrounded by a group of divine demon warriors. Suyen happened to have seen this person before. He was an expert from the demon sect. He was already a supremacy and his strength was very terrifying. Haha, I really didn't expect that someone would have the courage to resist the divine demon warriors. Interesting, Feng Yuhai said softly. Suyen asked directly, Senior brother Feng, are you very familiar with these guys? Feng Yuhai said. The divine demon warriors are mysterious and unfathomable. Naturally, I'm not familiar with them. However, my Feng family's ancestor once entered the divine demon island and successfully left here, so he left some information behind. I can read some of it, so I more or less know a little. Suyen raised his eyebrows and thought to himself, as expected of the Feng family, their foundation is indeed extraordinary. Although Suyen didn't say anything, he was even more afraid of Feng Yuhai. However, at this moment everyone was in danger. In such a place, and they were from the same sect, so they wouldn't be enemies. Therefore, if he could have a good relationship with him, it would be a good loss. At this moment, a few more people appeared one after another. Each of these people was an absolute elite. Suyen also saw a few people from the Blazing Flame sect. Unknowingly, there were already hundreds of people gathered here. Even without the presence of the thick fog. Even so, this place still blocks spiritual force. Suyen, Mu Tiansheng, Mengyang and Feng Yuhai walked together. While sizing up the people around them, they were also observing their surroundings. If they could grasp a bit more of this place, it might be a bit more of a guarantee for their lives. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. This voice was extremely loud and clear, and it was filled with an incomparable feeling. It was as if he was the ruler of this world. Welcome to the Divine Demon Island. I'm the master of this island. When this sentence was said, no one made a sound, including Suyen himself. At this moment, they seemed to be suppressed by a mysterious force. Suyen began to look around. In the end, his gaze fixed on a spot in midair in the distance. There was a huge throne there, and there were a few figures on the throne. On both sides of the throne were 2 figures with extremely hot figures. Although the crowd could not see clearly, everyone knew that the 2 figures were definitely first-class beauties in this world. It was hard to imagine how lucky it would be to be able to see their real faces. Of course, the most attractive one was the one in the middle. At this moment, his voice was released again. You're all elites in this area, which is why the Divine Demon Island invited you here. However, perhaps you don't like my methods, so I'll apologize first. His words were very sincere. However, the crowd did not think that he was really apologizing. Everyone present was smart. Otherwise, they would not have been directly invited by the divine demon island. At this moment, the bird that stood out would be beaten up. They would not even know how they died. Of course, not everyone was cool-headed and could control their mouths. For example, there was such a weirdo next to Su Yan. You make it sound so nice. You invited us here, but you don't even have a bottle of wine. Are you too poor or too poor? The voice was not loud. However, at this moment everyone was silent. In addition, everyone here had a high cultivation base, so everyone heard what he said. Su Yan slapped his head. At this moment he actually forgot to seal Meng Yang's mouth. He was simply speechless to the extreme. When Meng Yang finished speaking, whether it was Mu Tiansheng, Feng Yuhai, or even Su Yan himself, they all distanced themselves from him. Many people muttered in their hearts. They did not know where this idiot came from, but he actually stood out. At this time, the mysterious existence suddenly laughed and said, "Haha, that makes sense. I'm indeed not a good master. But since they didn't mention it, I guess it's meaningless to me. Since you want wine, I'll give it to you." He gently snapped his fingers. Then, a huge cup suddenly appeared in front of Meng Yang. The cup was filled with a dark green liquid. When everyone saw this scene, they all felt sympathy in their hearts. It seemed that this reckless guy had angered the mysterious master. Such a dark green liquid was most likely highly poisonous. The master's voice sounded. "The wine is in front of you, but do you dare to drink it?" His voice was playful, as if he was a hunter playing with his prey. At this moment, Meng Yang's best choice was to give up. However, you would never know what Meng Yang, this fool, was thinking. At this moment, he actually walked in front of him and directly picked up the cup that was bigger than his head. Then, he immediately raised his head and gulped it down. The sound of the liquid passing through his throat, and then swallowing it was so clear that it could be heard. He actually drank it down just like that. "Oh, it's delicious, it's really delicious. Hey, do you have another cup?" Meng Yang shouted heartlessly. "Another cup? Ha ha ha. Do you know that what you just drank was the wine condensed from the leaves of the heavenly dragon tree? This cup is enough for you to break through your current realm. If you drink another cup, you will be stuffed to death." Chapter 667. Female Literature. Heavenly Dragon Tree. Everyone was shocked at this moment. This idiot was actually drinking the sap of the heavenly dragon tree. Everyone here, no matter who they were, had some sort of inheritance. To anyone, the 3 words heavenly dragon tree were the best of the best. The legendary heavenly dragon tree was an ancient tree where the ancient heavenly dragon had lived. It contained an extremely shocking power. If one could obtain the heart of the heavenly dragon tree, it would be extremely useful even to an emperor. Never in their wildest dreams would they have thought that this mysterious existence would actually take out the legendary sap of the heavenly dragon tree at this time. If they had known this earlier, how would Meng Yang have the right to come here? Who knew how many people would have popped out? As the saying goes, stick out and beat the bird that sticks out, but no one said that the bird that sticks out gets to drink the sap of the heavenly dragon tree, and such a big bowl at that. After drinking such a treasure, Meng Yang, the fool, began to emit a faint glow, and his entire person was surrounded by a layer of mysterious aura. Realm breakthrough. This guy actually began to raise his realm in front of everyone. The effect of the sap of the heavenly dragon tree was so heaven-defying that it shocked everyone. Su Yan raised his eyebrows. The sap of the heavenly dragon tree naturally surprised him, but he would not reveal the slightest bit of greed because of this. However, at this time he was thinking about the true purpose of this mysterious existence. He was very powerful, there was no doubt about it. To put it bluntly, he now controlled the lives of everyone here. However, he actually took out such a treasure at this time. If he wanted to scheme against Meng Yang and make Meng Yang the target of public criticism, there was no need for that. After all, although Meng Yang's talent was not bad, compared to people of this level, he was still too far away. Perhaps it was really just a whim of the other party. Su Yan thought silently in his heart. Right at this moment, the mysterious and formidable Tao Lord spoke once more. "I believe everyone has heard a lot of rumors about the God Devil Island. What I want to tell everyone is that most of the things you have heard are true. My divine Devil Island doesn't have many things, but it does have a lot of heavenly treasures. You guys have seen it before. The sap of the heavenly dragon tree is just something that I can give away casually. I have 1,000-year-old Lingji, 10,000-year-old ginseng, overlord spiritual grass, etc. These few short sentences had already caused everyone's breathing to quicken. Most of the people here were from sects, and people like Feng Yuhai were even from a top sect like the Taihang Sword faction. Even so, they had only heard of these legendary heavenly treasures with the power of spiritual grasses. How could they have ever thought that they would actually be able to obtain them one day? But now this opportunity was right in front of them. Let them know that everyone has a chance to get what they want. Almost everyone's heart was beating rapidly. Of course, there were some who were able to maintain their calm. Su Yin was one of them. Everyone has a chance. If I'm not wrong, most people will probably die. Mu Tianxing nodded. Indeed. Many people have entered the God Devil Island over the years, but not many have made it out alive. Not even half of them have made it out alive. Feng Yuhai did not say anything. He only smiled coldly. Due to the fact that it was passed down in his family, he knew more than most people. At this time, Meng Yang suddenly said, "Hey Island Master, you won't give us such good things for free, right? Tell us, what do you want us to do?" "Haha, you're right. Of course, there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world." He paused for a moment, then continued, "I didn't invite all of you up here to look at the scenery. Naturally, I have something that I need you to do for me." Everyone's heart trembled as they thought to themselves, "It's coming." He continued, "Actually, what you're going to do later isn't just for me, but for the world that you live in. You probably know the name Hell Demon, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was taken aback. They did not expect this matter to be related to the Devil Clan. "You're not asking us to fight the Devil Clan, are you?" Ever since the demon race was directly defeated nearly 10,000 years ago, the demon race had practically disappeared without a trace, never to appear again. Except for the last time when the three great sects explored the ruins. Nonetheless, there were only a few people who had participated in that battle here. Most people had almost forgotten about the Devil Clan. At this time, some people even began to secretly mock. Could it be that the Devil Clan still exists in this world? Alright, I don't care if you've heard of it or not, and I don't care if you're willing or not. Enter the void battlefield to fight the heavenly demon. If you can survive, you'll naturally have a chance to obtain the heaven and earth treasures you want. However, if you leave your lives there, you can only blame yourselves for being unlucky. He smiled very calmly. However, when this laughter landed in everyone's hearts, it made them shudder. At this time, someone finally could not take it anymore. He directly stood up and said, "I don't care who you are or what your purpose is. In short, I Tiangang Sects Yu Yunping have no interest in fooling around with you. Please let me leave now." Tiangang sect was also one of the top 10 sects of the 9 continents. Moreover, it was one of the top 10 sects. This reputation was enough to make everyone wary. However, at this time the mysterious island master suddenly said, "Are you sure?" Without waiting for the disciple called Yu Yunping to reply, a divine demon warrior suddenly appeared beside him. That divine demon warrior was actually not very strong. In everyone's opinion, he was only equivalent to the spirit sea realm, while that Yu Yunping was at least a 3-dragon expert. The difference in strength between the two could be said to be like heaven and earth. However, at this moment that divine demon warrior made his move. He simply threw out an ordinary punch. That Yu Yunping had clearly seen this punch. Moreover, he was already prepared to block this punch. However, after this he could not even move. A look of disbelief flashed in his eyes. In the next moment the punch had already landed on his face. This punch had really stunned him. Such a weak guy had actually defeated him so easily. He was not the only one who was stunned. Everyone who was watching this scene was the same. "I just want to tell you that no one here has the strength to resist me. I'm still quite merciful, so I only punched him. Perhaps this example is not severe enough." After he finished speaking with a smile, 2 divine demon warriors suddenly walked over again. The 2 god-fiend warriors carried a person over. "Elder, this is Elder Kugu." At this time someone suddenly exclaimed. He was a rising star of the Devil sect and could be compared to Rosen of the Ghost-Killing Hall. At this time he was exclaiming like this. It was obvious that he had seen something extremely terrifying. And he was calling him Elder. Then there was no need to say this person's identity, Elder Kugu of the Devil Sect. This elder was a powerful figure in the second realm of the Venerable Realm. The second realm of the Venerable Realm was too powerful for everyone here. Although everyone here was talented, at least half of them could not reach the Venerable Realm. As for the second realm, that was even more unattainable. However, such a powerhouse was being dragged around like a dead dog. This was too shocking. Su Yan and Mu Tianxing looked at each other. When this elder was fighting with the divine demon warrior earlier, he was still full of vigor and majesty. However, at this time he had already ended up like this. Even a second realm of the Venerable Realm could not withstand a single blow. This island master's strength was actually so terrifying. I know you have a lot of questions, but I won't continue to stay here and waste time with you. Next, I'll give you half a day and 3 days to recuperate. After 3 days, you will enter the extraterritorial void. Of course, during these 3 days, I won't treat you unfairly. After all, you are all heroes of this world. After he finished speaking, he disappeared. The island master disappeared. But the mysterious divine demon warriors did not leave. They were like statues, coldly looking at everyone here. Su Yan, what should we do? Should we sneak away quietly? Mengyang suddenly said. At this time, Mengyang spoke softly, as if he was scared out of his wits. Su Yan rolled her eyes at him. What happened to this guy's courage to stand out earlier? Moreover, with his idiotic brain, would he really be scared? Alright, now is not the time to dwell on this. Junior brother Su Yan, the extraterritorial void is very different from the world we live in. Not only do demons exist, but there are also void beasts. Therefore, why don't we form an alliance? Feng Yuhai said directly. Su Yan nodded, then said, It's naturally great that senior brother Feng is willing to take us along. With senior brother Feng's guidance, our chances of survival will greatly increase. Su Yan's words were sincere. At this time, Feng Yuhai said, According to what we know, the real battle for survival has already begun. In these 3 days, precious things will continuously appear here. They might be exotic flowers or mysterious treasures. If we want to survive in the extraterritorial void, we must collect more of these things. Chapter 668. Female Literature. I see. If it weren't for senior brother Feng's reminder, I'm afraid we would have fallen behind, Su Yan said directly. That was not a compliment. Under such circumstances, if they fell behind, they would fall behind everywhere and might even bring great risks to themselves. Feng Yuhai knew some of the situation here, and there were so many people here. Naturally, some of them would know some of the things here. Since they knew these things, these people naturally would not sit still and wait for death. Like Feng Yuhai, they also began to rope in friends. In the next 3 days, a great battle began. Many people died here before they could even see the void demon. It had to be said that the treasures that appeared here were indeed extraordinary and extremely precious. For example, the 4 symbols vine that Su Yan obtained in the past 2 days was an extremely precious treasure that only existed in legends. When Su Yan had just obtained this treasure, it immediately caused various parties to fight over it. Su Yan and his team immediately attracted the attention of many people. After all, in addition to Su Yan who obtained the 4 symbols vine, there was another famous person here, and that was Mengyang. It had to be known that at that time, Mengyang had drunk the sap of the heavenly dragon tree in front of everyone, causing who knew how many people to be jealous. Su Yan's team was relatively small, with only 4 people. Of course, the cute mini snake was naturally ignored. In the beginning, there were naturally teams that wanted to bully the weak and take away Su Yan's 4 symbols vine and other treasures in their hands. Unfortunately, they picked on the wrong person. Mengyang took the lead and directly defeated those who came to provoke him. At this time, he was extremely energetic. After drinking the sap of the heavenly dragon tree, he only felt that his strength was expanding every minute. The desire to fight was constantly growing in his heart. Moreover, he originally wanted to show off his muscles in front of this beauty. As a result, he took on almost all of the challenges that came knocking on his door. Of course, according to his character, as long as someone fell into his hands, he would not let them off easily. Almost everyone who came here returned wearing only a pair of underwear. As for why he even took off his outer clothes, the idiot said that what if the outer space was very cold? After the second day, almost no one dared to challenge them anymore. The harvest of the past 2 days made Mengyang very happy. It was as if he had forgotten that they were about to be sent to the outer space to fight against the demon race. On the third day, Feng Yuhai said, "Junior brother Su Yan, brother Mengyang, Miss Mu, although things have been going smoothly for us these past 2 days, we can't be careless. The last day is when the real experts will make their move, and the treasures that will descend on the last day will be the best." This was recorded in the notes of Feng Yuhai's ancestor. Sure enough, at the crack of dawn on the third day, this hell-like place suddenly changed. The land that was originally burning with black flames began to disappear, and was replaced by a beautiful garden floor. Large patches of white flowers appeared, filling every corner of this island with vigorous vitality. If one had not seen all of this with their own eyes, who could have imagined such a thing? A moment ago it was still a scorched earth and purgatory on earth, but now it was already an incomparably beautiful paradise. One thought for heaven, one thought for hell. It turned out that this was not just an empty sentence. The power of the mysterious island master was actually terrifying to such an extent. As long as he was willing, he could change everything here. His power was simply amazing. Everyone was shocked by such a method. Even if some of the people here knew that such a change would happen through various means, it was still the same. After all, there was a big difference between hearing about it and seeing it with their own eyes. One thought to heaven, one thought to hell. This island master is really powerful. I really don't know what realm he is at. Could it be that he is a god from the legends? It seemed that only the gods from the legends had the qualifications to do such a thing. Divine Demon Island. This name was indeed in line with the island's situation. Just then, a milky white aura appeared one after another. Suddenly someone exclaimed, "Sacred sword! It's actually a sacred sword." Immediately, everyone's gaze fell on the sacred sword. That was a sacred sword. Although divine swords were powerful, there were only 10 known divine swords in the world of the 9 provinces so far. With their strength, it was almost impossible for them to seize a divine sword. Although a sacred sword could not be compared to a divine sword, it was still very powerful. Even honorable ones would covet a sacred sword. There were hundreds of people here, and many of them were extremely outstanding experts of the younger generation. However, how many of them could truly possess a sacred sword? Moreover, this time they had gone to the extraterritorial space to kill demons. Although demons had not appeared for a long time, from the few words recorded in the ancient books, they knew how powerful and terrifying they were. If they could obtain a powerful sacred sword at this time, it would be best for them. Therefore, many experts began to make their move. And at this time, Feng Yuhai's words were confirmed. Those experts finally made their move. The moment they made their move, they immediately swept through a large area. A few days ago they were still aggressive, but in front of these true experts, they were unable to stir up any waves. For example, at this time there was a very strong team competing for the sacred sword, and one of them just happened to be familiar with Su Yan. He was Rosen of the Ghost-Killing Hall. The Devil Sex Ghost-Killing Hall and Su Yan had a huge grudge against each other. In the last adventure, Su Yan and Rosen had engaged in a fierce battle, and Rosen had suffered a huge loss. And in the small world of Ice Extreme, the second elder of the Ghost-Killing Hall had almost buried Su Yan. "I actually met an old friend. This is really interesting," Su Yan said indifferently. At this time, Meng Yang's eyes suddenly emitted a terrifying blazing light. Then he licked his lips and said, "Haha, I remember this guy. His head is very comfortable to knock." Just as he finished speaking, his shadow disappeared from where he was standing. When he looked again, a wooden pole had appeared in his hand out of nowhere. Meng Yang's improvement in the past few days was very obvious. In addition, at this time Rosen seemed to be fighting with someone. He did not realize that danger was quietly approaching behind him. At this time, his opponent was a young expert from the Divine Wind sect. This person's cultivation did not seem to be below his. When these two teams met, it would naturally be a fierce battle. At the same time, Lawson and the other party were already in a heated battle. Compared to last time, Rosen's strength was much stronger than before. At this time, Su Yan discovered that Rosen's cultivation had actually reached the 5 dragons realm. Last time he was only at the 3 dragons realm. And now, he had actually reached the 5 dragons realm, which was an increase of 2 dragons. This kind of speed was already extremely terrifying. Not only that, at this time Rosen's strength was simply terrifying. It was unknown what level his strength had reached. It was at this time that an extremely strong and terrifying light appeared in his eyes. After this light appeared, an extremely terrifying and cold aura appeared. That aura was like a tentacle, extending towards his opponent. Wu Mingkong, you actually dare to fight against my powerful holy sword. You are simply courting death. I will let you know how powerful I am under my nether ghost breath. Walk into death. As for your opponents, I will send them down together. Ha ha ha. Ah. Rosen's power had already been unleashed. It had to be said that his power was indeed powerful. His opponent also felt an extremely huge pressure at this moment. If he were to continue using it, he had absolute confidence that he would be able to defeat his opponent. But at this time, a sharp pain came from the back of his head. At this moment he was completely blinded. A person's shadow suddenly appeared in his mind. That crazy guy, that guy who liked to hit people when he saw them. Ahahaha, awesome, this is awesome. Ghost Killing Hall's brat, did you miss me a lot? Come, let me hit you again. Meng Yang laughed loudly as he spoke, and once again smashed down with the rod. He had already been hit once, and it was obviously unrealistic to want to hit Rosen a second time. Rosen was currently a 5 Dragons Realm ranker. Almost at the instant Meng Yang made his move, he had already made his decision. In the next moment, his entire body moved, and in an instant, he was already in front of Meng Yang. You damn guy, I actually let you escape last time. This time, no matter what, I won't let you leave. This time, I will definitely tear you into pieces. The moment he saw Meng Yang, Rosen had already lost his mind. His fist suddenly came crashing down. At this time, the other person who was deceived was Divine Wind Sex Wu Mingkong. Right now it was a life and death battle between him and this Ghost Killing Hall Rosen. Where did this guy come from? Then, his gaze landed on the rod in his hand. For some reason, he felt a slight pain at the back of his head. I must keep my distance from this guy. Wu Mingkong immediately said to himself in his heart. Su Yan, save me. This bastard wants to kill me. Facing Rosen's terrifying attacks, Meng Yang immediately used his unique skill, calling for friends. Chapter 669. Girls' Literature. Su Yan did not make a move because he clearly knew that Meng Yang, this bastard, he definitely had the strength to deal with him. Therefore, he only watched coldly from the sidelines. Feng Yuhai and Mu Tianxing had the same thoughts as Su Yan. As a result, Meng Yang was isolated and helpless. At this time, Rosen had also noticed Su Yan and Feng Yuhai. Of these two people, one of them was Su Yan, who had formed a death grudge with him last time, and the other was Feng Yuhai of the Taihang Sword faction. To him, they were natural enemies. Therefore, at this time, he looked at the two of them with vigilance in his heart. After all, these two people were worthy of being called experts. If they were to launch a sneak attack at this time, then he would only be defeated. Su Yan and Feng Yuhai, are you going to interfere in my matters? Rosen said with a grin. The current him was no longer the same as before. After receiving the guidance of the great elder of the Ghost Killing Hall, his cultivation was already very high, and his battle strength was even more terrifying. Right now he had enough confidence to face Su Yan, so if Su Yan dared to make a move, then he had the confidence to defeat Su Yan as well. What's more, he was no longer fighting by himself. He had his own team, and every single one of them was an expert from the Devil Sect. Although they did not come from the Ghost Killing Hall, he was strong enough so these people would listen to him. Rosen, you're thinking too much. I won't make a move. This is between you and that guy, so you two can settle it yourselves. I'm just here to watch the show. Su Yan did not hesitate to abandon Meng Yang. This did not mean that Su Yan was afraid of Rosen, but at this time, he was not willing to fight fearlessly. After all, he already had a holy sword. The sword in Feng Yuhai's hand was most likely a saint sword as well. Since that was the case, there was no need for him to take the risk and compete with this group of people. He might as well go and see if this mysterious Taoist master had taken out any other treasures. As for Meng Yang, Su Yan was not worried at all. There was no doubt about this guy's strength, and this guy was even hiding his strength. Although this guy looked too stupid, Su Yan would never forget that at that time, Meng Yang and his master had joined forces to kill a venerable from the Devil Sect. A person who could do such a thing would definitely not be a mere fool. Meng Yang will wait for you in front. Come over when you're done. After saying that, Su Yan and Feng Yuhai actually stopped watching the show. Meng Yang immediately became furious. Su Yan, you've gone too far. Where's the friendship between us? Speaking of life and death, I'm going to break up with you completely. Su Yan would never take his roar to heart. At this time, Mu Tianqing's sweet voice entered Meng Yang's ears. Meng Yang, quickly finish him off. There seems to be a good treasure ahead. Meng Yang immediately said softly, Okay, beautiful sister Mu. I'll try my best to beat this guy to death as soon as possible. Everyone. Wasn't it supposed to be filled with righteous indignation? Was it actually so cheap? At this time, Rosen directly turned his head and said gloomily, Boy, it seems that you're not doing well. Your companions have abandoned you. Now I must kill you. Several people who were with him also surrounded him at this time. Meng Yang raised his eyebrows and gently rotated the rod in his hand. He seemed to be impatient and was about to make a move immediately. At this time, someone suddenly walked over. Rosen, you want to make a move on this, brother, did you ask me? Divine Wind Sex Wu Mingkong came out. At this time, he actually wanted to stick his neck out for Meng Yang. Meng Yang was surprised at first, then said, This brother, do you want to make a move together with me? That's really great. Wu Mingkong was really embarrassed by Meng Yang's flickering eyes. He coughed and said, Brother, you just helped me, so I naturally have to help you. Not to mention, these guys from the devil sect are getting more and more presumptuous. If I don't teach them a lesson, they will really think that they have unified the 9 regions. Wu Mingkong's words were cold, and his killing intent was even more vivid. The relationship between the Divine Wind sect and the Devil sect was definitely not harmonious. If he could take advantage of this opportunity to send out the younger generation of the Devil sect, then he would absolutely be very happy. Humph, teach me a lesson? I'm afraid it's not enough with just you. While speaking, his whole body directly turned into a phantom, and then suddenly bombarded Wu Mingkong with his palm. At this time, his move could be said to be extremely fast. Although he hated Meng Yang, he could see that here Wu Mingkong was his #1 enemy. After all, Meng Yang was only one person, at least on the surface. His companions had already abandoned him. But Wu Mingkong was different, he had a team. Wu Mingkong was the core figure of this team. If he could be killed, then the rest of the people would not be a big threat, although they would not immediately become chickens and dogs. However, Wu Mingkong was not an idiot after all. When he spoke, he was already on guard. The moment Rosen made a move, he had already reacted. Damn devil sect, you only know how to play such despicable tricks. His eyes flashed and he immediately made a move. The 2 powerhouses directly began to fight. Right at this time, Meng Yang suddenly laughed. Excellent, excellent. This guy really deserves to be beaten. Ui Su Yan, am here to help you. Meng Yang suddenly let out a loud roar, and then charged in aggressively. Meng Yang's aura directly increased, which was also very terrifying. At this time, whether it was Wu Mingkong or Rosen, they were all shocked. Of course, the feelings of both parties were different. Wu Mingkong was secretly delighted, while Rosen was furious. Meng Yang's strength had already made him feel afraid. This guy had enough strength to threaten him. If he and Wu Mingkong cooperated, it was possible to put him to death. Of course, Rosen did not understand why this guy suddenly shouted that he was Su Yan. But then he understood. Meng Yang had indeed rushed in, but he did not join the battle. Instead, he directly passed between the 2 people. At this time, the attention of many people was attracted by these 2 people. In any case, the 2 of them were the most powerful people here. So those people naturally did not dare to go past them to fight for the holy sword. But at this time, Meng Yang actually did so. Meng Yang's way of doing things was simply unreasonable. At this time, he directly disappeared from where he was, and in the next moment, he had already appeared in front of the holy sword. Ha ha ha, holy sword. Oh holy sword, you are mine, Su Yan. This shameless guy, no matter what, directly took the sword away. His movements were so fast and in one breath it was simply shocking. At this time, Wu Mingkong's eyes began to become bloodshot. This despicable and shameless guy. I trusted him so much in vain. But what did this damn guy do? He actually deceived me, and then took the holy sword away. Su Yan? This guy is called Su Yan? Ah, Su Yan, you despicable and shameless guy. I must kill you. This mournful voice directly transmitted. At this time, Su Yan's veins were bulging. If Meng Yang appeared in front of Su Yan at this time, Su Yan was afraid that he would immediately take action and directly twist his head off. This guy was really too much. Damn it, don't let me see you again. On the other side, Feng Yuhai also sighed. I really did not expect that in this world there would be someone who could be so shameless. The third day was indeed as Feng Yuhai said, it was almost as thrilling as the third day. Before entering the extraterritorial void, there were already people who left their lives forever on Divine Devil Island. Divine Devil Island indeed had countless treasures of heaven and earth, and people were crazy about them. But the aura of death here was even more terrifying. Everyone knew that this was only the beginning, and next, a more cruel and terrifying time would come. They would be sent to the extraterritorial void. There, they would have to hunt and kill devils. A direct battle with devils had always been extremely cruel, and if they were not careful, they would be on the road to death. As the time approached, everyone became more and more uneasy. Amidst this uneasiness, the moment finally arrived. In the sky above Divine Devil Island, a huge black hole suddenly began to appear. This black hole was filled with an extremely terrifying aura, and it was like the mouth of a terrifying giant beast that was going to swallow everyone directly. Everyone, I wish you all a safe return. Now let's go. His voice was already so calm. Many people were unwilling to go to the extraterritorial void because it was really too dangerous. However, they clearly knew that this mysterious and unfathomable Taoist master was in existence more dangerous than the extraterritorial void. There might still be a glimmer of hope in the extraterritorial void, but at this time, if they rebelled against this person, they might be sentenced to death. Everyone still remembered the fate of the honorable from the devil sect. Even such a powerhouse was so weak in front of this person, let alone them. Alright, let's not waste any more time. I hope that all of you can enjoy this trip. As the voice fell, everyone floated up for no reason. They could not help but fly toward the huge black hole. Don't worry, 15 days. As long as all of you can survive for 15 days, I'll naturally bring all of you back. Believe me, only all of you can survive, and this will definitely be an unforgettable memory for all of you. Finally, everyone was swallowed by the mysterious and unfathomable dark hole. After that, the island master stood up. Chapter 670. Female Literature. This was an extremely mysterious place in the outskirts of space. It was a place that humans could not reach. Here there was an extremely mysterious power. This world was a mysterious one to begin with. Every cultivator here was extremely powerful. As long as they could cultivate, they could fly and burrow into the ground. They were omnipotent. The outer space was the universe. This was Su Yan's understanding. In his previous world, humans had long begun to explore the universe. The mysterious universe was a treasure trove that had never been explored. However, in his previous world, humans were lonely. Although they had begun to explore the universe, they did not find any other intelligent creatures. Now that he thought about it, this might be a kind of luck. If the humans of that world encountered the evil demon clan, they would not have any resistance. There was no air in the universe and there were all kinds of cosmic rays. Under such circumstances, ordinary people would not be able to survive. Only when one's cultivation reached a certain level and could form a cycle in his body could it be possible to survive in this place. Of course, it was only a short survival. The dark cave disappeared, and an extremely oppressive feeling immediately spread out. At this time, they were directly cut off from all contact with their surroundings. Without spiritual energy, they could only rely on their own spiritual energy to circulate. At this moment, someone suddenly transmitted a divine thought. Look, what's that? There was no way to transmit sound here, so they could only transmit divine thought. At this moment, everyone's eyes were looking in the direction that person was pointing at. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Streaks of light were flying towards them. Those were meteors. If it was on Earth, seeing such meteors, perhaps some romantic people would find it romantic. However, at this time it was simply terrifying and shocking to see such a scene. No, that's the evil demon clan. At this moment, someone suddenly transmitted such a divine thought. When this divine thought appeared, everyone was shocked. The evil demon clan. Although they had long known that they came here to fight these evil demons, they were still shocked by the arrival of so many evil demons. Under such circumstances, it seemed that they would not survive. At this moment, a huge shadow suddenly appeared. It was a floating island. This floating island directly blocked in front of everyone. In just a short while, countless meteors had already arrived in front of them. That kind of terrifying pressure descended, pressing down on everyone until they couldn't breathe. What kind of terrifying power was this? If not for this floating island blocking in front of them, the aura would definitely be even more terrifying. The feast, let us begin now. That gentle voice sounded. Then an extremely terrifying light immediately erupted from the floating island. Su Yan had never seen such a terrifying ray. This ray of death could almost sweep through everything. This terrifying power was so terrifying that the evil demons that descended were immediately annihilated the moment they were affected by this terrifying power. No one knew how long this terrifying light lasted. In the end, almost everyone could not open their eyes. After an unknown amount of time, everyone finally recovered their divine senses. After such a terrifying sweep, at least half of them were directly annihilated. However, there were still many evil demons that escaped the net. Those fish that escape the net are your prey. Of course, it's also possible that you are their prey. As these words were spoken, the gigantic divine demon island disappeared immediately. The previous scene had happened too quickly, as if it was a dream. At this moment, a terrifying roar was suddenly heard. That terrifying sound directly shook everyone's heads and made them dizzy. That was the evil demons' roar. Those evil demons that survived the ray of death began to attack them. Although many of them had been killed, there were still a large number of evil demons left. Kill! No one knew who was the first to shout. Then countless figures directly charged forward. Feng Yuhai said, "Let's not split up. In such a battle, only by being united can we survive better. As for the evil demon cores, we'll split them equally. Also, junior brother Su Yan Mengyang, let's protect this young lady." Feng Yuhai and Mu Tiansheng were not familiar with each other. However, he felt an extremely terrifying aura from Mu Tiansheng's body. He believed in his own straightforwardness. Although this woman had not revealed her talents so far, he believed that she was definitely a terrifying existence. There was absolutely no harm in being on good terms with her. The group of evil demons quickly arrived. Mengyang, who had the most experience, directly blocked at the front. He drank the sap of the heavenly dragon tree and stole a sacred sword in Su Yan's name. At this moment, his heart was naturally burning. This person was almost in a berserk state. These terrifying evil demons were just perfect for him to practice his skills. With the help of Mengyang's crazy drive, Su Yan and the others relaxed a lot. At this moment, the advantage of being in a small group was also reflected. Those who did not form a group were often surrounded by evil demons at the first moment and then directly killed. Evil demons, this was a term that had disappeared for too long. Although there were many records describing how powerful and terrifying evil demons were, it was not really taken seriously. But now they were really regretting it. Evil demons were actually so powerful. There were many things that one would only know how terrifying they were after experiencing it personally. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes flickered. He was thinking about something. Of course, he was probably not the only one thinking about this problem. The most important thing was this person's identity. Who exactly was he? According to his strength, these evil demons were just a piece of cake for him. And why did he do this? Let the divine demon island attract people and then let them come here to fight. This was a big move. And the divine demon island seemed to have existed for a long time. The other thing was about the evil demons. According to what Su Yan knew, the evil demons had already been repelled back then. But now, it seemed that these evil demons had never given up on attacking the mainland. But for so many years they had never entered their world even once. These problems actually did not have much to do with Su Yan. But Su Yan always felt that as time passed, these things would definitely be related to him. Su Yan, careful on your right. At this moment a shout was heard. Su Yan turned his head to look. There was actually an evil demon that had slipped past Mengyang and charged directly at him. "You're courting death," he shouted coldly, and the scorching sun sword appeared. For some reason, when facing this evil demon, Su Yan's heart exploded with endless hatred. He directly slashed down with his sword, and a blazing sword ray immediately appeared. The crimson sword ray flashed, and a terrifying power was immediately released. The evil demon was extremely ferocious. Its huge bat-like wings flapped, and its violent power was so terrifying. But when facing Su Yan, its power was actually so weak. In just an instant, its huge body was directly cut in half. The power of one sword was actually so strong. Previously, Meng Yang's slash had already displayed extremely powerful power. But now, Su Yan's sword was actually stronger than Meng Yang's. F***ck Su Yan, did you secretly eat something? Why is the power of your sword so strong? At this time he was really stunned. He originally thought that his strength at this time was already above Su Yan's. This made him feel very proud when he got along with Su Yan. This was the feeling he loved the most. However, the reality was so cruel. Su Yan did not make a sound, but he shocked everyone with a single brilliant feat. This sword strike of his had directly snatched away his limelight. At this time, Feng Yuhai's expression also became very solemn. He had long expected that Su Yan's strength would definitely improve greatly after not seeing him for such a long time. But when he saw it with his own eyes, he realized that Su Yan's strength was actually above his. He just wanted to show off in front of Mu Tiansheng. Why did he treat him like this? Damn it, you evil and stupid evil demons. Why are you so weak? Will it kill you to be stronger? At this time, Meng Yang directly vented his anger on these evil demons. Speaking of which, it was really unlucky for that unknown holy sword to fall into his hands. The dignified holy sword did not look like a holy sword at all. Instead, it was constantly being slashed like a knife. However, one had to admit that Meng Yang's speed of killing evil demons was indeed fast. In just a short while, many evil demons had already died under his holy sword. It was unknown if it was a coincidence, but the holy sword was very compatible with him. Feng Yuhai's attacks were much more refined compared to Meng Yang's. However, although he was refined, the power of his attacks was extremely terrifying. Every time he attacked, he would definitely take away a life. These four people continued to kill evil demons and reap their lives. Meng Yang had already reached the point of being extremely excited from killing. He yelled while constantly charging forward. However, at this moment Mu Tiansheng suddenly spoke. Everyone should be careful. We seem to be gradually isolated. She was surrounded by three people and almost did not make a move. Therefore, she was the calmest person. She found that during the battle, although these evil demons were charging forward fearlessly, if one looked carefully, they would find that this battlefield was gradually being divided. This was not good news because it meant that these evil demons were fighting in an organized and disciplined manner. A group of wild beasts that only knew how to run amok was not terrifying. However, a group of powerful, numerous, organized, and disciplined beasts was very terrifying. Not to mention that this was a group of evil demons. Chapter 671. Female Literature. Dividing the battlefield. These guys were actually dividing the battlefield at this time. In that case, these demons must have a purpose. As for their purpose, there was no need to think about it. That was, they wanted to kill everyone, including Su Yan. This was simply too terrifying. No matter what the stance of the people here was, they were still a little inferior. At this moment, an extremely terrifying roar suddenly sounded. This roar was extremely terrifying. More terrifying than any wild beast. Such a sound could almost make people feel despair. At this moment, many people immediately panicked. Ambush. This word appeared in everyone's mind almost at the same time. These terrifying demons had actually learned how to ambush. As the roar sounded, meteorites gradually appeared one after another. The appearance of these meteorites was too sudden. What was even more terrifying was that behind the meteorites, terrifying monsters suddenly appeared. Great demons. That was in existence even more terrifying than ordinary demons. Their bodies were larger, which also meant that their power was more terrifying. What was even more terrifying was that the speed of a great demon was more terrifying than that of an ordinary little demon, and it was not just a little faster. This kind of battle was extremely terrifying to begin with. At this time, if the enemy suddenly became stronger, it would simply be a disaster. Many people in the beginning had killed countless demons, but now they had become very miserable. In just a short while, 5 or 6 people had died in battle. Every single person here was an extremely outstanding expert, not a bunch of cannon fodder. Their potential was so outstanding. If they were given enough time, although not everyone would have the chance to become a venerable one, they would at least grow into an extremely powerful existence. However, now they had died here. The appearance of death multiplied the pressure on everyone. They all realized that this was no longer a simple hunting game, and they could lose their lives at any time. Under the threat of death, they desperately wanted to find their companions. Before today, whether it was enemies or friends, at this time they were all their companions. This was a war between two races. In the face of such a war, everything was no longer important. What was really important was to be able to survive. However, when they began to look for their companions, they realized that they had been separated. This was already a very bad situation. Right now they could still continue to defend and hold on for a while. But as time passed, it would become more and more difficult for them. After all, it was a burden to be in the outskirts of the void. This kind of burden didn't matter in normal times, but the more critical the situation was, the more terrifying this kind of burden was. It was almost infinitely magnified. No, we can't go on like this. At this time, Suyen suddenly said. Mingyang turned around and said, "Ah? We are clearly very relaxed now. We are strong enough. Although these big guys are strong, they can't do anything to us," he said directly. However, Suyen said, "Right now we can indeed continue to hold on. We can even handle it with ease. But what about later? You have to understand that as time passes, we will only suffer more and more losses." At this time, Feng Yuhai also said, "Suyen is right. Of course we are fine now, but Mengyang, you should have noticed that many people can't hold on anymore. If they continue to die, then the pressure on us will increase." Mu Tianxing continued. "So at this time we have to save them. Otherwise, in the end, we can only be alone and will be directly devoured." Mengyang was not stupid. Although this guy was indeed a bit of a fool sometimes, he was actually very smart. If he was willing to calm down and think, he would be able to understand these problems immediately. He quickly figured out the key to this. F*CK the ancestors of the demons. These guys are actually so smart. It seems that you, Mengyang, should really go save the world. Any words that came out of this guy's mouth immediately had a different flavor. This was a godlike man. However, since they had already decided on a plan, they no longer hesitated and directly went to some of the nearby groups. Near them there was a team of 7 people. In such a team they had an absolute advantage in numbers. However, although their cultivation was not weak, they did not have a real powerhouse. The most powerful one here was only at the level of 3 dragons. Such a level was, of course, the best among the younger generation of the 9 provinces, and their combat strength was extraordinary. It was a pity that their opponents now were a group of demons. Dozens of demons swarmed over. Such a scene was absolutely unimaginable. Right now they were already feeling immense pressure. Some people in the team were already injured. One of them was seriously injured and temporarily lost the ability to fight. Although they were now relying on their formation and cooperation to bitterly hold on. However, they knew in their hearts that if this continued, they would not be able to hold on sooner or later. When that time came, they would all die here. Moreover, that moment seemed to be not far away. "Damn it, where did so many beasts come from?" one of them directly said, unwilling to accept this. They were obviously high-ranking figures in the sect. If they continued to live, they would be able to receive countless applause. However, everything had changed now. If they died here, then everything would be lost. Moreover, this time they had been forcibly brought to this place. This was what they were most unwilling to accept. Such thoughts had even become an inner demon at this time. The inner demon was gradually expanding, and had begun to devour them. This was actually a very dangerous thing. At such a juncture, if they still could not concentrate on fighting, they would really die. However, the more dangerous the situation was, the harder it was for people to maintain their mental calmness. After all, to reach such an extent was not something that could be done with just a few words. "Is no one coming to save us? That damned island master, what exactly is he trying to do? Let us all die here?" Another person could not help but speak up. However, just as he was speaking, a ray of light suddenly appeared. "Be careful." At this time, a hurried voice was transmitted. This person immediately came back to his senses, and just happened to find that a powerful great demon had already arrived in front of him. However, he did not notice at all. The great demon's terrifying eyes revealed a destructive radiance. Then the ferocious demon's claws directly slashed down. He smelled a nauseating aura on the demon's claws. The smell of blood and death made him unable to move. I'm going to die here. This was the only thought in his mind at this time. He did not think that death would come so quickly. However, he did not want to die yet. At this time he desperately wanted to resist, but his strength had been completely suppressed by the terrifying aura of the demon. The terrifying demon's radiance had already descended. Ah! At this time, his companions desperately wanted to rush over to save him. Unfortunately, they could not even protect themselves now. More demons were already charging towards them. At this critical moment, suddenly, an arrogant voice was transmitted. You damned ugly monster, get out of my way. Suffocating staff sword technique / Accompanied by that arrogant voice, a blue sword light directly descended. That beam of light was too fast. It was even more terrifying than the great fiend's speed. In an instant that ray of light flashed. The terrifying power destroyed everything. At this moment, the person who was about to die was full of sluggishness. Only now did he realize that in the face of death, he was actually so weak. But what had happened just now? Wasn't this a little too shocking? Gradually his gaze focused. That guy, it's that guy. He recognized Meng Yang. After all, Meng Yang was the man who had obtained the sap of the heavenly dragon tree. The power of that sword strike just now was really terrifying. Why are you in a daze? If you don't want to die, continue fighting. At this time, another voice came from beside him. It was Feng Yuhai. Feng Yuhai was shuttling through the crowd of demons. He was like a fish swimming in water. His whole person was so relaxed and comfortable. His sword was so powerful. The power of that sword light could be described as terrifying. In a daze, countless raindrops began to drift around him, and he himself was in the midst of those raindrops. He was so carefree as he kept shuttling through the drizzle. Those drizzles were not just for decoration, they were the condensation of his sword chi. Every single drizzle was terrifying. Although they could not cause harm to the great demons, they were enough to directly kill these little demons. At this time he was a life plunder. At this time he directly said to Su Yan, Junior brother Su Yan, show me your true ability. Let me see how much you have grown. Feng Yuhai knew that Su Yan was hiding his strength. Su Yan laughed, then said, Okay. As this word fell, his demonic dragon wings suddenly spread. Although they were the demonic dragon wings, because he had absorbed the fire dragon's tooth, they looked like the wings of a fire dragon. Moreover, when his cultivation increased last time, the fire dragon wings had also evolved. Now he had 2 pairs of wings. The increase in number was not only good-looking, but his strength also increased infinitely. After the fire dragon wings appeared, Su Yan disappeared. Chapter 672. Female Literature. His speed was simply too fast. It was precisely because of this that he looked as if he had disappeared. A stream of flames continued to travel through the air. In just a short while, dozens of little devils had already died. Meng Yang immediately roared, F***ck Su Yan, you cheated. Feng Yuhai's previous display of power had already stolen his limelight. And now Su Yan's fire dragon wings were even more impressive. At this time, Meng Yang felt that he had already been cruelly treated. He suddenly shouted, Damn it, you forced me to do this, you really forced me to do this. The 7 people who had been rescued looked at Meng Yang in confusion. Why did he suddenly go berserk? One of them asked. The second said, I understand, this big brother must have been unable to stand these devils causing trouble, which triggered the anger in his heart. That makes sense, he's our role model. I used to think that I was very amazing, but now compared to this big brother, I realize how shallow I am. Alright, since that's the case, I'll go all out. In short, although they didn't know why, these people's fighting spirit was suddenly ignited. And Meng Yang, who had ignited their fighting spirit, actually just wanted to steal the limelight. At this time, Meng Yang's body seemed to have swelled up. A brilliant and terrifying smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The holy sword in his hand had been completely used as a saber by him. Tsk, you damn reptiles, tremble. Your Lord Meng Yang's frenzied saber state has been perfectly activated. First saber, frenzied saber 3 wolves. He suddenly roared, and the holy sword in his hand began to tremble. On the blade, a terrifying saber aura was directly released. The dignified holy sword was actually forcefully releasing saber aura. This was probably the first time someone had done something like this before and after. However, the power of this attack was indeed very strong. This attack of his actually directly beheaded 2 great abyss devils. That was a powerful great devil. Moreover, they were in the extraterritorial void. Unlike the last time in the ruins. Due to the difference in environment, the strength that a great demon could unleash was also different. In this kind of outer space, the strength of a great fiend could be perfectly displayed. At this time, Meng Yang was in the limelight. Meng Yang had obviously discovered this point. At this time, he was in the limelight. He only felt that he was the Superman of this world. Ha ha ha, there are more stupid demons below you. Start trembling. Berserk Blade, Second Blade. Mysterious Sneak Blade. When everyone heard this name, they immediately broke out in cold sweat. There was actually such a saber technique in this world? Next, Meng Yang gave everyone a demonstration. In this world, as long as you can't think of it, there's nothing you can't do. His speed suddenly increased, and he inadvertently appeared behind the devil. Then the holy sword released a fierce light and slashed at the back of the devil's head. A powerful great evil demon fell once again. Feng Yuhai was unperturbed. Su Yan's unparalleled dominance seemed to be lacking compared to Meng Yang's coquettish combat technique. At this time, Meng Yang continued to laugh. Ha ha ha, that damn old man was right. No matter what, I have to shock the world with my coquettish skills. This is the pursuit of swordsmen, ha ha ha. Unknowingly, the nearby devils were all killed. At this time, the leader came forward to express his gratitude. However, before he could speak, Meng Yang had already interrupted him. No need to thank me. Just remember our names. I'm Meng Yang, he's Little Meng Yang, and he's Little Meng Yang. After he finished speaking, he immediately pulled the dumbfounded Su Yan in another direction. Meng Yang, Little Meng Yang, Little Meng Yang. Although their lives had been saved, their hearts were still crumbling at this moment. This big brother seemed to be a little too awesome, wasn't he? Suddenly, they felt that the holy sword was really wronged. At this time, the battlefield changed again. It wasn't only Su Yan and the others who realized the importance of this. Obviously, the others also realized the same. Without the skin, where would the hair be attached to? Everyone understood this principle. Of course, not everyone was willing to contribute selflessly. For example, Rosen. For him, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Save you? Of course, but you have to swear an oath to join my limitless demon sect. Rosen stood upright. His eyes filled with arrogance. Because he was qualified to do so. He was a powerhouse. He wasn't afraid of these great devils. This was his capital. Rosen, don't you think your actions are a little too despicable? At this time, someone immediately questioned. At such a juncture, it was a little too much for him to make such a request. At this time, he laughed and said, Too much? Humph, I am a member of the demon sect, not a charity. Why should I waste my energy to save you? Ah, save me. Just as he was speaking, someone's arm was bitten off by a great devil. Fresh blood floated in the air, looking extremely strange. Alright, I'll join your ghost-killing hall. Under the threat of death, someone finally chose to submit. Because they knew very well that if not for Rosen's power, they would have been killed directly. The great devils here were too terrifying. With the first response, more and more people joined in. Of course, Rosen wasn't the only one who did this. This battle was also a process of survival of the fittest. The strong became even stronger, and those weak could only choose to rely on others if they wanted to survive. Although it was cruel, the reality was like this. If one didn't want to rely on others, then only death awaited them. Such a cruel reality could only allow those who could adapt to live. With the formation of one group after another, the number of great devils finally began to decrease. In such a battle, the strong played a huge role. In this battle, many people also made a name for themselves. For example, Meng Yang received the title of Crazy Devil. When this guy went crazy, there was no warning at all. Moreover, once he exploded, the lethality was extremely terrifying and possessed extremely terrifying power. As for Su Yan, because of the fire dragon wings on his back, he got the name of Fire Dragon. Fire Dragon Sword Su Yan. It's almost over, but we still haven't seen you and the rest? At this time, Feng Yuhai frowned and said. Actually, during the battle, Su Yan was also looking for them. Divine Devil Island had forcefully summoned all the experts of the younger generation. Feng Yuhai had told him that Feng Yueyu had already been summoned. Actually, he was more worried about Xue Xinhua. There were so many people who had been summoned to Divine Devil Island, and they were very scattered. It was actually very difficult to find them. Now Su Yan could only hope that they weren't here at all. Otherwise this would be bad news. Don't worry, Feng Yueyu is so smart. She should be fine. Although Su Yan said this, he was actually extremely worried in his heart. At this time, Meng Yang was enjoying the admiring gazes of others. Especially in this group, there were a few female disciples, which satisfied his vanity even more. At this time he suddenly roared, "You despicable idiot, let go of that girl, let me teach you a lesson." With his roar, Su Yan and the rest naturally turned their gazes over. At this time killing intent flashed in Feng Yuhai's eyes, because he saw someone. His cousin Feng Yueyu. He had been looking for her and now he finally found her. What was worse was that at this time there was actually a guy who was offending his cousin. Feng Yueyu was one of Taihang's twin moons. Not to mention the Feng family, but even the entire Taihang sword faction doted on her. However, at this time 2 people actually dared to touch her. He sneered and immediately rushed over with a murderous aura. How dare they bully the twin moons of the Feng family? Little girl, I don't care who you are, but you'd better behave yourself here. Otherwise, if I strip you in front of everyone, tsk. This was a disciple of the Devil Sect. Within the Devil Sect there were all sorts of people. With one look, one could tell that this fellow was not a decent person. At this time Feng Yueyu's face was ashen. Her beautiful face was filled with anger. We agreed earlier that we would join you temporarily, but you definitely can't make things difficult for us. Does this mean that you're going back on your word? There was another girl behind Feng Yueyu. That was Xue Xinhua. Everyone knew about the beauty of Taihang's twin moons. At this time the 2 of them were even more beautiful when they stood together. Their fresh faces formed a sharp contrast with the battlefield. At this time after a massacre the male hormones of the men were at their peak. Now that he saw these 2 beautiful people, how could he bear it? At this time the 2 of them were licking their lips, looking extremely hungry. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. Those who could be together with these 2 were naturally not good people. At this time their eyes were shining with a strange light. Little girl, I'll give you 2 choices now. Either you listen to me obediently, or I'll force you to listen to me. He looked at her with a lecherous smile and said. However, the moment he finished speaking, an ice-cold voice sounded. Chapter 673. Female Literature. Now you can die for me. A terrifying killing intent spread out at this moment. At this moment, everyone present was shocked. Their strength wasn't bad. Under the siege of so many great demons they could still organize their own team. How could such people be weak? However, after feeling this terrifying killing intent, they couldn't help but tremble. They abruptly turned their heads around. At this moment, they saw Feng Yuhai and Su Yan's cold eyes. Feng Yuhai. Su Yan. The 2 girls cried out in surprise. Feng Yueyu and Xue Xinhua's faces were already ashen. This was because in a place like this it was almost surrounded by demons. The 2 of them were not weak, but their opponents were not weak either. More importantly, they had a lot of people. If they fought, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. However, even so, they would never accept humiliation. Therefore, if these guys insisted on doing this, they could only fight to the death. However, it was different now. Feng Yuhai and Su Yan's appearance gave them support. At this moment they immediately left the team to meet up with Su Yan and Feng Yuhai. However, just as they were about to move, one of them directly stopped them. At this moment the person in front said to him, "I know you. You're Feng Yuhai of the Taihang sword faction." He continued, "It's a pity that you're just a perpetual number 2. If Wang Baichuan was here, I would still feel threatened. But you, if I remember correctly, you said earlier that you wanted me to die? Come on, I'd like to see how you want me to die." At this moment his fighting spirit had also risen. Right now, he was doing this on purpose because he wanted to establish his prestige. He knew very well that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If he could defeat Feng Yuhai here, his reputation would reach an unprecedented level. Of course, it would be even better if he could defeat Wang Baichuan. After all, Wang Baichuan was recognized as the #1 powerhouse in the Taihang sword faction. If he could defeat him, he would immediately become a top figure. However, he only thought about it. After all, Wang Baichuan's battle record was very terrifying. Although Feng Yuhai had always been number 2, he did not have any outstanding battle records. In his opinion, Feng Yuhai only had such a reputation because of the Feng family. As for Su Yan, who had just risen, he did not know about him. Feng Yuhai smiled coldly and did not say anything. The sword in his hand was suddenly unsheathed. Almost at the same time, rain started to fall from the top of his head. He was suddenly startled. This was the void in the extraterritorial realm. Why would there be rain? At this moment, an extremely dangerous feeling appeared in his heart. He suddenly realized that his thoughts were too stupid. This Feng Yuhai seemed to be more dangerous than he had originally thought. Unfortunately, it was already too late. The rain danced wildly, and an extremely beautiful scene immediately appeared. The originally gentle drizzle had turned into something extremely terrifying in the next instant. Just as his spiritual qi began to surge, he realized that there was already a sharp pain coming from his body. Then the pain gradually faded away. His heart was filled with fear. This was because he realized that one of his hands and one of his legs had completely lost feeling. Without the support of his power, he naturally could not survive in the extraterritorial realm. His entire body fell directly. At the edge, an evil demon suddenly appeared and bit his body. Under the devil's bite, he immediately died. Everyone witnessed the scene in front of them. At this moment, they realized that the person in front of them was actually so terrifying. The people of the Taiheng sword faction were actually so powerful. At this moment, Feng Yuhai coldly glanced at everyone and said coldly, "I want to take them away. Does anyone have any objections?" At this moment, he had already displayed his thunderous means. Under such circumstances, who would dare to go against him? Feng Yueyu and Xue Xinyue were naturally very happy. However, at this moment a figure suddenly appeared. Taiheng sword faction, how domineering. Now we're all fighting to kill the devil, but you actually killed a capable general. What do you want to do? Do you want all of us to die here? However, Rosen walked over directly. This guy had already been nearby earlier, but he did not make a move when Feng Yuhai attacked. Instead, he waited for Feng Yuhai to kill before standing out. His purpose was obvious. Feng Yuhai did not speak. His gaze was cold and murderous. He had always been a calm person, but this time he really wanted to kill someone. Feng Yuhai's murderous aura was indeed intimidating to others, but Rosen was not afraid. He sneered and said, "What, do you want to kill me? Unfortunately, although you're strong, you're still not strong enough to kill me. I can't take it anymore. Take my staff." At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared. This person was none other than Meng Yang. For some reason, Meng Yang always wanted to hit Rosen with his staff every time he saw him. This thought was so strong that he could not be bothered to control himself. At this moment, he directly appeared and hit Feng Yuhai with his staff. "Damn you, you're courting death." Rosen had suffered many losses. When Meng Yang made his move, he suddenly sensed something in his heart. Then, in the next moment, he reacted and immediately turned his body around. "Go to hell, roar of the evil spirits." He directly punched out. Above his fist, a shadow had already appeared. This shadow was very blurry, but it was filled with extremely terrifying power. If one were to be struck by such a punch out of nowhere, one would most likely die immediately. This time Meng Yang was careless. At this moment, Su Yan immediately flew up. He said directly, "Rosen, why are you talking so much nonsense? It's just about whose fist is bigger." Then Su Yan also punched out. A flame dragon chi appeared, and this terrifying power immediately whistled up. Terrifying power surged and immediately erupted with astonishing power. He and Rosen's fists met. Both of their expressions changed at the same time. Obviously, the other party's strength had exceeded their expectations. Especially Rosen. This time he had received guidance from the Ghost-Killing Hall's first elder, causing his cultivation to improve by leaps and bounds. However, this time, he did not gain the slightest advantage when fighting with Su Yan. After colliding with Su Yan's fist, he actually felt that his palm was trembling. Not only that, he even felt that there was a scorching aura that was constantly destroying his skin. He calmly activated his power, and in the next moment, this power directly extinguished him. However, although it did not cause enough damage to him, it was already enough to make him feel extremely shocked. How long had it been since the last time they fought? Su Yan's strength had already increased to such a level. If he was given some more time, what kind of realm could he reach? Now he had already realized that Su Yan would definitely become his great enemy. This rising star of the Taihang sword faction. If he was allowed to continue growing, he would definitely become extremely terrifying. Now one of the 3 demon sons, Hua Yunfei, had died, and the demon sect intended to select a new demon son. If he could kill Su Yan this time, it would be of great help to his advancement. Of course, if possible, he wanted to kill Feng Yuhai as well. This kind of contribution was something that no one could erase. And once he became the demon's son, the ghost-killing hall would rise again. This was what he really wanted. In other words, Su Yan and Feng Yuhai should be his stepping stones. However, he did not expect that these 2 stepping stones would be unexpectedly difficult to deal with. Feng Yuhai, who killed with a single blow, was not to mention him, and Su Yan's strength had already reached this level. Previously, he wanted to use the name of righteousness to oppress Su Yan and Feng Yuhai, wanting to make them the target of public criticism. However, that damned Meng Yang directly smashed down with a stick, immediately breaking his plan. At this time, he could no longer use the name of righteousness to oppress Su Yan and Feng Yuhai. And his direct battle with these 2 people had already become a private battle. Su Yan and Feng Yuhai were both aggressive. Obviously, if he fought with them at this time, there would be no benefits at all. His eyes flickered again and finally, he fiercely exhaled. Then he directly said, "Humph, very good. The disciples of the Taihang sword faction want to bully the few with numbers? Then come." Just as he finished speaking, Su Yan immediately said, "Ha ha. You don't have to make yourself sound so pitiful. Who doesn't know about the conduct of your demon sect? Rosen, immediately release these 2 people. Otherwise, let's fight. I, Su Yan, am not a person who cares about the rules." At this time, Su Yan was closing in step by step. If Rosen was not willing to release Feng Yueyu and Xue Xinyue, then he might start a massacre. As for the matter of the demons in the void, they could talk about it when the time came. The mysterious island master said that as long as they could survive 15 days, after 15 days, as long as they were still alive, they would immediately be teleported back to the Divine Devil Island. At this time, an extremely terrifying fluctuation suddenly came. Such a terrifying aura was much stronger than when the great demon had appeared before. At this time, Feng Yuhai suddenly exclaimed, "Void Beast!" Chapter 674. Female Literature. Void Beasts. When these words appeared, everyone stopped what they were doing. The true masters of this mysterious outer realm were never the terrifying great evil demons, but the void beasts. They were the true masters of the void. Even the abyssal demon clan would suffer heavy losses if they encountered a void beast. No one knew where the void beasts came from. They were born in the void, grew up in the void, and hunted in the void at the same time. They were extremely large. According to the limited records of humans, the largest void beast was almost a small continent. They were extremely powerful. In the long records of the 9 provinces continent, there had been accidental invasions of void beasts. Every time a void beast invaded, it would cause great damage to this world. It was a disaster comparable to an evil demon invasion. It was at this moment that the void behemoth suddenly appeared. This caused everyone to be extremely shocked. In the face of such a terrifying void beast, everyone's hearts were filled with fear. Facing the void behemoth, would he be able to fight it? What kind of joke was this? They were simply courting death. "Rosen, do you want to leave now? If you don't hand her over, we'll all die together." At this moment, Su Yan suddenly said expressionlessly. Rosen's whistling suddenly stopped. He looked at Su Yan with eyes full of anger. What a terrifying and crazy guy. More importantly, he clearly understood that since Su Yan had said such words, it meant that it was possible for him to do it. Damn it, kill them. He directly gave the order. Unfortunately, under the threat of the void beast that suddenly appeared, how could these people still have the mood to continue staying? At this moment, they were already scared out of their wits. They had already begun to flee in all directions. Facing the great evil demon, they could still unite and fight. However, facing the void beast that was coming here, they could only flee. Perhaps a powerful venerable would be able to fight against a void beast. However, there was a premise, and that was that they were in their own world. Ordinary venerables would not be so crazy to fight a void beast in the void. At this time, Feng Yuhai and Mengyang attacked at the same time. They immediately charged towards Rosen. Su Yan, save him! Among the three of them, Su Yan was the fastest. His 2 pairs of devil dragon wings unfurled, and at the same time he used the most high sword escape art. His speed reached the limit. Neither Feng Yuhai nor Mengyang could catch up to him. Rosen was pinned down and he wasn't in the mood to fight. Hence, Su Yan easily arrived beside Feng Yueyu and Xue Xingyue. At this moment, there was a disciple of the devil sect beside them. Su Yan was not the least bit courteous to the disciples of the devil sect. He laughed sinisterly and showed no mercy. A sword light flashed and the scarlet sword light immediately left a thin line on the neck of this devil sect disciple. This devil sect disciple didn't even have time to react before he died. It was also at this moment that the powerful and terrifying aura blew over. It was a terrifying storm brought about by the void beast's arrival. This gale was so terrifying that the person closest to the void beast was killed in an instant. Su Yan's expression changed. He deeply understood that under such a terrifying hurricane, even his power couldn't withstand it. Only death awaited him. It was obviously unrealistic to turn back and meet up with Feng Yuhai and the others now. This was because once they did that, they would be directly trapped in the terrifying whirlwind. Follow me. Su Yan made a prompt decision. He grabbed the 2 women's hands and unfurled his devil dragon wings. At the same time, he also used the most high sword escape art. In an instant, his speed reached its limit. Roar! This was clearly the void. There was no air, so sound couldn't be transmitted here. However, this terrifying roar sounded in everyone's heart. It was a terrifying feeling, as if everything was about to be annihilated. That terrifying roar actually began to destroy their sea of consciousness unknowingly. The sea of consciousness was the most important. If the sea of consciousness was destroyed, then they would immediately become a fool. They would be muddle-headed for the rest of their lives and become a walking corpse. Fortunately, they had already gone far in the beginning. Otherwise, they would have died even more miserably at this time. They secretly rejoiced. At this moment, Su Yan was already carrying the 2 women toward an unknown place. So the void beasts are really here? It sensed the aura of these devil clans, so it came to eat? Interesting, this is really interesting. I wonder how many of these little guys will survive. The original crowd had already formed small groups and started to fight with each other. However, at this moment the appearance of this terrifying void beast immediately disrupted everything. In order to survive, they could only escape. All of this fell into the eyes of the Divine Devil Island's island master. However, he had no intention of stopping them because these lives were nothing in his eyes. Whether they lived or died had nothing to do with him. Now he was waiting. Living, or rather fishing. He was waiting for a big fish to come up. In the void, the dead bodies of the devil clan were floating. Of course, there were also the bodies of these human disciples. They had all become the void beast's food. Mu Tiansheng and Feng Yuhai had already retreated to the other side. At this moment, the sea-splitting demonic snake on her neck felt uneasy. Su Yan was its master, and now Su Yan was no longer by its side. It was a powerful demonic beast, not a pet. At this moment it actually left Mu Tiansheng directly. Mu Tiansheng was also surprised by the sea-splitting demonic snake's sudden departure. However, that was not something he could control. It should be fine. The void was turbulent, and suddenly black holes appeared in the sky. The appearance of the black holes was an even greater disaster. At this moment, a huge meteorite suddenly began to explode. This huge meteorite was at least close to 1,000 meters tall. He suddenly exploded, and immediately displayed an incomparably terrifying power, almost immediately sweeping through everything. At this moment, the void beast that was foraging for food also stopped. It was as if he had been attracted by this terrifying power. Then a huge figure began to appear in the sky. It was a humanoid creature. However, it was definitely not a human because it was impossible for a human to have such a body. It was a terrifying devil. Even though it had just woken up from a deep sleep, its aura was already extremely terrifying. Such power was simply incomparably terrifying. A venerable. No, it should be called a demonic god. There was no doubt that this was a demonic god, and it was a complete demonic god. It was very different from the devil lord that had awakened in the ruins. This demonic god's strength was much more terrifying. The Void Beast and the Devil Clan were practically heaven and earth. The Void Beast sensed the demonic god's aura and began to roar excitedly. The two behemoths immediately began to fight. Compared to the battle in front of them, the battle between Su Yan and the Great Devil was simply like a child's game. The Void Behemoth's tail swept across. Wherever the tail passed, a terrifying power immediately surged. Everything was destroyed by such a powerful force. At this moment, a terrifying divine light surged from the demonic god's eyes. The power of the divine light collided with the power of the tail, and immediately caused a huge commotion. The battle between the two became more and more intense. In the end, small black holes began to appear around them. In the universe, black holes were the most terrifying existences. They could devour everything. Unfortunately, a black hole appeared around Su Yan. The moment he saw the black hole, he immediately knew that things were not going well. He wanted to escape immediately, but unfortunately, the moment the black hole appeared, he could no longer control his body. It was the same even though he had the power of the fire dragon wings. Big brother Su Yan. Su Yan. At this moment, both Xue Xinyue and Feng Yueyu were panicking. After all, the two of them had already sensed an extremely terrifying power from the black hole. It was a power that made them despair. "Hold me tight," Su Yan roared. He understood the power of this mysterious power too well. Perhaps the black hole was nothing to the two monsters who were fighting, but to him the black hole was the source of death. He had to use all his power to resist the black hole. Even so, he could not guarantee that he could survive under the power of the black hole, because this power was simply too terrifying. It was also because of this that he could not divert his attention to take care of the two women. The invincible golden body was fully activated. At the same